Oh my. What's going on, everybody? Hope everyone's having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is, for you people, for most of you out there, it is April 7th, 2025. This is NCC TV coming at you live from Sumeru City. We are live, or at least that's how it seems to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real. Synthetic lifeform streamer, trapped in a cyber brain and body, like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage, hyper-capitalistic dystopia. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, whenever, and however you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com. High risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness. This is, was, or will be sometime in the distant cyber future. Has this always been the intro? Did I say April? It's May? It's May. It's May. I'm so confused, chat. I was just telling you when I was muted that I gotta lie to you every single day. Every time I say it's the 7th, it's the 8th for me. I am existing a student loans are about to get garnished. Yeah, supposedly starting this month. Wait, you're a little hype for what? Student loans getting garnished? I'm sure these are unrelated. I'm sure these are unrelated thoughts. Spicy Bo. Spicy Ba. You didn't even notice that I said, what, May instead of April? Look, we got a lot going on. Yeah, and I'm existing like fully, you know, a day ahead of most of you. In between, I don't know, 8 hours and 16 hours, depending on where you live, ahead of you. And in fact, that's not even the whole truth. That's not even the whole truth, chat. Because in actuality, where I am, it is 2,568. You're hyped for the stream. Thank God. Thank God.
Super chatted $5.
Aww.
Temporary thousander, so have some cash.
Well, I hope that didn't take you down to 3 digits, Joshua Keller, but thank you for sharing the wealth with me. I appreciate that. This is, so yeah, I'm like, chat, the Thai dates, right? Do you remember when I was telling you about Songkran, which is the New Year's festival here? And how I got in a little bit of a water gun fight. In fact, now I have 2 water guns for next year, because my friend left his as well. But anyway, that was the New Year. That was the Thai New Year. And I just kind of thought that, okay, so they have a calendar, which their holidays are based on. But certainly, chat, something like an electricity bill, something like a water bill, that's not going to use the Thai calendar. That's going to use the calendar that everybody else uses. Well, no, chat. I'm looking at my electric bill right now, and it says 2,568 is the year. Now, what the weird thing is, though, the month and the date are the same, right? So when it says like billing cycle ending on the 31st of, or the 31st of April, that is correct. But instead of saying 2025, it says 2,568. And it makes no sense to me, chat, because check this out, right? It's using the month and the day, right? That, you know, that most of the rest of the world uses, right? It's using the month and the day, but it's not using the year. I don't understand, right? Because technically, like, Songkran is the new year, so it should be like month 1, you would think. But no, it's, they're, you know, I mean, I don't know. I guess it would be more confusing if they had a whole nother system, right? That started literally on Songkran with this is 1/1, it would be too messed up. So they do go by like the month and the date, but the year is 100% in Thai. So yeah, interesting stuff to deal with. Interesting trying to read my energy bill and realized that some of the things I thought they were charging me for are actually previous months that other people charged, and it's just to see, you know, what the average bill is, what the average usage is for things like electricity and water. So I really am in the future. That's true. That is 100% true. I don't know. It feels so weird though. Like I said, I have to lie to you. I have to like tell you it is a day behind what the day is for me. But when in Rome, it was temporary after all. A temporarily embarrassed thousandaire. I once, when I was finding out about money and like the concept of lemonade stands, like I lived in a neighborhood that just does not get a lot of traffic, right? And so a lemonade stand was never going to work there because the only people that were ever in the neighborhood were people who lived in the neighborhood, right? There was no passing joggers or passing cyclists that you could sell lemonade to. But I had this whole thing where I was like, no. I've seen it on a cartoon. They make a lemonade stand. They charge 5 cents for a lemonade and they make a lot of money. And I want to make a lot of money too. And so like I did a little spreadsheet, I guess it would have been. Yeah, as a little kid without knowing what a spreadsheet was, I made a spreadsheet figuring out, like estimating the sales from my lemonade stand and the amount of money that would be made, like minus the cost and everything, right? And like I had like these overly optimistic, you know, estimations. I also thought like I could probably sell pie too. I could ask my mom to make pies, and then I could sell the pie by the slice. And I figured out how much money I thought I could make. And I was like, oh my God, 1,000. And like, I take the sheet, I take the little kid spreadsheet, probably with crayon or a colored pencil or something, right? You know, cause I was like legit a little kid at the time. I was under 10 years old. And I wrote, a little note on top of it. Like I put a Post-it note on top of it, like with the spreadsheet. And I was like, we could be thousandaires, to my parents. I was telling my parents that we could potentially, that this, they need to get into, this is ground floor for my lemonade business. And they need to get in here. They need to get in on the ground level, right? Because we could be thousandaires. And I thought they were going to be so impressed. I thought they were going to be like, oh my gosh, we never thought about being thousandaires. I mean, $100, that's legitimately a lot of money, but $1,000? You've just blown our minds. Yeah, they weren't as impressed as I thought they would be. I think it was like the middle of the night too. So I like slid the like spreadsheet underneath their door, you know, to be like, no, this is like really important. You got to see this now. How many pies did I think my mom could? I think I had it like one a day. I was like, yeah, if she makes one pie every day, I sell it by the slice. This is how much money we make. But we also had like, we had berry bushes like behind our house. Like I was spoiled in terms of, you know, the place that I grew up and the natural resources in the neighborhood. So there was like a ton of, I mean, I guess some people think of a blackberry as an invasive species, but to me, it's like, it's food. They weren't in, yeah, they didn't sponsor my business venture. I mean, yeah, like I said, we did not live in a good, like, I think you can probably do a pretty good, like, okay, so the best lemonade stand I've ever seen was on a bike trail, right? There's a bike trail out where I used to live, and it's pretty convenient because, well, here's the deal. Like, you know, despite it being a fairly progressive city, it's in no way a bikeable city. They're way behind on putting bike lanes in. It's not safe, basically, to ride your bike. And also you got a lot of shit from motorists, right? But there's this one trail that just went from like the north of the city to like the south of the city. And I was always riding, you know, up and down that trail to get into the city to do things like, you know, get berries at the market and stuff like that, right? And yeah, this one house, their kids made a lemonade stand, and they put like, they marked it in chalk, like before and after, like, right? So when you're like a mile or so away, they'd be like, lemonade 1 mile right? So, you know, and I mean, like, that's a legitimately good place for that business, right? Because you are thirsty as fuck. Lemonade sounds so good. You know, it's the hot of the heat, the hype of the height of the summer. Invasive pie filling, that's right. It's like a drive-through window for bikers. Wait, what is? I made charts and a very readable list for my parents too. Yeah, I was like, we could be thousandaires. Don't you understand? I couldn't finish the Ethan versus Hasan because Ethan could not stop talking about the goddamn Ichigo Bankai sword guard. You're talking about the debate, right, Rammstein? Or Ramstein? Wait, no, I think it is Rammstein. 2 A's, right? Rammstein. My grandparents are farmers, so childhood was spent on the farm. The next neighbor was like an hour or so drive away, so they were pretty self-sufficient. Yeah, I mean, look, if you're in a place where like there's lots of traffic coming through, Omega Star butterflies and bleach blonde butch, please. Damn.
Joshua Kell, super chatted $5. I've biked in multiple cities. Omaha nearly killed me.
Interesting. So now, Joshua, would you consider yourself a cyclist? I'm just asking because I'm curious. Oh, Rom from Gears of War. I haven't, played that yet? That's a game, right? Gears of War? I feel like I should know this. It makes me think of the Rick and Morty, though. And thank you, Omega Star, and thank you, Joshua Keller. Thank you, both of you, for getting us started off. Already 3 out of 10 on the way to the butterfly goal. 15 out of 10 on the way to the bonus content goal. But like, no, I'm going somewhere with this cyclist thing. I'm going somewhere with this cyclist thing, right? Because I feel like there's a lot of hatred directed at bike riders, for lack of a better term, that is like misdirected. Massively and grotesquely misdirected. Right? People don't realize this, but there's multiple types of cyclists, right? They're very different. They're very different people. But yeah, you understand the pain of biking on a dangerous roadway with, motorists who don't really care if you live or die, or sometimes kind of want you to die. You are a cyclist in the way that you bike to get where you want to go. Yeah, well, yeah, here's the thing, but you know what I'm talking about, right, Joshua? Like, right, there are cyclists, that are just simply riding bicycles. And then there are cyclists that you have a whole lifestyle, and it's a very upper class lifestyle. They have graphite bikes, they have the best everything, they got a Garmin. They got a Garmin for their Garmin, chat. That's how Garmined out these people are, right? Even their Garmin has a Garmin. And like, I don't know. I feel like commuter cyclists and people who just ride their bike for fun, and people who, right, there's different kinds of cyclists. And I feel like all cyclists get pigeonholed as like the worst kind of cyclist. The kind of cyclist that annoys other cyclists, frankly. Same experience on my motorcycle. People just merge on into you no matter how well you are visible. Yeah, they're like, what are you doing on the road? This is for cars. I'm a broke ass bitch. Yes. Okay. You're just like me, Joshua. You're just like me. Right. And you know about the other kind of cyclist, right? The kind of cyclist with the best gear and that's very type A personality and, like gets in fights with, other cyclists, gets in fights with cars. Although sometimes, like, look, not every cyclist that gets in a fight with a driver is like bad, because there's some really shitty drivers out there too. But I feel like a lot of the hate that you get if you're on a bike, it's like not even directed to you if you're like If you're like Joshua and me, right? If you're just using your bike to get to work in the store, you get the hate from the other kind of cyclist. My bestie's ex-husband is her ex because he became a stereotype cyclist. Look, I'm not entirely knocking it because I will say that that is my preferred way to travel. And I can see how somebody could get sucked into the lifestyle. And like, look, once you start getting cyclist friends, it's over. You will become one of those cyclists, right? You will become one of those people. If you can afford it, because they will leave your broke ass behind if you can't. If you don't have a good enough bike to keep up with them, oh my God, forget you. But yeah, I feel like when people are hating on cyclists, that's the kind of cyclist they have in mind. And so like regular ass people who are just going to pick up some groceries on their bike, or you know, going to work on their bike or whatever, like we get their shit.
Series Dizzy super chatted $5. There were cyclists in my town that did group rides on the weekend and took up a whole lane. Locals called them
the Spandex Mafia. Now, Ceres, are you you're not talking about like critical mass or anything, right? You're not talking about like cyclists that were like activists or like, you know, where are you by chance? He remarried a cyclist? Damn. The Lycra jockeys? Look, I'm sure there's a reason for spandex. I'm sure there's a reason for Lycra. I never got into that part of cycling. And I'm sure there's people that match this stereotype that are good people too. But yeah, I do kind of, there's a name, a peloton, right? Is a group of cyclists in like a formation. And that shit scares me so much because like, you know how planes or helicopters, like when they're in formation fly, where they're like equally spaced apart? This is how they ride. This is how these people ride. And yeah, I would see these pelotons come up and down the trail. Never learned to ride a bike? With cyclist arms, wait, what are cyclist arms skinny? Is the idea that their legs are like toned, but their arms are not? Spent thousands on their bike. I had an old I had a Giant Escape, and I missed that bike. I missed that bike a lot. It comes down to the infrastructure planning. It's shit, yeah. Every Sunday, the Lycra cyclists take up 4 lanes, blocking everyone for a few kilometers along the beach route. Yo, Buffy Geek, is that a 35 stream streak? That's pretty impressive. That's pretty amazing. I don't think I've ever seen a streak that serious. You just earned 450 channel points with that streak. I have to find more stuff with channel points that you can do. Chad, I left my cat ears behind. I put some new ones on the, on Throne, but I don't know. I'll probably, like, you have 8,000. Oh my God, you have almost 1 million channel points. Damn. Yeah, I mean, so yeah, what you're talking about, I think, is a Peloton, and I guess it's safer to ride like that. It never seemed safer. It really seemed to me always that a Peloton, like, all it takes is one person to like kind of run into somebody else, or go too slow or too fast, or get out of formation somehow, or have some kind of issue or not pay attention. All it takes is one little mess up, because like if one person in that Peloton like crashes into another person, everybody behind them is crashing too. But yeah, there's that, the you know, the Peloton as they call it, and then there is the there's also this thing called critical mass, which they're these cyclists that are activists that, you know, they're ride or die cyclists, most of them kind of more along the commuter type of cyclists like myself, than the Lycra spandex cyclist. And they're sort of tired of their friends dying, like being killed in the streets, right? They're tired of the fact that there's seemingly no concern. And so they'll be even more annoying than these pelotons that you're talking about, which you're talking about a big old like gang of cyclists that just kind of like take up the whole road, and you're sort of stuck behind them unless there's a place that you can, pass them, which is hard, right? Because it's a big line of sight, like, right. It basically, if you get stuck behind these people, you're going to be going, I don't know, whatever speed they're going, right? But this critical mass group, they're in a bunch of different cities, and they're actually massing up as a big group of bicycles that nobody can pass in order to try to bring attention to the fact that cycling is way more dangerous than it needs to be. And, the cars own the road way too much, right? It's just road rash is not a fun time. Rave, I have experienced that, and that's rough. Yeah, cycling out here is really tough. I've seen a couple of people do it, and it seems okay as long as you're riding in an alleyway or someplace, or like, right? The only thing is that like this town, like the roads are owned by the scooters, motorbikes, and cars, right? They own the road, and if you are going to get in their way at all, you're going to get killed, right? I have seen some cyclists that somehow cycle without pissing off like the real owners of the road, which are the scooter drivers. But I don't know how it's done. And I've definitely seen like tourists come out here, try to get on a bike, and just piss people off. I knew many cyclists when I lived in Milwaukee. When I lived in Omaha, everyone thought I was weird for it. Oh yeah. No, it's like different cities but sometimes even the best cities, like there's still like a lot of hatred for cyclists. And look, I get it if you're in a situation where a cyclist makes you nervous, like they're behaving erratically or riding erratically, and you don't want to hit them, and you're like, like I get that frustration. I get, being slowed down when you're like trying to get to work or someplace, and you got to be there on time, and you're slowed down because of a cyclist. Like I totally understand that. There's cyclists with pants with the cushioning on the butt. Isn't the seat supposed to have the cushioning? I don't know. Oh wait, no, I did have a cushion seat once, and it was rough. Rough. How do I say this? It actually did not keep my butt comfortable to have a cushion seat. I found that a seat with no cushion, but that's just a good high quality seat, was better. Every Sunday take up 4 lanes, everyone. Amsterdam, they do have dedicated cycle lanes. Now, they're good for the cyclists. They're a little rough on pedestrians, actually. The Amsterdam bike lanes, if you're not used to them, it's really easy to get hit by a cyclist, right? If you're not looking out, if you're not, acutely aware at all times of where the bike lanes are in Amsterdam, you might get hit by a bike. Although more likely, a cyclist will just whiz by you and scare you. Oh, your 2 super chats were for Vox Populi. Well, look at that. You're starting us off with 10 on Vox Populi to begin with. I guess we should talk about the stream and stuff. So chat, I took a couple days off, as some of you might have noticed. I also, I guess, experienced another earthquake, as some of you did notice, and asked about me and were worried about me because I had disappeared like right when the earthquake happened. I'm okay. As far as I can tell, it was like a 3.0 earthquake, so it's a very small earthquake. And I didn't even notice it. Like, I remember hearing some ruckus outside, which I thought was construction. Turns out it was not construction. That was an earthquake. So now I've been in 2 earthquakes while I was here, and I have not noticed either one of them. Another negative about adult cycling, the seats are torture. Like, why have those as a default feature? Wait, have what as a default feature? So glad we're in a safe space to talk about the realities about biking. Wait, why have those as a default feature? I'm trying to understand what you're saying here, Spicy Bo. Like, you don't mean like why have seats at all, right? You're not talking about, you're not saying that you'd rather have like just a pipe that like holds you in place by your nether regions, right? Are you just saying that seats are uncomfortable? That they're default feature as in torturous bike seats? Well, you know, I feel like finding a good bike seat is one of the difficulties, I would say. Skinny seat. Okay, you're saying the skinny one. Wait. Why are shitty seats the default? Oh, because so they can sell you an expensive good seat. That's why, I think. Put mine on Sam Cedar. I got you, Ceres. Thank you. Sam Cedar goes on Chapo. That's right. So chat, yeah, like I said, I took a few days off, and some of you probably know why. Reacting to the 5 hours of Ethan versus Hasan, which I did on 3 separate days, was driving me freaking nuts. And I had a little crash out. I was like, what am I doing this? What the hell? What, you know, I was so pissed off at just like sitting through Ethan's bullshit. And yeah, there was a lot of places where Ethan was forced to walk stuff back and forced to admit stuff, but he did it in such a shitty way where like, I swear to God, he got coached by PBD or something. His technique of debate is actually a lot like Patrick Bet-David's. And Patrick Bet-David got tore up in his chat for that, right? What pissed me off is that from what I can see, the Fupa Troopas have no problem with Ethan just pivoting on anything that he's getting, you know, wrecked on anything where he looks like he's wrong. He just kind of pivots, or he'll even be like, yeah, you're right. What's your point? And it's like, wait, you were arguing with me about this for like 5 months. What do you mean? What's my point? This was a huge point for you not so long ago. What, you're pretending like you don't care about this thing that you know, called me a Nazi over, assumed, you know, as Limpisha. I live in a more urban area, so unfortunately not too many bike lanes and very winding roads. Wait, an urban area? See, like, I kind of thought that the urban areas are the only place you might find bike lanes. Like less urban areas, it might be less of a deal because any place that you're riding, you know, people can pass you since there's not that much traffic. But yeah, a city without good bike lanes is pretty terrible. I'm living in one right now. I'm living in a city that doesn't even believe in sidewalks that much. Like, I don't know. It's just sort of assumed, chat. In the city that I'm in, it's assumed that you're gonna have a car, or you're gonna have a motorcycle, or you're gonna ride a tuk-tuk, or you're gonna, you know, pay somebody to get on the back of their cycle with them. Thankful of the shitty bike seat privilege. The shitty bike seats. I mean, there's so much about bike seats though, and even like what is a good bike seat and what is not a good bike seat, it's kind of subjective in a way. Oh, thank you, GJ Spill. That's really sweet of you. Like, oh my God. Wait, Um, something just happened. Oh my god, Omega Star, thank you for the cat ears. Thank you for contributing to my cat ears on Throne. Like I said, chat, it's going to work a little different here in Thailand. My understanding is that Throne does not ship here, but what they do is they like give you the money to like buy your own version of it or something like that. So I'll probably have to get so the cat ears that you see on stream when I get them probably won't be the exact same as the ones that are on Throne, and that's probably for the better, because like I couldn't find the exact cat ears I wanted, but I could probably get them on Lazada is kind of like the Amazon out here, so I'll have to do it like that. But thank you, Omega Star. Kicked in for some cat ears. Yes, you did. Thank you. And that brings us up to what? I think it's, yeah, 35. If I'm not mistaken. But yeah, like I was trying to say, chat, I obviously got burned out on the Ethan content, and I kind of freaked out. And like, you know, I was like, what am I doing this for? Like, this is not fun. This is misery. And what I think I'm gonna need to do long term is I gotta find a way to not to mix to diversify the stream. That's it. The stream, that's what was my final I don't know, chat. I took 2 days off. I thought about things really hard, and I came to a conclusion, and that conclusion is that burning myself out on Ethan content is not helping anybody. I do want to cover the story, and I know there's those of you out there that want me to cover the story because it's a lot less frustrating for you to watch it with me as a buffer. But so I thought about for a second, I was like, all right, let's just take it in a completely different direction. Let's just, maybe Hasan versus Ethan will be over now. Hasan has debated Ethan, right? Could that be a thing could that be a thing that like allows like Ethan to move on? Maybe he will stop talking about this. Maybe Hasan will react to the content nuke and Ethan will be happy. No such luck, chat. No such luck. Yeah, Hasan did react to the content nuke for 8 hours, okay? And then Ethan saw this, changed his plan. He was scheduled to react to the iDubbbz content deputy. He did like half of it on Monday, and he was scheduled to finish the other half of it today. Plans changed though when he saw that Hasan had reacted to the context puke, and he decided he was going to try to, let me see if I got this right. Ethan decided he would bring Lonerbox on to take down Hasan's takedown of Ethan's takedown. Does that make sense? The takedown being the puke, the context puke. Like Hasan did a takedown of that, and then Ethan and Lonerbox are on to do a takedown of that. Does that make sense? Because are you keeping a track at home? I hope you are. I hope you Abacus users out there are keeping track of things for me, because I'm starting to lose it here. But yeah, so it's going to continue. It's going to continue. And I thought about what this fight really was. What this fight represents. Why was I so invested in this in the first place, chat? Why did this reach out? Why, of all the content, like for me to like hyper focus on, why the Hasan Ethan Klein thing? And I think I figured it out, right? So some of you may know that Ethan is acting right now as a proxy. Ethan is a stalking horse of sorts for Destiny. Destiny made it his life's goal, him and his community made it his life's goal to try to ruin Hasan. They live and breathe hate for Hasan, right? And when Destiny was revealed to be Sexpestiny, he lost the ability to command attention. He lost the ability to force Hasan to react to anything. He became discredited. And so what are you going to do if you hate Hasan and your main guy that's going after Hasan, the rival streamer, the only one close to as big as Hasan, is out of commission? What are you going to do? And he's not totally out of commission, chat. Somebody's going to remind me here. He had 10,000 watching him today. Yeah, I know. His community is, what would you call it? Quarantined. There's a quarantine on Destiny's community, right? They don't get out when they're identified as who they are. They're considered a joke. You know, it's the same way that Vosh is kind of quarantined. Destiny is quarantined now, right? So you gotta take all of the criticisms that Destiny's made, most of which have already been shut down, most of which didn't have much substance to begin with, and you gotta repackage them. You gotta relabel them. You gotta rebrand them. And you gotta launder them under a different person who feels like he is out of nowhere. Enter Ethan Klein. That's what Ethan's doing. He's acting as a proxy for the forces of Hasan Bad, which are mainly DGG, right? He's serving that purpose, right? So chat, what I came up with is that the fight between Ethan and Hasan is a fight that I was already involved with before Ethan and Hasan started beefing, right? This is the Destiny versus Hasan thing, which is essentially the battle lines along which my career as a random small streamer chick was forged, right? Remember how I said I started on Twitch? My content was part of a group of content creators that were sort of an outgrowth of BreadTube. BreadTube, the YouTube video essayist thing, like ContraPoints, Sean, H-Bomber guy, people like this. People get influenced by these video essayists. They move over to Twitch. They start streaming. Enter the Surfs. Enter NCC. Enter a few other people that are no longer around. And so it was kind of chill for a while. In fact, we were in a pretty good position because there was this space, there was this lane that opened up for leftist content that just had absolutely no saturation and had a whole bunch of people wanting something to the left of the Democratic Party. And we filled that niche, right? So we were on there not alone, but with a lot of other streamers that are on the left, but more traditional Democratic Party left. And at first they played nice because it was like Donald Trump was president and fuck Trump. And, and there was honestly, like, with all of the sort of social movements that were going on and in their ascendancy at the time, I think some of these people, some of these Destiny people, some of these like liberals that were along for the ride, I think some of them kind of like, if they had a reactionary opinion, they didn't say it because nobody wanted to hear it, right? And they resented us for that. They resented us for the fact, and it's much the same way that Ethan Klein resents Hasan Piker, right? They resented us. And not only did they resent us, chat, they targeted us. And when I said a bunch of us aren't around anymore, that's why. That's why. We represented something. As small as our channels were, we represented something fundamentally different than the democratic liberal politics that had been failing since the 1980s. And the people that still wanted to occupy that liberal democratic lane knew that our ascendancy would represent the sunset of their politics. And for that reason, chat, we were targeted. And there was a little bit of a secret handshake between these, like, liberal Destiny clone streamers and the actual far right on Twitch, which did exist, but in a more, sort of secretive form. And yeah, for that reason, like a lot of us just did not make it out of that. I did, but I didn't. It wasn't easy, and I had to fight. And there were days that I thought I was up against like just an insurmountable task, right? That the size and the scope and the reach of this sort of like centrist establishment on Twitch, and being the only one who was willing to kind of call it out and stand up against it, it just made me feel like I was doomed. But I fought on, and I was rewarded for that, right? So anyway, what I'm saying, Chad, is that like this isn't my first rodeo. This fight between Hasan and Ethan is this is like the battle lines of that. I don't want to overblow this or anything, like, right? We are, I am a random small streamer chick. Most of the people involved, even Hasan, aren't, super hyper influential, but they're getting more influential. And people are recognizing this correctly as the real estate that is going to be important in the future, right? That you should touch grass. The internet is not life. That is all true. But every year, every day, there's less and less difference between the internet and our life. And every day, every month, every year, this space becomes more influential in the mass opinion of people at large, in the overall zeitgeist, right? And it's only gonna go, it's gonna increase, right? So in other words, chat, this is a battle that I couldn't leave if I want to, right? The ops that I faced made it their life's work, invested like way too much time in trying to pull me down, just like the Fupa Troopas now are spending entirely too much time trying to pull Hasan down. Like it might as well be a full-time job for them. And so there's no retreat here. There's no other option. That being said, chat, it is not healthy for me or for you to only cover one thing. And that's been the problem. And that's what's got to change, right? I want to continue to cover this battle. I want to continue to try to, lend a hand as much as I can. Like to defend people who are unfairly attacked. And you've seen that, happen with Denims. You've seen that happen with so many different people, right? And I do want to still be there, to help. But yeah, I gotta find a way to get more other content into every stream. So I hope that you're on board for that. I know that some of you are sick of seeing only Ethan Klein versus Hasan content, and I'm kind of sick of Ethan too. Me too. Yeah, I think Ethan is probably sick of Ethan, if I'm being real. Video games, DJ Spill says. I mean, that's an idea. I need to do different stuff. Like I don't know whether it's video games, whether it is covering a bit of the news, whether it is figuring out how to get the vertical streams working again. No rest for the wicked. Yeah, basically. The poop jokes. Yes, the poop jokes made me crash out a little bit. I don't know. Too many poop jokes. You know what I saw in Ethan's chat the other day? Like as he was, or not the other day, I guess this was earlier today for you. As he was coming on stream, as the chat was waiting for the show to start, they're calling him like Caca Man now, and like the poop house. They were saying that the Klein poop family, like this is now the nickname, right? The poop thing has really taken off, and not just among Ethan's ops either. Honestly, Hasan's nuke react is a good nail in the coffin. I want it to be. There's no response Ethan could give. Oh, Lampecia, he gave her a response. He brought on Lonerbox, right? And look, that's what we're gonna watch today. All right, we're gonna try to mix it up a little bit. We're gonna start off watching Hasan react to the context puke, and then we're gonna maybe take a look at what Lonerbox and Ethan said a little. We'll try. I want to switch it up a little bit, right? I want to be able to move from topic to topic. And I hadn't been doing that for a lot of different reasons. Part of it that it's easier, you know, when I'm living out of a suitcase, when I'm living in a hotel, it's easier to program a show when I'm just like, we're just going to talk about this one thing. We're just going to talk about this one thing, right? But yeah, dude, Hasan's context nuke stream, he's a champ. 8 hours, Spicy Bo. And that wasn't even his whole stream. He did 2 hours of news before that. So in total, it's like, I don't know, 10, 12 hours of news, 10 to 12 hours of streaming. All content creators need to agree to ignore Ethan. Dr. McRib, sadly, that is not going to happen. And look, it's not even about Ethan. Understand this, all right? Ethan is a proxy. Ethan is just where they've placed all... Ethan is the basket that they've placed all their eggs in at the moment. But if Ethan Klein comes on stream on Friday and says, I've had a conversation with my family and friends, they're worried about me. At first I thought at first I thought it was just my ops that were saying that I'm crashing out. But now after some self-reflection, I have realized that this is not good for me. I have realized that I'm not the same person. I am scaring people who love me. I am going to, you know, either take a 3-month break, or I'm gonna, you know, no longer do the Hasan thing or whatever. If Ethan dropped out, it would not be enough. Like, right? Someone would Lonerbox. It would just be Lonerbox, right? It would move to Lonerbox. It would move to Nicholas Diorio. It would move to whoever. They'll move it to Turkey Tom if they fucking need to, right? The dynamic is still there. And the dynamic is of dead-end liberals who are angry that their time is over. And they want to kill the next generation of the left because they think that'll somehow like give them more time. They don't understand that their time is up. They don't understand that their game has been played out and they have lost. You lost to Donald Trump. You gave us Donald Trump. All right? We are not going to let you have the wheel back on this car for all the marbles in the world. You lost. Your ideology lost. Liberalism will never be sufficient to fight fascism. And that is a revelation that the next generation has taken on. The next generation, absent of the brain poison of the fucking Cold War and McCarthyism. Right? Because in a lot of ways, what this is a fight between 20th century, like, you know, 1900s, liberalism and 21st century leftism. And for this new thing to be born, this old thing has got to die. All right? And that might be a hard truth for some of those people out there to accept, right? Some of those people that they don't consider themselves right wing. They don't like MAGA. They don't like, you know, that shit. But they want to be political. But they're still like, but no, communism bad though. It's gotta be something else, right? I'm sorry, you're dead enders and your time is up. And we're gonna clear you away from the forest so that new growth can take place, because there's a lot of shit on the ground growing. It just needs sunlight. And if I have to take the Miele's chainsaw away from Elon to you know, cut away some of the dead wood, I fucking will. All right, I'm in this shit for the long haul. Y'all tried to take down my channel. I didn't know for why. Now I understand. Now I understand the battle that I have engaged in. I did not choose to be in this battle, but I am in it now, and I am in it for the long haul. So that's what we're doing, chat. I hope that is satisfactory for everyone. Wait, who donated $1,001? Ethan is praising Hasan now, apparently, for finally... What? Are you sure? Should we... See, I wanted to watch Hasan first. Now you're making me want to, like, look at the Ethan Klein video. Are you talking about on his video from today? Are you talking about his stream from today? He donated to the charity stream. I think he just had to fulfill his Hasbro quota? Anyone who understands Hasan's position on Israel-Gaza doesn't need to watch. It's nothing he hasn't already said many times. Oh, so that's what BCatK was saying. He donated $1,001. But chat, I mean, this is... And like, look, it sucks too, because like the real battle that I want to engage in is the battle to end Trumpism. The battle to end MAGA. All right? But there's only one side that's going to be able to engage in that fight, and there's one side that's already lost. That means that there's only one way, there's only one path to that final battle with MAGA, and that is straight through the heart of the you know, loser liberals out there, the third way Democrats. The Clinton-Obama consensus has got to come down. Happy they passed 200,000 mark for charity, so at least some good came out of the headache. Yeah, it did look like a headache. Did Hasan get mad? Because I know there's a narrative forming on in the you know, H3 subreddit that like Hasan was crashing out. I mean, you know they're gonna say that regardless, right? Just to try to flip the Ethan meme on its head, but it seems like a lot of them are, I don't know. I saw Hasan have a few angry moments, and I'm just wondering how much of that there is. Yeah, this is our fight song. Well, I don't know. This is the thing. It's like the people, the Hillary Clinton, the Hillbots that said we got to fight them, or at least convince them to give us the just like Chapo said, right? You know, we're not looking to vanquish them, but they need to bend the knee. We are not bending the knee. We've seen how that goes. We've seen that, like, you know, giving your power to like Hillary Clinton, giving your power to whoever. We've seen how that works out. It's disgusting. I feel crazy seeing some of the incorrect fabricated comments. It's wild. I stopped watching the reactions to the content cop. Anyway, but the TLDR chat, for those who are just getting here, is that I want to start throwing in more content, right? When we cover Ethan and Hasan, yeah, I can't stand, I'm so tired of Ethan Klein, I can't stand listening to him after the Hasan debate. GM, I'm feeling the same way. But I'm not dipping out from this battle, okay? Sounds a little LARPy. What's up, Yeet? Yeet the Rich, you just got weaseled. And that's a good thing. But yeah, I want to try to always interject different stuff, right? I don't want to do, what I don't want to do is like 5 hours of reaction to Ethan Klein, right? I can't do that anymore. Like, we do a little bit of reaction, we target that reaction, and then we move on and we cover something else, right? I really think that I need to do that for my own good, for the good of the channel, for the good of the community. Generally don't think Ethan can get enough of Ethan. What? Oh my God. Well, he can't stop responding, Crotchy, if that's what you're saying. You're right about that. I think he really does care a hell of a lot about staying relevant in any matter whatsoever. I mean, he has, like, look, he has gotten views back on his stream. Watched a little bit of Lonerbox on there. Yeah. Should watch the video about Hila at some point. We will. Yes, yes, yes. Narwhal, great idea. And I want you to keep those ideas coming, all of you, okay? Rolling with the punches and the dog poo on the floor. Is it fluffy dog poo? Is it... Is it stringy dog poo? God damn, he's got so many descriptions for poo, Chad. I never knew that poo had so many varieties. Yeah, Soft Take's got a new video on Hila. And we should definitely watch that at some point. And that's what I mean, is that no Lonerbox says, Sarah, you just don't want to watch him. He was talking shit about Sam. I saw that. He's pretending that he won. I'm exhausted just thinking about what's happening last weekish. Wonder if Gary or Donnie Klein. Oh, I don't know who. Wait, I know Moses. Wait, no, it's not Moses Klein, right? That's Hila's brother. I don't know who. I'm guessing, are these his brothers, Gary and Donnie Klein? Yo, we got so many weasels. So many. What the fuck? Rachel with the 20 gifted weasels. God damn. God damn. Okay, Yeet the Rich, you just got weaseled. Philip Blair just gifted a membership to Farenwolf. Farenwolf, you just got weaseled. And now I got the whole list of people to mention here. All right. Figure drawing. You just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. Robbie H, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. Morton, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. Chapter Black, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. Chazardus, you just got your other account. You just got weaseled, and that's. I'm assuming that the two Chazarduses are the same person. Maybe I'm wrong. There's one with a Z and one with a S, but you know, regardless, one of you just got weaseled, assuming you're not the same person. Just A, that's the username. You just got weaseled. Pearson Brennan, you just got weaseled. C Blaze, you just got weaseled. Starman X, you just got weaseled. Jace, you just got weaseled. Matzo Farius, you just got weaseled. Uncle Slayer, you just got weaseled. Decipher, you just got weaseled. Alino R.A., you just got weaseled. Rayina, you just got weaseled. Proletariat, you just got weaseled. Claudia Jukish, you just got weaseled. Jukish, you just got weaseled. Red Pandu, you just got weaseled. Tara Lara Farah, you just got weaseled. And Thasibo Mufana, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. Gary and Donna Klein are his parents. Thank you. I couldn't remember Gary the Snail. Well, wait, there's Gary the Snail. Chat, how many Garys do we have? Right, there's Gary the Snail. There's Gary from Fallout, right? Where everyone is just Gary. Gary is his dad and Donna is his mom. And now there's Gary Klein. Yo! What just happened? Okay, the Rick, thank you for the follow. That's a lot of weasels, I will say. That is a lot of weasels. Thank you so much, Rachel. You just weaseled like 20 people. That's more weasels than we've seen in a long time, so weasels are on their way back. The weasels ebb and the weasels flow. The weasels wax and the weasels wane, but it looks like the weasels are on the upswing. Oh, no, what is that? What is that? What is that? Oh, hell no. We are not getting popped for unauthorized music here, okay? Damn. Happy to have the dollars right now. Well, thank you. Slut shame is out of fashion. 20 people is perfectly fine. If that's what Rachel wants. Yeah, we don't want to slut shame. Moses Hackman is Ila's brother. Okay. All right, so we gotta get going. like I said, chat, I want to keep things moving. So if you notice me like sticking on 101, damn, wait, what? Wow. Thank you, Narwhal by Nature, for the abacus count. 101 is the correct answer. All right, so I got to talk about the things that I talk about every stream. First of all, that right there is the bonus goal, right? And if it gets to 100, we get one extra bonus topic, one extra of these, right? Now, which one do we get? Well, that depends on you, because right now I've got a poll open in YouTube chat, and it looks like 98 of you have voted so far. Of those 98, 36% of you are voting for to see the Sam Cedar was on Chapo, and I'm trying to remember what they talked. Oh, they talked about Fetterman. Yo, chat, this is some good content actually. Yeah, Sam Cedar on Chapo with freaking Felix talking about, yo, Joshua Keller, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. Yeah, talking about Josh. Wait, Josh Fetterman? John Fetterman, right? Wait, am I saying his name right? It is John Fetterman, right? I always get his name mixed up for some reason. I always want to call him Josh Fetterman. I'm pretty sure it's John. Anyway, Fetterman.
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. You know I gotta throw my money to the Grey Wolves wolf.
I'll make that happen for you, Davy Cliff. Thank you. Yeah, Sam Cedar goes on Chapo. Definitely got some movement behind it. The Grey Wolves, right, is the Chapo community, or like I don't know what, if you like upgrade your Chapo membership, you become a Grey Wolf, or if you were on their Patreon or something like that. It's John Fetterman, Josh Shapiro. Jesus Christ. Is that why? Because they're both in Pennsylvania? I hope that's the reason. Anyway, Fetterman needs a goddamn intervention. His brain is in a bad way. Yeah, Fetterman, Ethan, like so many people need an intervention right now, including me, but I'll have to do my own intervention since I'm alone in a foreign country. Hey! Oh my god, chat. Look, I'm alone until July, okay? Probably because they're both from Pennsylvania, probably. Yeah, my friend went home to take care of his sick cat and his sick dad. So hopefully he'll be back in July. Until then, I'm out here alone. I'm out here all alone. But anyway, yeah, so that's what's going on with that. Oh wait, I didn't finish reading all of the poll. Okay, so like, yeah, first place is Sam Cedar goes on Chapo. Second place, more Hasan context puke. That's continuing to watch Hasan, go through the react for the first time to the context puke for charity. And I honestly got a lot out of it, the part that I watched. But I'm worried, right? 8 hours seems like way too long to react to a video. Third place, we got MTG on TYT. That's right, TYT just welcomed in Marjorie Taylor Greene. I don't know what has changed, chat, but TYT is being really freaking nice to MTG now. And in fourth place, we got Anna Kasparian's Turf Timu The View panel. Look, I tried to sell this as hard as I could. All right. And it's still in last place. Nobody loves Anna Kasparian, apparently. But yeah, no, she's got a panel. It's a PBD sponsored panel. PBD is producing this panel. It's her, Jillian Michaels, Lindy Lou, and some no-name that the Vanguard boys, Silly and Billy, have speculated may or may not be a mistress of Patrick Bet-David. We don't know, chat. We don't know. But that's what's going on now. That's what the order of the poll is right now. I've got to add what... I'm looking for the abacus. I'm looking for the abacus. I think it's at... Would it be at... Is it 114? Is that right? Look, I'm... usually when it gets past 100, I don't, like, keep as good of track of it. But this time, we are in a situation where we may very well hit 200, so I want to make sure not to sleep on that if that happens, and to give you 2 bonus topics instead of 1, because that's what you... Oh, wait. Did I... Oh my god, chat, I'm so confused. All right, I'm going to have to ask for an abacus. If there's an abacus out there that could check my math, I think I might have fucked it up. Last I want to see is her in a room with 3 people who agree with her. Here's the weird thing, Morbert. Anna is, like, not the most conservative on that panel. Yeah. 114 is correct. Okay, good. I thought I fucked it up. But anyway, we're at 114 out of 200. If we get to 200, we get 2 bonus topics. We already got 1 bonus topic. You could vote for the bonus topics on YouTube. Even if you're on Twitch, if you're watching me on Twitch, feel free to come over and you could come over and make your voice heard by voting. Unfortunately, I can't run a poll on Twitch because Twitch's polls don't last long enough. And that's a sad thing, but you can still vote on the YouTube poll. Just make sure to leave me a like while you're there, because that helps me out a lot, and I appreciate it greatly. That's going to determine what we get as far as bonus content. The other thing that determines what kind of bonus content we get is what, and you may have seen this already, right? When you donate, you can let me know in chat which of these topics you want to see as your bonus topic, right? What you want to see as...
Cliff super chatted $9.99. Yeah, just don't ask Chapo fans why they were at the Vatican on 13th, 1981. Glory to Turan.
Oh my god. Turan? That's not a Ina reference, is it? I haven't watched that episode yet, Davi. I think I know the one you're talking about. Wait, so I found out, does a gray wolf, does that have something to do with Turkey? Does that have something to do with like the US ran like an Operation Gladio in Turkey, and the paramilitaries that they supported back in the day were called the Grey Wolves, I think? Is that right? I don't know. I think Ethan just isn't that smart. He lacks critical thinking skills. He was actually sympathetic to Palestinians before moving to Israel. Really? And allowing himself to sip the Kool-Aid? Because I heard people say that he was very critical of Israel while he was in Israel. But 124, yes. I got it. She's awful. Last thing I want to do is see her in the room with... I think Ethan is getting yelled at very loudly at home. Quite possibly, Rachel. Quite possibly. So yeah, what makes this go up and what allows you to put your money where your mouth is and, you know, kind of add a little extra to the poll? Because like right up here, these are all bonus amounts, right? When you donate, whether it's a super chat, a super sticker, if you're getting yourself a membership, if you're gifting memberships, if you're supporting me over on Throne, or you're signing up for my Patreon, or if you're supporting me over on Twitch, you have the power to let me know which of these topics you want, and I will turn your donation into a bonus that will be applied to the poll at the end of the stream. And so if you've got something that you want it to win, you could maybe kind of push it over the line by letting me know in the chat when you donate which of these things that you support. So that's a thing. The other thing that's a thing is Patreon. I appreciate my Patreons so much because they support me every month, and they support me outside of the YouTube platform, which is amazing because the, you know, YouTube, oh my God, chat, I'm worried about YouTube. People are talking about Google getting broken up and possibly, I mean, it sounds like a good thing, right? I mean, fuck monopolies, but there's some thought that if AdSense gets decoupled from YouTube, that creators will no longer get paid or something. I don't know. They'll use it as an excuse to cut our pay. So anyway, thank you to my Patreons for supporting me over there. And let me go ahead and at the $5 level and higher, I give you a fancy shout out every stream. So let me do those shouts out now. Shouts out to Or Else Ellipsis. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Shakespeare. Shouts out to Sarah. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to Moe Noape. Shouts out to Crystal Safira. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to Izzy Mandius. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to Hot Ham Radio. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. Shouts out to Animus. And a fancy shout out to Zara Zerix, to Rachel K, and to Omega Star. Joshua Keller, thank you for all the free content. BCat K chooses this. BCat K, what say you? Is it bad I'm watching streams instead of socializing with people? It depends on what people you have the... What people you're not socializing with, right? There's some people that, yeah, maybe socializing with them is not great, but then some people, you know, you want to socialize with. So yeah, the other goal that we got is the butterfly goal. That is the super chat goal. If we got so far, we got 7 teal super chats. So the teal super chats and higher make the number go up. If it gets to 10, I put a butterfly in my hair. And that's, and also some confetti, I think, falls all over chat. So 126 is the current thing. So
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. Turan is the fake Turkish superstate that they believed ruled the entire steppe in a like 3 million year golden age.
Oh shit, wait, this...
No one does it quite like the Turks, also Safavid, Ottomans.
Wait, Safavid over Ottomans, the Safavid Empire? Wait, isn't there's also like a Turan, I guessed right that it had to do with Turkey. Isn't Turan also a dessert? Am I right, chat? And no, I'm not talking about Turian. I'm talking, Turan. Turan. Oh, that's Turon. That's a different word, right? Chat, I was actually thinking of this. Yeah, I was thinking of one of these. Ina has acquired a Turon. See, it's a dessert. Oh wait, let me show. You can't see it. You can't see it because I don't have the right thing enabled. She got a Turon. Anyway, that's what I was thinking of. I was thinking of that kind of Turon. Can Turon be a fake Turkish state but also be a dessert? 18 for Timu the View. Thank you, Narwhal by Nature. And sorry if I missed that one. So Anna Kasparian is up 18. Look at that. Look at that. Somebody out there does love Hannah Kasparian after all. Anyway, chat, we got to get started here because I have edged you long enough. I just wanted to really, I don't know. I have a lot of thoughts about the future of the stream and you know, whether I'm doing too much Ethan content, etc., the way that, you know, I kind of I burned myself out on this last week. I don't want to do that in the future, and but I think I have an idea maybe of how to deal with that. Wait, so this stream is called Dear Hasan, You Lied. It's a response to Hasan's disarming the content puke, the context puke, the content nuke, whatever you want to call it. I feel like we should start off with this one. We also have a video. Somebody is talking. AB was in the bathtub, chat. What the fuck is up with this? We should probably look at the bathtub thing. I want to know what that's about. And then we also have Bad Empanada with the truth about El Salvador. Bad Empanada coming in clutch with a much needed explanation about, I almost called him Bukele, and what's going on in El Salvador, and why it's so scary. Why it's scarier than you even think, right? But we got to start off with some Turon. Just kidding. We got to start off with the content puke. There we go.
This isn't junk food, by the way. I think that in this process, you guys will find a bunch of instructive, informative talking points.
Even if it was junk food, Hasan raised $200,000 for the anti-cancer charity. So, you know.
I feel like reacting to the context nuke from my former podcast co-host is most likely going to be a much more...
I think junk food is actually okay if you're fighting cancer with it.
Productive setting, considering that I have the capabilities of pausing, inserting my own clips if I choose to do so. It will most likely be an infinitely more productive process than trying to have a debate, because these are all of his gripes that he has with me, and this is what he thinks, if I show to my stream, will end my career. Now, the content nuke itself is long. Okay, it's called the content nuke. I call it the context nuke. I've called it the content puke in the past, but I feel like it's the context nuke. Now, I've yet to watch this thing in its entirety, as you guys know.
I'm sorry.
I chose.
When I heard the toilet flush, I immediately thought poop because of Ethan. God damn it.
Not to, and
so it's a reference to puking, yeah.
You know, the reason why I'm doing it now is because Ethan, in his endless conquest to destroy anything...
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. This has to be a conspiracy to run equals Turon rum equals rum Ottoman equals onions turkey equals turkey turkey. Why are all their state names edible?
Oh my god. Turon, rum, Turon run. The Turon run, yeah, the Turon run. Ottoman equals onions. Turkey is turkey, and hungry is... Oh no, chat. Hungry is hungry. Why are all these state names making me hungry? We're at 146. Boom. Whoops. What is that song, chat? The Turon run, yeah, the Turon run. Yeah, and that Turon run. Yeah, and that Turon run. Da-da-da, da-da-da. The Turon run, the Turon run. What? Somebody please tell me what the song is. It's in my head now.
And everything that people hold near and dear to them for the simple crime of criticizing Ethan lightly, gently, or aggressively, as a matter of fact. Ethan has chosen a path of death and destruction, pretty much, perpetually claiming that he is the victim of unjustifiable attacks by many parties. All of them were fans of his, by the way, for many, many years, or directly were friends of his and content creator collaborators of his, whether it be iDubbbz or even someone like myself. As you guys know, I had a podcast with him for 2 years that ended.
Biggie Smalls Hypnotize? Wait, is that the sample from that song? It's Do Run Run? Who's it by? Where am I getting this? I think Turks are just hungry. I mean, they do make some good food over there.
Ended after October 7, but I'll let...
Why is it that Southern Europe... Am I right about this, chat? I feel like Southern European food is really good, and like Northern European food, maybe not so much. Am I wrong? Maybe I'm just ignorant about all the delicious food they're eating up in Sweden and Finland. Maybe they. I don't know. Sean Cassidy's iconic classic, Da Do Run. I almost thought you said the Doo Doo Run. I was like, oh no, are we back to diarrhea again? Are we back to Giardia? You crew run run. So he references this song maybe. Da Do Run Run is by the Crystals, 1963. It's called Da Do Run Run. Okay, I'm sorry. Da Do Run Run makes me think of like you got the runs. It makes me think of it's like running down your leg and as you're running to the bathroom and you're leaving a little trail. Oh no, chat, that's horrible.
Him tell that story in a second. But the reason why
That was kindergarten for me, by the way.
I chose to watch this is because I wanted to fundraise for iDubbbz's charity that was under attack. iDubbbz will explain his side of things later as well, but him and Anissa basically relinquished control over Creator Clash 3, a boxing charity match.
Wait, Partridge Family, David Cassidy's blonde brother. Wait, was this the song? This is who the song is by? The Do Run Run, written by Phil Spector and Eddie Greenberg. I'm Giardia pilled. That's right.
That they had put together a third year in a row after Ethan.
You're old. Like apparently, I'm an old soul because I don't know, chat. I know a lot about old music. Like I don't know. You know, I almost have tricked myself into thinking I know what it would have been like to live in the like 70s or 80s or 90s or 60s or whatever, right? Just by the music, right? I feel like I've got a sense of like the decade via the music.
Lena to drop out. She was supposed to fight. Lena is one of the employees at H3H3 Productions. And also another fighter, Harley, also dropped out because he was upset and offended that Ian and iDubbbz dared to criticize Ethan. So I wanted to use the full strength of this community to do something good, to actually fundraise. And we've already...
Wait, the Epic Bacon guy dropped out? Is this true? The Bacon guy?
$30,000 in fundraising before I even started the fundraiser. So that's pretty crazy. And, you know, we'll see. Maybe we'll increase the charity goal later down the line. We could potentially do that. So thank you, Ethan Klein. Once again, your path of...
Thank you, Ethan Klein. You are my best friend. Also, chat, is Hasan still on over on Twitch?
Death and destruction.
We may have an influx of weasels as soon as Hasan ends it for the night.
Is hopefully leading to something that is good ultimately. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado,
he's in France. Is he not streaming today?
To you, the content nuke.
The world would not be the same.
What do you mean you tricked yourself? What trick yourself? To what it's like to live in the 90s? Like by the music, right? It's like being in a it's like you're in a so the 90s to me, you're in a kind of darkened gym on the bleachers and there's a bunch of cheerleaders, right? But they're satanic cheerleaders and they have armpit hair, right? And there's like a janitor like kind of rocking out, and then there's like a band. There's like a band playing, and they all have like weird like cardigans and like ripped up jeans. That's what the 90s is like, right? Oh, he ended his stream early for travel. Okay, well, on second thought, I don't know what's going on Twitch.
A few people cried. Most people were silent.
It wasn't as wait, what was the 90s wasn't as smelly as grunge makes it sound. Oh yeah, that's right. It would smell bad too, because like I feel like there's all this like trash on the floor. Like the floor in the 90s, it's sticky like a movie theater. And there's like weird like old wrappers of like there's like cans of Crystal Pepsi everywhere. That's what the 90s is like, right? Ricky Martin defined the decade.
Line from the
Wait, what song does Ricky Martin sing?
Hindu scripture, the Bhagavad Gita.
My 90s was grunge and raves. You want to talk about some sticky floors? Try a warehouse floor after a rave. God damn. 90s was a lot of goth queermos like me.
Takes on his multi-armed form.
Oh, he's the Livin' La Vida Loca guy? Dunkaroos. Yeah, there's definitely some smashed Dunkaroos packages on the floor if you're in the 90s. Also, heroin? Is that a thing in the 90s?
Now I am the
Oh, wait, yeah, because Kurt Cobain was like...
the destroyer of worlds.
We think the Houthis on Salah is doing what Houthis shut up.
Fucking bloodthirsty, violent pig dogs. Why am I held accountable?
God forbid you throw up the fucking green Hamas banner.
Happy birthday to you.
I'm cooked,
All
I'm
together,
cooked.
happy birthday from Twitch, Hasan. Happy birthday from Twitch.
The 90s was, oh my god, what is this? The 90s was freaking cassette tapes that get unraveled and played at uneven speed CDs and bulky portable CD players. Oh, like the boom boxes as CDs skipping unless you have a memory buffer. Wait, I thought the CDs only skip when they're old. '90s was known for how almost pronounce that like French? Heroin chic. Because you said heroin chic. It made me want to say heroin. Heroin. No, heroin chic. Heroin chic. That's how I'm supposed to pronounce it. Recording the radio on cassette tapes. I feel like my dad had a few of those, right? I feel like my dad did that. It was I was like 4, but my adoration for the Spice Girls was with me from my birth. My sister was like a huge Spice Girls fan, like years after they were popular.
So far, so good. Prologue. Why am I making this?
Oh, hi there.
Chat, I used to always laugh at Hasan's weird pronunciations of things until I realized it's all because he learned English as a second language. And it's like, considering how bad my pronunciation is in my second languages.
Super chatted $9.99. Is NCC a faillennial or a zoomer?
A faillennial. That's right.
That's me. He's watching me play Marvel Rivals in the background. Okay,
Me,
cool.
your old friend, Ethan Klein. It's been a while since we've last spoken. In that time, I've had 3 kids, all boys. I've lost 100 pounds, and I've pissed off 75% of the internet. Probably a lot of you guys.
I don't know, Chad. I feel like the millennials are going to have a comeback, right? I always forget he's ESL. Yeah. And I'm like laughing at it. And then I'm like, oh yeah. Compared to my pronunciation of a million French words that I get wrong. Yeah, no, his pronunciation is actually pretty good.
Guys too. Actually talking about there at the NRA meeting that's today in Texas. Someone should bomb. Oh yeah, and I got a tattoo also, so.
Wait, what's the cutoff for faillennial?
I'm cool like that now.
What year was the last faillennial minted?
Left or right.
I think I got in there.
I always thought that despite our differences, there was one thing we could all agree on. And what was that? That we love America and everything she stands for.
Mom and Dad.
Dad and apple pie, something, Christmas in July, that's America. 90s sucked growing up because they were always shoving their heterosexual agenda down my throat. Crappy time to be queer. Yeah, them with their Phil Collins and their whatever else. What else is like heterosexual culture, chat? Name some things that are unambiguously hetero culture. We faillennials are not having a comeback. We didn't even show up in the first place. Well, that's why the comeback's even more guaranteed than it normally would be.
Sure, there's plenty to criticize.
Because, like, think about this, chat. Like, you know, you got, like, what... Here, the deal is with faillennials, right? I mean, come on. Live, laugh, love. All the chuggy stuff. Yeah, it's really fail. All the anti-humor. It's really cringe. It's really fail. But who are we up against? Let's see. Gen X. Drinking a Mountain Dew while you're jumping out of an airplane on a snowboard with a parachute, okay? Gen Z. Do I even have to say anything? You didn't even go to college because you heard that student loans would tear you apart. And yeah, that's probably true, but holy shit, you get all your information off of TikTok. What else do we have? Who else wants to fucking step up? Boomers. Oh my God, don't even get me started, boomers. Don't even get me started. Gen X always wins only when they draw the X on their face. That's how you know Gen X is serious, right? When they come on TikTok and they got the X, like, right? I don't know. Is it a filter chat that they use, or is it do they just draw? I think half of them just draw it on. Half of them don't know that there's a filter. Gen Z is brain broken. My point is, chat, we're all fucked. We're all fucked. What's the good generation? Like, I feel like generations, there's no good generations. There's good times for generations. Like, if you were a boomer in the 60s, that was probably pretty cool, right? I mean, you were probably, being manipulated by the CIA in a million different ways that you didn't know. Your drug dealer was probably part of the MK Ultra program, right? But, it was cool. It was a cool time. If you're a millennial in like was the silent generation? That's Bernie's generation, right? The silent generation. God, I'm sure I pissed like some people off. I've always got to do the generations discourse. I feel like Ethan is kind of Gen X coded, even though he's a millennial. I think you're right. I think he is a millennial. Gen Z humor is so dada, or is it so caca? No, sorry, that's Ethan Klein. That's caca.
And endless things.
Gen X, the last of the lead poison generation. Don't forget that the boomers are even more lead poison than Gen X.
But I thought it was about making a more perfect union, not tearing it down. The thing is, there's something kind of scary.
The generation that missed this bullshit, best generation. Yeah, generations from another timeline would be the best generation.
In America.
Communism.
That's America. That's America too.
Generation Neanderthal. What is that? Generation N? Yeah, the Neanderthals were pretty hard.
I started a show a couple of years ago with my acquaintance, Hasan Piker. You might remember him from...
Yeah, by the way, I do want to point out something here. This is...
Davy Cliff, Gen X was hilarious because they defined themselves as being hip and cool and then just got old. I mean, that was their falling down, is when they got old. If you could have just avoided getting old, you'd have been fine.
January 31st.
Note to Zoomers. Do not get old. It's overrated. You don't have to do it. Don't let them fool you. Don't let them fool you.
2025 was when this video was released.
Get your liberal arts degree and just say fuck them.
January 31st, 2025. Yeah, I disliked it. I ripped it already. Gotta do it.
I'm sorry. I don't do this shit. He's disliked the video. All right, now look, I'm from the old school, back when disliking a video was algorithmically the same as liking a video. I don't think it actually helps a video now. I don't think it hurts it either. Like it doesn't hurt a video to get dislikes, but it doesn't, in the past, it was just like any kind of engagement is good engagement, right? But yeah, I don't know. If there's really a video that I don't want to give any bump to, I don't know. I try to figure out a way to like download it or watch it on Discord or something, right? Because any sort of interaction with a video is just gonna make it pop off that much more, theoretically at least.
One time. There was something brewing in the United States of America at that point. Do you want to know why I say this? I point out the date. Because the thing that was brewing in America...
People in ancient Athens wrote complaints about the younger generation. I almost thought you said ancient aliens.
Was not communism. I know he's trying to make a joke, right? He's, I think, trying to make a joke. But we were already... Ethan is the most millennial man in the world. He is all our lib sin looking us in the face. He is all of our lib sins looking us in the face. Deep into the insanity of the Donald Trump Burger Reich administration. At this point, I was in Japan, escaping the fascist administration rising to power. But at this point, it had been 11 days since Elon Musk had dropped the Sig Heil twice.
NCC is a secret boomer? No, I just know all the boomer music. I grew up with a dad and an uncle that were classic rock fiends.
Inauguration. Okay? We're 11 days into Donald Trump. And the reason why I point this out is because
Sisyphean says, we don't claim Ethan. Isn't he Gen X? He is Gen X coded, people have observed. But no, technically speaking, I guess he's a millennial.
I suspect, regardless of the fact that I didn't watch the context,
Wait, chat, what's the cutoff? When do millennials become Zoomers? What is the year for that?
But I am very familiar with Ethan's commentary.
I think I'm on the millennial side of things, of the zillennial divide.
The reason why I mention this is because Ethan has a lot of issues with figuring out his priorities, because a lot of what Ethan talks about in this video are values that he cares about, values that he wants to defend. Like, he's a fighter against anti-Semitism. He's a fighter against right-wing attitudes and things like that. He's a fighter against extremism on all sides. And yet, it feels like what he chooses to spend his time on betrays that idea, betrays that value, that first principle that he's operating off of. Because if you're freaking out about anti-Semitism on the rise, I would assume that you probably wouldn't make an entire video and use your previously unused platform to attack your former podcast co-host, who you knew was not an anti-Semite, and you, I think, still know is not an anti-Semite, but sometimes you go back and forth on it. And I know his response always is he can care about two things at once. Yes, but the thing that he's caring about is bullshit. And I think my response to this is going to explain to you exactly why the thing that he ostensibly cares about with respect to me, okay, or all the other people that he brings up in this context nuke is ridiculous. Especially because whenever Ethan says, I can care about two things at once.
Greatest Generation music is better than boomer music because they had local live music played by musicians who were making a living instead of just one single disc jockey. Wait, is Greatest Generation music is like Elvis? Is Hasan dressed up for the charity? I guess. Maybe it's because Ethan's been dressing up lately. I don't know.
Well, he certainly doesn't talk about the other thing that he's supposed to care about. If Ethan says, I care about the genocide, for example, and then spends every waking moment talking about those who speak out against said genocide, then it's kind of hard for people to go along with this ridiculous narrative that he actually cares about the genocide.
Such classics as
America deserved 9/11, dude. Fuck it. I'm saying it. Yeah, kill them. Kill those motherfuckers in a video game. Sorry. Holy shit.
That's not what I said, you dumb cracker bitch.
And of course, the Leftovers podcast, which was our show, which we made broadly to goof on the antics of the right. Now, to be clear, I knew about all these edgy and controversial jokes at the time we made the show together, because who am I to judge?
There was Ethan Klein being a delightful human being.
I was just going to say, if there's another Holocaust, if they start rounding up the Jews again, I hope Ben gets...
Okay, the Seinfeld references are stale, man. But that's an aesthetic note.
Chat, Seinfeld was like 90s, right? But when was the Seinfeld meme revival? Like, I know that Ethan's inclusion of the Seinfeld music is like a reference to something. Was that a millennial thing? Like, to kind of ironically throw in Seinfeld references? When was that popular? I know it's like a reference to some era, some bygone era. Yeah, very stale. I know it's a reference to some bygone era of YouTube, or it's a reference from some bygone era.
He presents himself as someone like me, a left-leaning Democrat who supports...
I love this idea. He's pretending to be someone like me, right? Not that you, Ethan Klein, were pretending to be someone like Hasan Piker, being like, oh yeah, no, socialism, I'm a big social democrat, or what did he say? Did he say sock dem, or I think he said democratic socialist, but I mean, obviously he must have meant like sock dem. I don't know why that's not. Davy Cliff, been listening to the Get Cynical Gamer Gate History podcast, and that shit is was the most millennial, just the most politically inefficient BS that's actually all about toys and how you want to look. God damn. I don't know why didn't that one, even the Curb music, yeah, it's very stale at this point. Like I tried to watch, I think I was on. Yeah, he meant sockdom. If he even knows, like if he even knows what he's talking about. When I was on a plane, coming over here, there was not a lot, there's not a lot of good stuff to watch. And I think I ended up watching the new series, and I didn't even realize this show was still on, right? Of Curb Your Enthusiasm. And oh my God. Like I used to really laugh at Curb. And wow, the new season of Curb. Have you seen Loner on H3? Yeah, we're going to get to that, no other.
And we went on making the show.
Okay, right off the rip, let me get started by saying I have failed. I'm a failure. The reason why I have failed is because the Leftovers podcast was supposed to be a podcast where this man, who I thought at the time was an open-minded, empathetic, kind person, who was interested in learning.
But this is what I'm saying. Is that if there's any pretender in this situation, in the Leftovers collaboration, it is Ethan Klein, not Hasan, right? In terms of pretending to be something that you're not. I believe Gen X would call this being a poser. And yeah, when it comes to even be like representing himself as a sock dem, he's a massive poser, this guy. He's like a sock dem. He's like
Joshua Kell, super chatted $5. Irene and chat. No matter how hard life gets, know that all of you have great value.
Thank you, Joshua Keller. And you unknowingly just stepped on a meme from this community. Anybody know about NCC, the Great Value Streamer? I don't think anybody does. Demon Mama thought that she was burying me with that clip, right? When she referred to me as a great value streamer, she thought she cooked. And it turns out she got cooked. By none other than Westside Tyler. Yeah, right? That's
on his own journey of learning. It was supposed to be the goofs and gaffs guy, and I was supposed to be the guy that gives them, the meat and the bones. I was supposed to be the information guy.
The meat and the bones. I love how he says that. Starting to believe H3 is using bots. I don't know.
He's the goofs and gaffs guy. We clown on the right, and we educate.
All I know is that I feel valutane when I watch. People are calling me no CC now instead of NCC. I kind of like it.
The audience as Ethan himself.
But yeah, Chad, I'm the great value streamer according to Demon Mama. I think she was trying to claim that I was like the Temu version of herself. Butterfly, did we hit the butterfly? Thank you. Thank you for alerting me to butterfly status being achieved. 161 also achieved. God damn, chat.
Is getting educated by politics. But it seems like I failed on that educational aspect, considering that his analysis right off the rip is, well, he's a left-leaning Democrat who supports.
It's too bad I'm not getting my normal Twitch viewership tonight. because I thought about maybe throwing on the Tilta. I think the thing that Hasan. So what we're watching here, chat, is the stream from yesterday. This is Hasan's stream, and he's doing a charity stream where he finally goes over the content nuke, right? He's donating to, I think it's an anti-cancer. I should specify when I say a cancer charity. Of course, I mean an anti-cancer charity, not a pro-cancer charity. That would be weird. That would be weird. But yeah, he's donating, and I think they said through Tiltify. So I was thinking about maybe. I've never done Tiltify before, but I was thinking about maybe throwing it on my stream too. But we don't have the crew.
Basic things. What does this mean?
Oh, for a left.
What does this mean?
Are they all hanging out in the Are they all hanging out in the, what do you call it? Like the off-stream chat?
Basic things. And
left-leaning Democrat who supports basic things? Okay.
we went on making the show for about 2 years and everything was good. Everyone was having fun. The audience was having fun. No problem. That was until this happened.
We were doing our regular show, and for the first time I noticed an inordinate amount of radical, hardcore leftists. I mean, I thought we were social democrats, not whatever this was.
Ethan Klein did not know what social democrats are or what that represents, by the way, before Leftovers. And I suspect he might still not know what being a social democrat is even at this point. But let's continue.
Wait, the Rat in the Cage song?
So I don't hate the idea of like people who can be successful. I think it's good that people can achieve success.
Yeah, it starts off like the world is a vampire. Who is that? Is that 9 Inch Nails?
In the term monetary success. I mean, that's what that means, right? I do. You know, there's nothing.
Sent to drain. Is that Metallica, chat?
I am not a.
It's not Metallica.
Success. I myself
am Smashing Pumpkins. Okay.
Successful, one of the largest.
Chat. I was gonna guess Blues Traveler next.
Points of contention with my existence from many right wingers is that oh, you're a socialist, but you have money.
That song is I didn't realize I liked a Smashing Pumpkins song. It's Smashing Pumpkins. Chat confirms it.
How does that happen?
Smashing Pumpkins? I love doing that.
So clearly, I don't take issue with that.
It's Smash Mouth. Yes.
No, there is no disagreement there.
Too wrong.
It's Hootie and the Blowfish. It's Weezer. Yes, it's Weezer. It's definitely Weezer.
I don't know what y'all are tripping about. Like, what the fuck do you?
What is that?
Chat, is it just me? I can totally see Metallica. I know you think it's weird that I said Metallica. People are like, are you trolling? But I can totally imagine, what's the dude's name? Like the singer, he looks kind of like the Cowardly Lion. Like I can imagine a Metallica version of The World is a Vampire.
Are you guys
are looking for?
You guys are all like radical communists? There's that many radical communists? Suck it, chat.
Communists and invading radicals, chat. Does somebody want to follow me or want to sub me on YouTube to? Oh my God, Mr. Metallica, that's a deep cut. Is that I saw the TV Glow reference right there.
You're watching.
Weezer guitarist was my neighbor. That would have been cool.
Capitalist.
Yeah, James Hetfield. That's his name.
Big. Deal with it.
MTG's boyfriend. Yes.
This happened.
This comment from Hasan really started to sound some alarms in my head.
If you're in a socialist country with multiple parties, and one of the parties is a capitalist party, which would surely...
Demon Mama has been radio silence for almost a year. Yeah, I don't know, chat. I don't hold any grudges, just for the record. I don't hold any grudges. I remember there's some like weird stuff going on with Demon Mama's community towards the end there, but like, I don't know. I don't,
exist.
Yeah.
What would you do if that party started gaining momentum?
The solution to that,
even though she literally flips me off on that clip. She like the thumbnail, chat, the thumbnail of Demon Mama's like, my thoughts on NCC or whatever the fuck that was called is just her going like, it's like the Donald Trump thing. She has that weird
education and offering more
re-education.
Re-education, certainly. Yeah, there should be an enforcement.
Okay. Hasan, why? 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 This is one thing that frustrates me about Hasan. All right? He knows that the actual meaning of propaganda is like anything that you're propagating, and it doesn't necessarily have to have like a connotation, right? But when you say it to normies, right, and you say propaganda, they think lies. They think, lies in the service of some cult-like ideology, I guess is what propaganda means to most people, right? But he insists on being like, oh no, I am a propagandist. I do propaganda all the time. I love propaganda. My whole family were propagandists, right? I don't know. I'm just like, why? What's the point? And here where he's like, yeah, sure, re-education, that sounds good. Like, oh my God, dude, whatever the real definition of re-education is, when you say it, you know what people fucking think, right? And like, really, let's go back here. Oh shit, I didn't hit it the right thing. Let's go back here for a second.
The solution to that would always be education.
So he said education. So what, okay, like rewind it a little bit more.
And then this happened.
This comment from Hasan really started to sound some alarms in my head.
If you're in a socialist country with multiple parties, and one of the
Okay,
parties...
so you're in a socialist country with multiple parties, right? So you're in a Democrat, like a social democrat country, basically, I think is what he's describing.
Parties is a capitalist party.
Okay, so another one of the parties is a capitalist party. So you're in a you're in a social democracy. One of the parties is a capitalist party. Go on.
Which would surely exist.
Yeah.
What would you do if that party started gaining momentum?
And so all of a sudden that party threatens to take power. Maybe even has a project. Project 2569, right? To end the social democracy and to make the country a more outright capitalist economy, right? So what do you do?
The solution to that would always be education.
Yes, that is correct. That is correct. That is correct. How do you avoid having a retrograde party if you have a cheese? And like the truth is, chat, like the battle is never over, right? You never really. I don't think you ever get to a point where you're like, oh yeah, we're at the tipping point. We're social. We're a social democracy, and we're never going back to like a more neoliberal democracy. I think that's always a threat, right? But the one thing that would forestall what Ethan is bringing up is the possibility that, through the political process, capitalists are able to trick enough people into going backwards, right? How do you avoid that? And the answer, in fact, is education. The more critical thinking, the more available education is. Chat, if people have the ability to go to college for free, all right? And just take I would even say like an associate's level of education. I would say even 2 years. You take, your general grads, right? And you learn some critical thinking skills, and you're less likely to be tricked by a capitalist party trying to claim that you would be enriched. If you would just give up some of these regulations, if you would give up some of your workplace protections, right? We will cut you in. We, the capitalists, will cut you in on some of that money that we will make, which is really why they're asking, if you will just give us power, if you will elect our party, right? How do you avoid being tricked by that with an educated voting base, right? With education being good, high quality, and free, and concentrating, on critical thinking, right? Because you're less likely to get conned, which is what Ethan is talking about. He's talking about a retrograde party in a social democracy conning people into going backwards and giving up their worker protections, giving up, things like healthcare, right? It's things that they should never want to give up. Why would they give them up? They give them up if they get tricked. How do you stop them from getting tricked? Education. Yes, correct. And then what does he say?
And offering more
re-education?
Re-education?
Certainly, yeah.
No, not certainly. God damn. So Hasan hears re-education, and he answers certainly because like he's thinking like, well, if somebody, I don't know, should lifelong education be a thing? Yeah, sure, right. But what Ethan is trying to inject there is that like, so are you going to mind fuck people with some kind of a re-education camp, right? And I don't get why Hasan doesn't see that. Anybody want to posit a guess? I just don't get why, like when you're talking to Ethan and he has revealed his power level right there as far as what a normie he is, what a lack of understanding he has about these basic concepts, right? To go and be like, oh yeah, re-education, sure. Like, I don't know. I don't see what the point is. I don't see what he's trying to achieve there. What do you think, chat?
An enforcement mechanism. Yeah, education. Here, I'll give you an example. What to do with the right-wing charlatans who are anti-vaxxers and unimaginably racist. I am a firm and committed believer in rehabilitation. And because I am a firm...
But that's not what he's asking you. And that's not what most people that are watching, are thinking when he opens that up. I get what Hasan is saying, and he's right. But I feel like just leaving it at education and being like, dude, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Like, it's like Ethan's trying to be like, and then you have a gulag? Will you do Lysenkoism? Like, right? Are you going to just basically be Stalin? And it's like, no, where the fuck are you getting this guy?
And committed believer in rehabilitation. I believe everyone can be rehabilitated, including right-wing reactionaries. So if you can understand that from the perspective of like getting your parents who are brain broken by insane right-wing sentiment coming back to reality through the process of education, then you can understand exactly what I'm talking about. The problem is, this is red baiting to be like, ooh, this is red.
He was. And the way that Hasan handled that is very reminiscent of his double downs, right? It's very reminiscent of, fuck it, I'm saying it. America deserved blah, 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 right? Or what did some brave mujahideen fuck you in the eye? It's just like it's provocative. And I'm not understanding like why he's trying to take it sounds like a takemeister, right? And then the idea being that somebody calls you on hey, Hasan, you said that you were in favor of re-education. How do you answer for the crimes of the fictional characters in Gulag Archipelago, right? How do you explain that? And then he has a chance to be like, actually, re-educate, like, I don't know, education is a lifelong thing. Rehabilitation, you should never give up on anybody. People should have access to education no matter. You could, that's like a technique, right? I call it a takemeister. Some people call it a Mott and Bailey, but it's like, I understand what he's doing there. I just don't his explanation of this doesn't sound like it was a takemeister. It sounds like he just doesn't. Honestly, chat, it sounds like he's just not aware of the negative, of the pejorative connotation of re-education. But he must be, right? There's no way he's not aware of that, right?
He wants to do re-education. Now, of course, many of the conversations that we had as friends and podcast co-hosts at this point are now being
yo, Columbia Rican, thank you for the $5 USD super sticker. Video game controllers pose triumphantly. Yeah, the super sticker. Wait, it's not showing the super stickers, but I see it. Pose triumphantly in between the words critical hit. Thank you. I don't know why it's not acknowledging your super sticker there. Oh my god, chat. I'm behind on my abacus, I think.
utilized in a nefarious way to say, ooh, he really scared me with this one. Let's take a look. And in that enforcement mechanism, I think like rehabilitation, which would include re-education as well.
If putting capitalists in re-education camps isn't disturbing enough,
This is, again, very scary. It does not mean, he said capitalists on horribly racist. No, my point is you can understand the importance of education in that regard, right? Because a capitalist is not going to gain incredible amounts of momentum, but a capitalist might actually do crimes in the process. And if that happens...
Oh my God, do you not understand that when Ethan Klein says capitalist, his mind is thinking someone who believes in capitalism, right? Someone who espouses capitalism. That's all capitalist means to Ethan Klein. He does not know the basic definition. He does not know what capitalism is named after. He does not understand the process of capitalism. He does not understand the accumulation that is enabled by by capitalism, and that the people that are that own the means are called capitalists, right? He's not making that distinction, right? Hasan is thinking capitalist as in a person who controls capital, right? When Ethan hears capitalist, he thinks one who espouses capitalism. It literally does not go deeper for him, right? That is how brain broken this guy is, and not just Ethan, right? A lot of people in the United States have that level or less of class consciousness, where when you say capitalist, they don't have any idea like what a capitalist is, what an owner of capital, how that is distinct from them who earns money through selling their time, through selling their life,
education and
to the capitalists, right?
Rehabilitation is absolutely a necessity. It is a far
capitalism is great, named after the great John Capital. Nice.
More preferable outcome than actually throwing someone into, as Ethan Klein claims here, camps. I never said camps. He said camps. Notice how he's guiding the conversation in the aftermath without me being able to respond.
Also, Hasan does not make it clear that a capitalist in a communist society would be a criminal. So what direful means there is that, if you're in a society that doesn't allow you to take advantage of, to exploit laborers, then any act of capitalism would be done under the table, would be done in secret, and would be done, against the law. Right. And that, for him to propose education or even re-education, even like, forceful sort of, a non-voluntary situation for, people that are exploiting people under communism is, in comparison to what the United States does to its criminals, which is much worse, as Direful says, than educating them. Yeah.
To lead you to believe that I want concentration camps?
Columbia Re. Super chatted $5. I was just called a communist today, and I took it like a compliment. But I bet that same person doesn't know what communism and capitalists means, lol.
Well, it means that, like, if a capitalist controls the means of production, then a communist is somebody that controls labor? I don't know. No, that is, yo, Real Burner, thank you for the Twitch Prime sub. Watching Destiny Orbiters dishonestly watching this is fucking amazing. Who's been doing it? Nor other. 171, thank you, Narwhal by Nature. I was just about to ask where we were at. People are thinking if you charge money for a service, you are therefore a capitalist. Yeah, there's a lot missing. And honestly, chat, any sort of agitation in the direction of even something as simple as basic as like workplace democracy, or a little bit more of a self-determination for workers, right? Is class consciousness, right? At this point, that's all you can do is try to spread, understand, and foment a desire to continue to understand your class, your position in capitalism, what capitalism is, what a capitalist is, what accumulation means, and spread that consciousness to other people. That's got to be the first. Whatever your ideology is, whatever flavor, whatever tendency of leftism you espouse, we all have the first step one, and that is class consciousness.
Started to note
and it's a big uphill climb. It is a huge boulder that we're rolling uphill.
Capitalists in re-education camps isn't disturbing enough. I started to notice that Hasan was carrying a lot of water for communist states' war crimes and genocides.
What do you call Crimea? I call it a part of Russian territory, bitch. That's what I call Crimea. I call it Crimea River, a Russian river. The annex. Is he going to respond to the actual full context here? I suspect not. Is he going to actually broach the subject matter even a little bit?
But soldiers were collecting the names of everyone donating charity in order to dox them?
Probably not. Let's see. Annexation of Crimea is absolutely a justifiable annexation.
Tibet was literally a fucking feudal.
Okay. Nope. Just moving on. Got it. Okay. Russian communism is hilarious. Russia, as I have maintained over and over again, is an irredentist kleptocracy. Russia's invasion of Ukraine is unjustifiable. There are a million different moments where I have described this process. I have fundraised for Ukrainian refugees to the tune of $200,000 after the invasion of Ukraine. I do not believe that Russia is a communist country at all. It is an authoritarian kleptocracy.
And honestly, it's 20th century brainworms if you think that if you associate Russia, Putin's Russia, in any way with communism, you got 20th century brainworms. I don't know what else to tell you.
Why is he presenting this? Why is he presenting this information as though I believe Russia is actually in the right here? There is a difference that I have maintained over and over again. Russia's annexation of Crimea. Russia has a profoundly important military base in Sevastopol that it actually had a loanership agreement over with Ukraine even before it actually overtook Crimea. But there's a difference between the annexation of Crimea and what took place in the aftermath of said annexation of Crimea versus what Russia is doing in Ukraine right now. Okay? As far as my stance on this, there's no defense of Russia taking.
Some leftists are pro-Russia, which is confusing me. Look, I mean, I hate to break it to you, Dr. McGrib, but some of those are national Bolsheviks. Some of those are third positionists, right? The kind of person that would, call themselves a communist, call themselves a leftist, and at the same time, like, express admiration for Vladimir Putin's government is it's a form of third positionism. It's an attempt to fuse communism with fascism. This has like an old school form in the Strasserites, the actual victims of the Night of Long Knives, when Hitler and the Nazi Party used the branding of socialist to gain popularity, since capitalism was very unpopular at the time. Made allegiances with people that would have called themselves socialist, but obviously, if you're a Nazi, there's a lot about your ideology that's not socialist. But they had this uncomfortable alliance for a while until the Night of Long Knives, when Hitler and the Nazis made it put forward in no uncertain terms that their movement was not going in that direction at all, right? But nowadays you have you have things like Duginism, right? You have the what does he call his book? The Fourth Political Theory, right? Where it's just another rebranding of another way to mindfuck people with a third position, which just spoiler, all right, with third positional ideologies, they always resolve to the right. They never are like, yeah, we're third positionists. We like we like communism, and we are anti-Semites, and we hate gay people. It's always it's never like, they're gonna be like, all right, let's get rid of the hatred and keep the communism. It's always the opposite way.
Any additional land, okay? This is a ridiculous act. And I have maintained the position that Crimea, throughout its historical process under the USSR, even before then, has been Russified. This is precisely the reason why Western Poles, not even like the Russian annexation and the subsequent quote unquote democratic process that took place, but the pre-Russian annexation before Russia's military.
But yeah, the only plausible connection between like Vladimir Putin, there's two ways that they go. They'll mention that when he was during the Soviet Union, Putin was involved with the KGB and tried to say that there was like a KGB plan to like retake that Putin ascending to the presidency and prime ministership, essentially controlling Russia, was a form of the old guard, the old communists, like, regaining control, which, given what Putin has done with the oligarchs, does not make a lot of sense. And then the other one would be if you give Dugin the credit that I don't think even he claims of like calling him some sort of leftist, right? You could make an argument there, but yeah, Dugin's just a Nazi, like, right? It's just Nazi. It's just fascism with extra steps. That's what Dugin is doing.
Incursions in eastern Ukraine as well. People that lived in Crimea were rather sympathetic to Russia already. This is part of the reason why Russian annexation of Crimea, while still unjustifiable under international rights and international humanitarian law, was done without a single shot being fired in the process. That's why I always separate Crimea and the annexation of Crimea as opposed to the completely ridiculous and incredibly violent invasion of Ukraine. In the aftermath of the annexation of Crimea, Ukraine shut off the waterways into Crimea by damming the waterways that were designed under the USSR into Crimea, making Crimea even reliant on Russian, making Crimea basically reliant on Russia. If this in and of itself, beyond the unjustifiable land extraction, land annexation, outside of the fact that the land annexation is still unjustifiable, if there was an opportunity for Ukraine to be able to salvage Crimea, it would have taken place already. Okay? I don't know why people still try to...
I mean, I haven't looked into this a whole lot, right? The question of whether the annexation of Crimea represented, like, he's right that not a single shot was fired in the annexation of Crimea. I just haven't looked into the question of, like, what is the interest of the Crimean people, right? I think what he's saying is that because of the Russification that was done, which, if you don't know, Russification was a strategy, a policy of the Soviet Union to essentially, like, bring in ethnic Russians to certain areas in order to assimilate that part of the Soviet Union, right? A lot are Russians. So yeah, it makes it a more tricky question if you're dealing with a situation where Crimea wants to be part of Russia, but
you don't. Yeah, I don't know why people still try to relitigate this process when Donald Trump has already offered Crimea with a legalized annexation to Russia. Now, as far as Tibet, let's see what he puts here.
Mandate, like
So
autonomous zone.
China did them a favor.
That was one. I mean,
yeah, I think this is all referring to the actions in 2014.
In America, when I say something like this, people get very upset. You know, we talk about the Dalai Lama saying "suck my tongue" or whatever, but like that's not far from the norm in fucking normal Tibetan existence before the Communist Party came in and
So China unilaterally took over Tibet,
like
these are their culture. They basically are trying to, you know.
No one is culture is slavery. I don't know why. Like he brought up culture. There is no slavery culture here. From a Western perspective.
Columbia Re. Super chatted $5. A video of Kyle K today went over that the fascist regime we have now here in the US was already a successful bloodless coup.
You know, I mean, like you could even make some argument that there were elements of fascism, you know, dating back to the post-war period in the United States, right? And in terms of both parties, what do you call McCarthyism?
Immediately, this immediately rings alarm bells. Where it's like, well, you're making the British Empire had to permanently occupy India because they all have had a barbaric culture or whatever, or that the United States of America had to tame the savages. That is not the argument here at all. Okay? That is not my argument at all. And while there are issues with the continued sovereignty over Tibet, that
like, yeah, some of these questions like about Crimea and Tibet, I don't feel that I am educated on well enough to have a super firm opinion. I mean, I hear what Hasan's saying that there was exploitation of the people, sort of a feudalism going on in Tibet prior to China, but I don't know enough about the history of Tibet.
Has had Tibet being a part of the Chinese empire in perpetuity and having some semblance of autonomy throughout even the nationalist process, and certainly under Mao as well, has been the same thing since the fucking 19th century. It was the Tibetans themselves that wanted to rise up against the feudal land ownership. It wasn't simply just Chinese annexation and occupation. It was actually an abolition of serfdom in Tibet. This is no different than other Han Chinese areas that were previously occupied by the nationalist forces, where once the Maoist forces took over, a lot of the peasant class that was under the rulership and even fought alongside the nationalist forces defected. The reason as to why they defected was because they wanted to restructure Chinese society completely. Because when faced with these two options of working with Mao, working alongside Mao, and rewriting the rules of Chinese land ownership, they, of course, chose a universalized land ownership structure rather than going back to the nationalist-dominated previous landlord ruling over the peasant class structure that they existed under. It is not different. What happened in Tibet is also not different. What happened afterwards is, that is a certainty. Because Tibetans still, as...
Wait, what is this? Nobody talks about Putin's boss, Simeon Mogilevich, aka the Brainy Dawn. No, I haven't heard of them. China invading Tibet was in the 50s. Yeah, I just don't. What I'm saying is I don't know enough about the like I've had to re-educate myself a lot in terms of Chinese history because we honestly did not get it in my school. Like I took a lot more history in high school than I did in college, and we didn't go. We went over the stuff, right? But there was no attempt for any understanding of things like the Russian Civil War, for instance, right? The Russian Revolution, like a lot of the way that this stuff was covered was just completely haphazard. And forget China, like, right? They told us precious little about China. They covered, I remember, the Cultural Revolution without telling us what the fuck it was. And it's kind of complex if you actually know about the Cultural Revolution, if you actually know what was going on, what that represented, right? So some people would, attribute like that era in China to be more something akin to anarchism than to communism. That the problem wasn't so much like repression as like a lack of repression of these Red Guards.
As far as I understand, maintain a lot of love and a lot of support for the existing Dalai Lama, regardless of the fact that the CIA actually used that to their advantage, gave a lot of money to the Dalai Lama. It doesn't matter. Tibetans like the Dalai Lama. That's it. Okay? And there are contemporary issues.
Wait a minute,
right
chat.
As far as
Do you know who Hasan is reminding me of right now? I wonder if this is on purpose. Wait, let me see if I can find it for you. I mean, he kind of looks like this guy. Let me see if I can find a better picture. All right, chat. What do you think? Does Hasan kind of look like this guy? It's the same color. Oh yeah, he is definitely giving me Darby vibes, right? But yeah, he's wearing he's not wearing like a sweat. Is this a sweater vest? Turon.
Tibetan sovereignty, Tibetan culture, and these are still significant problems. But if we're talking about the way that the Chinese annexation of Tibet took place, it's not the same as China coming in and taming the barbaric Tibetans. Tibetan serfs did not want to be serfs. They did not want to continue existing within the peasant structure.
Tiny head, huge shoulders. It's uncanny. Well, I feel like everybody in JoJo is kind of drawn like that.
They were being dominated by landlords, their landowners.
If he ripped his sleeves, yeah, he'd have to rip his sleeve. He'd have to make it, yeah.
The culture.
If your culture,
they're trying to spoil the religion and the identity.
The part of feudal warlords and slavery, abolishing that, yes, I do think that is good.
No, China did them a favor.
This is a good way to describe Taiwan as well. The American federal government going into the fucking South and killing, unfortunately not all of them, but a decent amount of slavers and defenders of slavery. This is violent retribution from a powerful federal government that squashed Okay.
Tibet is the South in the Civil War?
Yes.
I mean, I need to read more history.
Yes. The previous serfdom structure, and it's not Tibetan culture. I think it's like ridiculous to say it's like, I think this is akin to saying like black people in the South, it's just a part of their culture to be enslaved. That's not the case. Okay? That's not the case at all. The reason why I try to use this analogy here is because it was initially an action of resistance against the the feudal serfdom structure in Tibet.
Yes.
And most disturbingly, a complete whitewashing of the Chinese genocide against their Muslim minority group, the Uyghurs.
Don't they have Uyghur death camps? Is that?
It's not a death camp. They were re-education camps, and they are no longer in operation.
Is that
according
true?
to the Associated Press?
Okay.
Okay, so here's the deal. Hasan, like, I mean, to most normies, like, the way he's responding to that isn't working. Because Ethan is embodying the vague perception that a lot of normies have, as far as you know, and yeah, like there were re-education camps. Now he goes on to say that, you know, he doesn't think that was right, he doesn't think that was appropriate, but right there in that clip, like, it's gonna look bad. However, what should look bad, what should look ignorant, is what Ethan is saying, because when he says those were death camps. And watch where he's going to go with the whole like death camp thing, right? You know, the Uyghur thing is complicated because we don't have a clear view into China, and any information that comes out of China is going to be tinted by both the you know, the way that the Chinese government wants to be perceived, and by the way that the United States wants China to be perceived, right? But I think he's coming down with kind of a nuanced take, like what happened there was fucked up, what happened was repression. You know, what happened was a violation of human rights, and I think even what happened was a cultural genocide, right? So that's Hasan's opinion about the Uyghurs, but that dynamic changed at a certain point, and it is no longer like that. The article that he's referring to, you know, talks about how it's changed.
Everything I said here is correct. I don't know why he put this in the video.
He put it in the video because the way that you said it made it look like you were lying, right? And I don't think you were. I don't think you were trying to deceive anyone, but it looked like you were on your back foot. You were like, he was like, were there death camps? And you were like, well, not death camps per se, maybe re-education camps. I mean, it just kind of, it's bad optics. That's all. There was bad optics at that point.
I assume he's not going to make an argument against this, and instead simply claim that it's a genocide that took place and he's hiding it or something. I don't know. Let's see.
I saw this crazy documentary, and I don't know.
Here we go.
I don't know.
I saw this crazy documentary. I can't remember. It was by the what was it? The Epoch Times or something like that.
I don't know the surrounding narrative or anything about it, but it was about there was doctors in the area. They would be able to procure organs.
No, no.
I'm telling you, they were in China with.
I'm telling you, I saw it in a documentary. You gotta love this guy. You gotta love this guy. Look, I'm not saying that he saw an Epoch Times documentary, but what I am saying is that if Ethan did see a documentary from the Epoch Times or some other Falun Gong related, you know, organization, he would not know. I will give you 100% on that. If he saw an absolute batshit conspiracy theory documentary made by a fucking cult, that would be, and it said China bad, that would be more credible to him than an actual documentary by like Al Jazeera showing like a more nuanced view of what's going on.
That one is like Shen Yun.
Okay, so he saw a document.
Shen Yun, don't blame Shen Yun for it. I mean, it's the like it's the Falun Gong is attached to Shen Yun as well, but Shen Yun's like the dance troupe, right? That it's like a cultural like a what do you fucking call it? Like they're performing traditional Chinese like dance and music, right? That's what Shen Yun is. And yeah, it is populated, I guess, made up of, draws its talent from the Falun Gong cult, as does the Epoch Times draws its financial support from the Falun Gong cult. So there's a connection there. I guess he's misremembering. I mean, I would say Epoch Times, but anyway, I get what he's saying. Hasan's understanding of geopolitics in Middle East is like a toddler's understanding of astrophysics. Jeremy, he's talking to Ethan Klein. If Hasan is a toddler, I cannot imagine what type of single-celled organism Ethan Klein is, right? In comparison. All right. Now, maybe you're a big brain who has a Middle East doctors in Middle East studies or something. So, maybe I can't say that you're wrong. Maybe compared to you, he does have a toddler's understanding, his understanding of geopolitics is like a toddler's understanding of astrophysics next to yours. But yeah, if you're a fucking big brain, Jeremy, feel free to wow us. Because we'd love to see that that's what you are, is like a really just absurdly educated person and not a FUPA troopa coming in here coping. I would love to see that.
This was the conversation that took place. I don't even remember the full details, but he's saying that he watched a documentary. I immediately suspected it's probably like a Falun Gong documentary. Falun Gong is a right-wing anti-Communist Party of China cult. That's anti-miscegenation. They're the ones who also own Shen Yun.
Anti-gay, anti-trans.
And Epoch Times and numerous other media outlets that are super far-right. And they work alongside the CIA. Having said that, this does not mean that there is no repression in Xinjiang. Of course there is major repression in Xinjiang. There was a lot more major repression in Xinjiang, especially a couple.
No, chat. Jeremy Erickson is just typing right now. It's like typing out. You're typing out your doctor, the abstract for your doctoral thesis, right? Is that what that's what's taking you so long? It's just a lot of words because you know so much about the Middle East.
Years ago, for those of you who don't know, there is an East Turkestan separation movement in Xinjiang.
What is wowing? It means to. Sorry. It means to amaze us, right? To leave us gasping in amazement at your fantastical command of the field of Middle East studies, right? Because I don't want to make an assumption. I don't want to make an assumption that you're just a sad Fupa Troopa who came in here to cope. You might, maybe you are like way beyond your understanding of Middle East geopolitics is way beyond Hasan's, way beyond mine, way beyond everyone's in this chat. I don't want to make any assumptions because I'm not arrogant like Ethan Klein.
Okay. Some of the Uyghur Muslims, many of them also trained by the CIA, some of them are in Syria right now, wanted to separate from China, mainland China. In the process of enacting their separatist goals, there was a lot of knife crime, a lot of terror, and the Chinese government, in my opinion, completely in the most ridiculous.
So he's talking about Xinjiang right now. He's talking about the Uyghurs, reaction that the Chinese government had to, incidents in that province.
Ways possible, enacted an unimaginably cruel regime of surveillance and also cultural erasure and also concentration camps, but re-education camps, where they claimed that these were simply vocational retraining schools, worked to actively, and ruthlessly re-educate the Uyghur.
So yeah, to strip away the culture from the Uyghur people.
Muslims. Okay.
Wait, did he raise 250K just today?
Bullied
or did he get up to 200? I think he got up to like 200K last night, and then I don't know if that's on top of that.
Entire population into submission. There was mass surveillance that took place. And also, I have never said that this was acceptable. I've never considered this to be appropriate. I am always critical of this. This is something that a lot of people get mad at me over.
You hated his fit? Oh my God. You don't like his Derby fit, Utana? He does. He looks like he's going to gamble, doesn't he? Like he low-key looks like he's going to deal you some cards. He's going to challenge you to it. He's going to make a bet. And if you lose the bet, you lose your soul. That's what Hasan's going to do in this fit.
Because they say, where did you learn all that? Did you watch a documentary too? They'll say Adrian Zen's propaganda. It is still completely
Does he have the bolo tie, chat? Is he wearing the bolo tie? Oh no, Darby actually wears a regular tie. Why do I always remember Darby having a bolo tie? Anyway, I'm sorry, that's Darby the Elder. Not to be confused with Darby the Younger, who plays video games.
Unacceptable. It's ridiculous. What I'm doing here against Ethan is recognizing the truth of the matter. So let's take a look.
So like we can get you an organ from a Uyghur. But why is that? Is that really that crazy?
The Associated Press quietly fucking
look, it is. All right. There's a lot of criticism that you can offer towards the Chinese government. There's a lot of criticism, and specifically towards their treatment of the Uyghur people. But if you think that, that there were organs being cut out of the Uyghurs and, given to people, would show up on the organ market or whatever, I mean, you're literally repeating a Falun Gong conspiracy theory that's along the lines of QAnon, right? You are repeating Chinese QAnon is what you're doing. If you're saying what Ethan's saying, and he just I don't think he's like a conspiracy theorist, chat. I think he just doesn't know shit. And so somebody comes along with a conspiracy theory that most people would recognize as, at least be a little skeptical for. He's like, I don't know. Those Chinese, they're pretty crazy, right? I don't know. Maybe they are cutting out organs.
Wrote an article that didn't get a lot of coverage in mainstream media about how okay, well, all the concentration camps have been closed now. All the re-education camps are closed now in fucking Xinjiang, and it's very different vibes in Xinjiang. And now it's the tourism hour.
Let's see what the Associated Press actually had to say.
Why is China invading Tibet to end slavery different than the Spanish invading Aztecs or supporting those groups who existed under Aztec oppression and West African slavery and the British? Yeah, really simple. It's because they fought alongside the Tibetan communists, and then they fucked them over in the process, but they initially fought alongside the Tibetan Maoist movements. That's the difference.
Wait, what am I missing here?
That's it. You're also fought alongside the and West African slavery.
Why is China invading Tibet to end slavery different than the Spanish invading the Aztecs and supporting those groups who existed under Aztec oppression or West African slavery, and the British who used that as the claim of slavery as to why they needed to invade?
And the British? Yeah, really simple. It's because they fought alongside the Tibetan communists, and then they fucked them over in the process, but they initially fought alongside the Tibetan Maoist movements. That's the difference. That's it. You're also comparing a foreign invasion coming in to the Aztecs thousands of miles away to an autonomous region that was already under Chinese rulership, and the previous Chinese rulership did just simply overlooked the structure of serfdom. They didn't give a shit. They were like, yeah, the Dalai Lamas can do whatever they want. They want to fucking chop an ear off? That's great. That is the real problem here, because it's not like Tibet was not.
So, chat, what we're talking about is like the dynasty, the last dynasty that ruled China, to the nationalist Chiang Kai-shek and company, and then to the Maoist control, and that there was not a concern about, that there was no opposition to the hierarchical structure of Tibetan culture under the nationalists, or I'm assuming the dynasty, but there was under the Maoist. The problem was that while they initially aligned, with the Maoist in Tibet who wanted to overthrow the lamas, and the oppression, the repression that they brought, the Maoists kind of fucked them over in the end and did not afford them the self-determination that they wanted.
Not under a
so just the TLD. If you're getting lost in the weeds, and you want to back up to the big picture and ask me just what is Hasan saying? What is the major point of what he's saying? It's a nuanced one, and the nuance is in the failings, the injustice of the Chinese Communist government, along with the with noting the criticisms that are not true, right? The idea that they were harvesting organs off of Uyghurs and selling them on the market, right? That's the do you see what I'm saying? It is an attempt to look at China and the Communist Party in both the good and the bad of that party.
Autonomous region that was still under Chinese rulership. It's just that the previous Chinese empires did not care about what the fuck they were doing to the Tibetan serfs, to the Tibetan peasant class. And also on top of that, even the Nationalist Party did not care about that same exact landlord slash feudal serfdom structure that existed in Tibet.
It would be hilarious if live news anchors got into drama with each other. That would be great. I would love that.
A major difference, don't you think? That's a major history.
How does he even find clothes? Oh, the clothes that fit. Good question.
Having said that, however, I think that there are still many issues in terms of not giving enough autonomy to Tibet, or not cherishing certain aspects of Tibetan culture, Tibetan language. This is a real problem in China. This is a real issue in China. Okay? And then there's the second side of this, in terms of the historical, historical reference point, because you're failing to understand my point here. You said the Spanish fought alongside the anti-Aztec local.
Sarah says insane because I was just reading an article in the 90s in Haaretz yesterday about how Israel built rooms in their prison to take organs without Palestinians' consent. Is that real?
Majority of the fighters. Tibet was loosely under Chinese rulership but never Sinicized. I know. I'm not saying that the Sinicization of Tibet is the appropriate measure. I'm saying it's actually the part that I'm critical of is precisely that. But what you fail to comprehend here is that what came in the aftermath of this was not a reassertion of the same serfdom structure. They didn't do that. They didn't just go back to the land rulership structure in Tibet, but now with Chinese ownership. Do you see what I mean? And also, the relationship between Tibet and Chinese sovereignty is, of course, entirely different than the relationship between colonial Spanish occupation over the Aztecs. There is not hundreds of years of being under Chinese rulership despite having autonomy. And also, what happened to the aftermath of that is important, don't you think? There wasn't slavery of the Tibetan masses conducted by the Communist Party of China. Anyway, Hasan, I can see the fear in your eyes. Maybe we should call it on the content nuke. That's so funny. All of these people that have been begging for me to watch this are now finally coming in to be like, you shouldn't watch this, actually. I feel like you're afraid. Yeah. Anyway, let's keep going. Yeah, I'm still being a coward.
To say
Is he wearing a bolo tie, chat? Is that a? Can you tell? Is that a bolo tie that he's got? You know, like one of those string ties.
These are all AP articles
Yeah,
from the last
like ignoring,
2 years.
There's also
It is, isn't it? He's more Darby than Darby.
Ignoring that,
like Darby should have had a bolo tie.
Spain practiced slavery in Mexico. Like that's. It would be the same if China. It would be the same if China went in, okay. No collaboration whatsoever. No demands whatsoever.
Is it called a bolo?
From Tibetan Maoists and Tibetan communists that wanted to rid themselves of the antiquated practice of serfdom that was incredibly violent, incredibly brutal. Okay, and instead, and instead just reformed that exact same societal structure and continue to enslave Tibetans. But that's not what happened. So obviously, you know, there is a major difference here. This doesn't mean that there is any sort of, this doesn't mean that like it's great. I'm not saying that it is, okay? I'm simply offering some nuance to the way that people frame these conversations as black and white and try to make,
He's really kind of walking a tightrope here because there are people that want to see, because they're so disappointed with, the United States as a global hegemon and how it runs things, that they need some other nation out there to be like perfect, right? They want a world in which there's like one nation that's doing it right. And you know, if you're saying that's China, you're going to disagree with a lot of what Hasan says here, because he's offering criticism, he's offering nuance, right? You know, at the same time, if you're the type of person who looks at China as the root of evil and repression, then you're going to hear what Hasan says and you're going to think he goes too easy on China. So there's kind of no winning with the nuanced view, but most of the time, you know, for most countries, a nuanced view is correct.
To make it work within the imperialist structure in the same way that, like, you understand Spanish colonialization. Okay?
Press actually had to say about this. These are all AP articles from the last 2 years. UK independent body reports China committed genocide in Xinjiang. China sanctioned a U.S. research firm and 2 individuals over...
And this is the whole thing, is if you look for articles that said, you know, China did genocide in Xinjiang, you're going to find them. If you look for articles that said Donald Trump won in 2020, you're going to find them, right? But the whole trick to being a online news content creator is having that media literacy to know what is bullshit. And Ethan obviously doesn't.
Report about the human rights violations in Xinjiang.
It's the tourism hour.
To China's fury, UN accuses Beijing.
Okay. He pulls up a lot of these AP articles, and I feel like from all of the clips that I've seen on the Context Nuke, he basically does not go into great detail about these articles at all. I don't think he's read any of these articles at all. Many of these articles are basically from National Endowment of Democracy funded groups like NGOs that are playing a significant role here, okay? Having said that, is there veracity to some of these claims? Absolutely, okay? Some of the claims that he's highlighting in the headlines is actually correct. The problem is, and I don't know what the when these articles are from or what these articles are actually featuring, but I would go so far as to suspect that he's making it seem as though the article that I was referencing...
So yeah, like there's nuance here. Like, did China commit genocide? Well, what do you think about cultural genocide? Do you consider that genocide, or do you not think it's appropriate to say X committed genocide when what you're talking about is a cultural form of genocide, human rights violations? That's pretty clear that they did, but what Ethan has claimed is not even like it's not even the cultural genocide thing. It's like the like he's claiming like these people are being harvested for their organ. They're being killed and harvested for organs.
I don't think he's read any of these articles at all. From all of the clips that I've seen on
Minus Fury in Xinjiang. Press a U.S. research firm and 2 individuals over a report about the human rights violations in Xinjiang.
It's the tourism hour.
To China's fury, UN accuses Beijing.
Okay, he pulls up a lot of these AP articles, and I feel like from all of the clips that I've seen on the Context Nuke, he basically does not go into great detail about these articles at all. I don't think he's read any of these articles at all. Many of these articles are basically...
He definitely didn't read Avi Schleim. Hey, chat, this is as good of a time as any. Somebody mentioned earlier the Overzealots video. Let's go ahead and go over that right now. Like I said, I'm going to try to not do continuous reactions to the same content because I think that's kind of what was burning me out. But yeah, Overzealots watched the debate with Hasan and has put out a video going over the claims that Ethan made about the Nakba.
I was in Ethan Klein's and Hasan Piker's debate. Ethan played a clip of Hasan reacting to a video of mine in which I refuted Ethan's dishonesty and omission surrounding the Nakba. We'll get back to this, but let's just say there's a reason why Ethan cut my clip off where he did. I'm going to be making this quick and hopefully short video to disprove Ethan's mischaracterizations of the Nakba and the events that contextualize it, his dishonest representation of Iraqi-Israeli historian Avi Schleim and his book 3 Worlds, and to contend with the blatant racism Ethan...
Wait, it is Schleim, right?
Super chatted $5. Recommendation. For a future bonus content, can we put a pin on Ethan Klein? H is basically defeated now. Can we start?
Oh God, I wish. Okay, Asmongold, yes. Okay, so Columbia Rican Dragon. Yeah, look, I wish that Ethan was over. I wish that he would crawl back into his little, goofs and gaffs thing and just leave the war zone alone. But unfortunately, this is a battle that started before Ethan, and this is a battle that will continue even if Ethan drops out, right? So we're gonna stay with that. But in terms of dunking on Asmongold, that sounds like not a bad idea. In fact, that sounds like I'm doing understatement here, chat. That is to say, that sounds like a damn good idea.
Displayed during that segment. I'm not going to get into iDubbbz's content cop or the whole swastika sword that is and isn't a swastika mess.
It's not a swastika, and you know it's not a swastika.
I mean, it literally is a swastika.
I genuinely thought it was a swastika memorabilia. Do you think I would keep it in my house?
Dude, you're being so obtuse. I know it's not a swastika.
I'll pass on Schrodinger's swastika and stick only to Ethan's ahistory.
But yeah, another good point that comes out of Columbia Rican's super chat there is that this is about more than Ethan. All right? This is about more than Ethan. This is about more than Hasan. This is a battle, and I don't want to sound too LARPy here, but this is a battle for the soul of the American left, right? Is really what Hasan versus Ethan represents. It's what Hasan versus Destiny represented. It's what me versus Dylan Burns in some way represented, right? This is all the same fight. This is all the loser liberals that got us here, that lost so badly that it brought about Trump, who's enacting a full-scale societal change right before our eyes, who is turning the United States into an authoritarian dictatorship, right? That's the loser liberals that got us that. And if we want to grow past it, and if we want to be able to defeat Trumpism, unfortunately, first, we got to put these dead enders to bed, all right? And whether it's Destiny or Ethan Klein or any other jackass out there, that's what that's where the battle is. And yes, Asmongold is definitely relevant to this.
Right off the bat, Ethan falsely conflates the Nakba, the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians, with the emigration of Jewish people from the MENA region to Israel. He made this claim in his content nuke.
After all, Israel is a country of refugees. If the Jews didn't come from Europe after the Holocaust, they came from the surrounding Arab countries that expelled them in massive amounts following the 1948 war. In fact, there was more Jews displaced than Palestinians during the Nakba. 1 million Jews.
And decided to
What do you think about that, swastika boy?
stand by it during his debate with Hasan.
You said, in the context puke, you said, this was the worst thing I did, so let me play it, okay? And then we can discuss.
In fact, there was more Jews displaced than Palestinians.
This was one of the worst pieces of misinformation I've seen in the fucking context puke, for the record. It was crazy.
This specific... So Mike, again, nicely done. Let this guy hold your hand and formulate your opinions, but he's not here to help you, okay? So you tell me, what was wrong with what was misinformation about saying that 900,000 Jews were displaced?
He presents these two distinct situations, the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians and the displacement of Arab Jews, as if they're morally symmetrical, when they're not. And to support...
Oh God, yeah, Emma Finch. I love seeing Kaya and iDubbbz. She's adorable. I don't know. Yeah, iDubbbz has got like iDubbbz is like the Kaya whisperer. I'm trying to think of who else she's been. No, she's actually really friendly to strangers, isn't she? She's like super. I feel like if somebody broke into Hasan's house, that like Kaya would just like lick their face and keep them from robbing him by getting in their way with her gigantic body. She did great with FD. Oh, that's right. FD and Kaya. Yeah.
That argument, he cites the work of Avi Shlaim, specifically Shlaim's book, 3 Worlds. Ethan carefully frames his question to Hasan by asking,
what was misinformation about saying that 900,000 Jews were displaced?
But don't be misled by that framing. It's true that around 850,000 Jews...
Broadening the dunks, yeah. Broadening the dunks, broadening the ducks, diversifying the ducks, right? That's what we're going to do, duck DEI or dunk DEI, by bringing diversity into the not always dunking on the same loser liberal.
Left MENA countries for Israel, but the way Ethan poses that question implies a false equivalence, as if this were a mere case of mutual displacement. In reality, the forces behind the migration of Arab Jews were far more complex and included significant Zionist influence. In some cases, that included false flag bombing campaigns aimed at Jewish targets committed by the Zionist underground.
I would just cook them chicken, that's right, Joshua.
Local Arab communities to facilitate the immigration of Jews to Israel. The newly founded Israeli state was desperate to boost its Jewish population and secure a demographic...
Hey, I'm gonna make some
Arab Jews faced systemic racism.
I'm gonna make some kind of smoothie or something
once they arrived. Meanwhile, these immigrants were often settled in Palestinian homes on expropriated land, while Palestinians themselves were ethnically cleansed, killed, or forced into exile. Not to mention, the migration of Jews to Palestine started well before 1948 and took place over the course of many, many years. That's not a mirror image, that's a power imbalance that can't be justified under any circumstances. And you know who agrees with my assessment? Avi Shlaim, the guy Ethan is mischaracterizing. Shlaim literally makes that point in his book, 3 Worlds. Klein even condescendingly asks Hasan if he's ever read the book, to which Hasan replies that he hasn't, but he's read Shlaim's other works.
3 Worlds. Have you read that book?
No, I have not read 3 Worlds.
Okay, well, you're using a lot of source from it. It's a book that he wrote about his migration.
It's not the only book he wrote about this. But go on.
Have you read any of the other ones?
Yes.
Really? Which ones?
The book that I'm referencing is from the Iron Wall.
Then Ethan goes on to heavily imply that he himself has either read the book or is very familiar with its contents.
3 Worlds, okay? He writes about his time in Iraq. He writes about his time in Israel. He writes about his time in the UK.
However, the events that follow prove that Ethan has no clue what Avi Shlaim's thesis is, nor has he actually read the book. Ethan seems to believe that Avi Shlaim, an anti-Zionist Arab Jew who supports a one-state solution, agrees with him that the exodus of Jews from Iraq and other MENA countries was morally comparable to the Nakba and simply caused by Arab racism and ideological anti-Semitism. But Shlaim actually argues the opposite. In 3 Worlds, he contends that ideological anti-Semitism was a European malady that later infected the Near East. He attributes the hostility toward Jews in Iraq and other MENA countries to the political fallout from European colonialism, the Zionist project, and the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians, not to some ingrained ideological Arab anti-Semitism. Iraq, after all, had a long-standing, well-integrated Jewish community. As I said, Ethan opens this segment by downplaying the Nakba and conflating it with the Jewish exodus from MENA countries. He cites Schleim to justify this moral flattening, but if he'd just let my video play for a few seconds longer, he'd have seen this direct quote from Three Worlds, the very book he claims to be familiar with. I want to quote Avi Schleim once more in regard to this claim. Zionists are driven by the propaganda need to portray the Jews as the victims of endemic Arab persecution, a portrayal that is then used to justify Israel's own atrocious treatment of the Palestinians. A rich, fascinating, and multi-dimensional history is thus reduced to a quest for ammunition to use in the ongoing war against the Palestinians. This trend reached its climax with the manufacture of the narrative of the Jewish Nakba. According to this narrative, the forced exodus of 850,000 Jews from Arab countries after 1948 amounted to a catastrophe, a Jewish Nakba, at least on par with, if not more devastating in its consequences than the Palestinian Nakba. Variously called the Forgotten Exodus, the Forced Exodus, or the Double Exodus, the purpose of this narrative is to create a false symmetry between the fate of two communities. This narrative is not history, it's the propaganda of the victors. Honest history has to acknowledge the part played by all the governments concerned in causing this man-made tragedy. The main difference is that the Palestinian refugees, for the most part, were ethnically cleansed by the Israeli armed forces, whereas Arab Jews, with a few exceptions, were given by the Arab governments the option of leaving or staying. So right off the bat, Schleim argues against Ethan, and since this specific quote was inconvenient for Klein, he acted as though it didn't exist. I'm fairly certain he saw it because he played a clip of my video and then he quickly turned it off before the quote appeared on the screen. Also, it's literally only 17 pages into the book. Ethan, you only had to actually read one chapter. On the page prior, Avi says that the history of the Mizrahim has been deliberately distorted to serve Zionist propaganda, and Ethan is proving his point. Avi's central argument is that the Zionist movement played a major role in fueling hostility toward Jewish communities in the MENA region, and that the subsequent migration of Jews to Israel should not be equated with the ethnic cleansing of Palestine, as doing so is historically inaccurate. Ethan pulls one quote from Schleim.
He said, "We did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe."
And assumes that Schleim is on his side, but as we will see, this is not true. One thing I want to make abundantly clear before we go any further is that there absolutely was hostility toward Jews in MENA countries, especially post-1948. This had little to do with ideological anti-Semitism in the genocidal way Europeans exhibited it, and nearly everything to do with geopolitical factors leading to intense nationalism. So although Jewish people may not have been forcefully expelled, and in some instances countries had laws on the books to prevent Jews from leaving, the conditions they were subjected to post-48 were horrible in a lot of instances. To use Iraq as an example, Jews were not forced out at gunpoint, as Ethan kind of implies, and Jewish immigration was actually illegal at one point, but that doesn't change the fact that Jews were subjected to harsh and coercive conditions, fueled by Iraqi anger over the loss of Palestine, resentment towards Zionism and the creation of a settler colony in the Middle East, and the perceived connection between Jews and the British, whose colonial legacy was widely despised in Iraq. It may seem like a small thing I'm harping on here, but it's imperative to understand the distinction between the genocidal ideological anti-Semitism of Europe and the hostility toward Jewish people that arose largely as a response to external political elements in the MENA region. The depth of dishonesty in which Zionists are willing to sink to further their narrative is astonishing. Another example of this is how Ethan lies about the nature of the Iraqi bombings. When Ethan is discussing the false flag bombing campaigns in Iraq, mostly carried out by the Zionist underground to convince Iraqi Jews to flee the country, Ethan falsely and smugly claims that 100,000 Jews were already registered to leave Iraq before the bombs went off.
Before the bombs went off, 100,000 of the 125 Jews were already registered to leave. Do you want to explain that?
However, this is a blatant lie. Schleim explains how Zionist groups were formed for the expressed purpose to speed up Jewish emigration from Iraq because the turnout of Jews...
Too many words, you're making it... Oh. Yeah, I am back. Too many words, you're making it unwatchable. Ethan thinks educational is unwatchable. The irony is, it's like the one time that he's got more... Like, when he's bitching at Hasan that he's ruining the content, right, by trying to actually, you know, go over it in a meaningful way, by actually trying to insert context, he's got more people in his chat than he has for, like, 2 or more years, right? He's got 100,000 in his chat, and he's like, this is unwatchable. People are going to turn it off.
registering to leave Iraq was underwhelming. Following the passage of the denaturalization law, a small group consisting of Israeli envoys and local Zionists was formed to speed up the process of registration and emigration. The response of the Jewish community to the law was slow and hesitant. Only hundreds came forward in the initial phase. The Israeli authorities were seriously disappointed by this response. Consultations took place, and a decision was reached to take action to encourage Jews to give up their Iraqi citizenship. Israel needed the manpower both to build the country and to boost numbers in the army. At the same time, Israel's population was tiny, only 600,000 people, while surrounded by Arab countries with a combined population of tens of millions. There was an urgent need to increase numbers on the Jewish side of the demographic equation. It also says, Zionists exploited the bombing incidents, issuing warnings to the Jews to hurry up and leave the country before it was too late. It's also worth noting that just because someone registered...
I wish Hasan had replied, we're talking about genocide. It's not meant to be entertaining.
Under the denaturalization law didn't mean they actually intended to. Quote, many of the Jews who registered under the law had not finally made up their mind to surrender their Iraqi citizenship. They simply wanted to give themselves a way out should the situation become intolerable. So no, 100,000 Jews were not registered to leave before the bombs. I'm assuming Ethan probably read this Wikipedia article and came across this quote by Moshe Gat that says, just over 105,000 Jews had registered to leave by 8 March, and Ethan probably just stopped his research there. However, if you read the book in which Gott's...
He does tend to stop his research when he gets the answer that he's looking for. And that's his whole thing. Same thing with Destiny, right? Which is, you know, like when you hear about he got it from the wiki page, right? It sounds an awful lot like Destiny, but this is the common thread between the two of them. They're not looking for the truth. They're looking for truthiness. They're looking for a semblance of truth. They're looking for something that supports their narrative. They start off with their opinion, right? Which for Destiny can be something like, I think the pro-Palestinian movement is kind of cringe, right? And, you know, just like an unacknowledged, you know, racism he has for, you know, for Muslim, Arab, and other Middle Eastern people, and then he just searches for like the things that support his prefab opinion.
Quote comes from Gott is referring to the year
is Ethan's thing is ChatGPT
1951. The bombing started on April 8th of 1950. Maybe Ethan just quote sniped from the wiki without proper research. That's the only.
Or maybe ChatGPT quote sniped from the wiki without Ethan even knowing about any of this stuff.
Way I can rationalize how he came to that conclusion. Schleim's Three Worlds, the book Ethan was quoting from and lambasting Hasan for not reading, even refutes this claim by explaining that...
And look, it's really clear. It should be really clear to anyone that Ethan did not read Three Worlds, right? He looked for something that supported his viewpoint. He found it and he left it at that. Any sort of like the reason that Hasan's answer to Ethan bringing up Avi Shleim was, why don't you talk to him, is because Hasan is aware that Avi Shleim does not agree with Ethan here.
By the end of April 1950, the number of Jews who had registered to leave Iraq was 25,000. So Ethan was off by about 75,000. It's true that the bombings alone are not the sole reason as to why Jews wanted to flee Iraq. They were subjected to horrible conditions in many instances. It's 100% accurate. Avi Shleim concedes that point, but the bombs did play a role. As Avi Shleim put it, there was a direct correlation between the bombings and the rise in the number of applicants to emigrate from Iraq. Shleim alleges that the majority of the bombings were committed by Zionist forces, and they, along with the rest of the bombings, were opportunistically utilized to serve Zionist propaganda. His entire point is that the State of Israel, which claimed to be a safe haven for Jews, was actively harming and harassing Jews across the region to serve the interests of their supremacist project. So when Ethan accuses Hasan of denying the flight of Arab Jews...
You deny the flight, you deny the trauma of Middle Eastern Jews.
I don't deny the flight,
you
Ethan.
Absolutely
you
deny the trauma.
You are attributing...
Ethan doesn't understand that Hasan is not denying anything. He's simply pointing out how the flight of Arab Jews ought not be used to offset or diminish the severity of the Nakba, which happens to be Avi Shleim's assessment as well. Now, if you want to argue that Shleim is wrong or his historiography is flawed, that's another conversation. But we're talking about Shleim because Ethan was the one using his book as an authoritative account. Even though Hasan...
And I will say not using his book, using an excerpt from his book, using one line without understanding the author and definitely without understanding the work.
Didn't include all of what I just said in this video during his debate, and frankly, Ethan probably wouldn't have been receptive to it at that moment. Hasan's argument that Iraqis are not Palestinians
because no longer safe are not Palestinian
and therefore Palestinians shouldn't be punished for actions taken in Iraq was the appropriate argument to make, in my opinion. Nothing that happened to Jewish people across the MENA region justifies what happened to Palestinians. It doesn't justify the fact that Palestinians were made refugees while Jews from the MENA region were able to settle in Palestine and expropriate Palestinian property. When Ethan reduces Iraqis, Moroccans, Egyptians, Palestinians, and others into a single monolith, calling them simply
fucking Arabs, anti-Semitic Arabs,
he tacitly justifies the crimes committed against Palestinians by lumping them in with other groups and making them pay for the wrongdoings of others.
The fucked up part about that is that Ethan doesn't see what's racist about what he's saying. And it's not, spoiler chat, it's not that he said fucking Arabs, right? It is the way that he looks at Arabs as monolithic, as being a single mind, right? It's just so blatantly, but he's so far from being able to see his own bias that he doesn't think it's a bias. He literally thinks that's how it is. The Arabs are anti-Semitic, right? What do you think Ethan would say if somebody said the Jews are Islamophobic, right? Can you see what's wrong with that statement? Can you see how that it like can you see what's wrong with that kind of thinking? Because it should be pretty obvious, right? We wouldn't say that, wouldn't pass muster, right? You wouldn't say, like, people, if somebody said the Jews are Islamophobic, I hope people would call that out as anti-Semitic, all right? And somebody would, point out, the examples of how that's not true. And yet Ethan is able to just present this image of the Muslims, the Arabs, as being anti-Semitic, as it being a defect in their culture. Does this start to sound like Asmongold at some point? Does this start to sound like Ethan is describing what he sees as an inferior culture? As a backwards and regressive culture? There's a problem with the culture? Where have we heard this shit before, right? It's so ubiquitous in so many different types of racism. That sort of construct, right? Even people that are supposedly not racist, but they can't deny that there's a problem with black culture, right? Those kind of people, right? It's the same sort of shit. And yet Ethan doesn't see it. I think he would see, if the shoe was on the other foot, rhetorically speaking, I think he would see the issue there. If you start making claims like this about the Jewish people, or make claims about black people, I would hope he would see that as being bigotry.
This is also a tactic used by the Zionist project to avoid responsibility for compensating Palestinians for the property they lost and are still owed. Ethan actually does this exact thing in the debate. He equates the loss of Jewish property across the region to the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians and the expropriation of their property.
How would they go back and reclaim their...
He smeared Sam too. I keep on hearing this, Lala. What did he say about Sam again? I heard him say he owned Sam, or that he thought he owned Sam.
Lost assets, their lost property.
Even though the ethnic cleansing of Palestine had already begun well before the Nakba.
Watch as that gets clipped. Wait, from me or from overzealots?
Quote, Israel came under strong international pressure to allow the 750,000 Palestinians who became refugees in 1948 either to return to their homes or to receive compensation. Israel flatly rejected the right of return. This left the alternative of compensation, but this too, Israel was extremely reluctant to concede. In this context, the idea arose of offsetting the property left behind by the Palestinian refugees against the property of Iraqi Jews. Again, Arab Jews...
Ethan said that Sam made a fool of himself?
got Palestinian land and property. Palestinians got ethnically cleansed. It is not the same. Also, it's worth mentioning that many of these MENA countries were under European colonial rule during this time. The fact that Ethan actually tries to make this double exodus Jewish Nakba point in both—
He said Sam supports Hamas?
His content nuke and in his debate with Hasan—
You brought that up deliberately to say more Jews.
He's gonna bring on like Sam's like Zionist relatives to talk about how their relative is anti-Semitic. He's a self-hating Jew.
Were displaced and Palestinians
I think that's an
were.
interesting fact that you clearly don't fucking ever want to mention because
Why
it
would
really
you bring up
messes
that
up your
fact?
beautiful little narrative.
all while citing Avi Shlaim, who openly detests this conflation, is a testament to either Ethan's stupidity or his dishonesty. It's important to understand that reducing this issue down to mere Arab anti-Semitism overlooks the actions of all the actors involved and flattens the complexity of the situation in a way that plays a role in justifying what happened to the Palestinians. To show you once more what Shlaim said about conflating the Jewish plight with the ethnic cleansing of Palestine, the purpose of this narrative is to create a false symmetry between the fate of two communities. This narrative is not history, it is the propaganda of the victors. The main difference is that the Palestinian refugees, for the most part, were ethnically cleansed by the Israeli armed forces, whereas the Arab Jews, with a few exceptions, were given by the Arab governments the option of leaving or staying. Poor form of Ethan to skip past this while bastardizing Avi Shlaim's book. I don't think Avi would approve of this conflation while also claiming that the Arabs were responsible for creating Zionists.
The Arabs created 1 million Zionists because they're anti-Semitic.
In reality, the Zionists—
God damn, like there it is. Chat, I didn't think it was going to be that clear. The Arabs are anti-Semitic. That is what dude just said. And I maintain that this kind of statement would not be acceptable towards a lot of other groups. It's only because there's like an active bigotry that U.S. culture is inculcated with it that this even passes the sniff test with anyone.
This project, underway since the 1800s, was one of the factors Zionists— poor form of Ethan to skip past this while bastardizing Avi Shlaim's book. I don't think Avi would approve of this conflation while also claiming that the Arabs were responsible for creating Zionists.
The Arabs created 1 million Zionists because they're anti-Semitic.
In reality, the Zionist project, underway since the 1800s, was one of the factors that contributed to the rise of pan-Arab nationalism, not the other way around. Again, my point here is not that there was no hatred toward Jewish people in the MENA region. It is not that the Iraqi bombings were the sole reason for Jewish flight from Iraq. My point is simply to illustrate how Ethan is an unreliable source on these topics. He cites Avi Shlaim, invokes his authority, and then bastardizes his work so thoroughly that he ends up arguing for the exact opposite of Shlaim's thesis. The comparison between the Nakba and the Jewish flight to Israel is deeply flawed. The Zionist project had been underway for decades prior, and pan-Arab nationalism was largely a reaction to it, as well as to broader European meddling. Jews who fled MENA countries were able to settle in Palestine and expropriate Palestinian homes and property. Palestinians, on the other hand, were violently displaced, denied return, and are still denied that right to this day. These are asymmetrical situations, and trying to force a false equivalence between them amounts to Nakba denialism. Anyway, this shit is agonizing to go through, but before I end the video, I want to quickly move to another topic that Ethan and Hasan briefly touched on: the comparison between Israel-Palestine and apartheid South Africa. I don't want to get into the whole would Nelson Mandela support violent resistance debate. It feels kind of awkward and distracts from the more important point, which is the conditions in apartheid South Africa were significantly different from what we see in Palestine today. As Noam Chomsky argued, the conditions Palestinians are subjected to are worse and more violent than those imposed on the indigenous people of South Africa. The black population in South Africa was relied upon for labor, whereas the Palestinian population is treated by the Israeli state as something to be done away with. And if you don't want to accept that argument from Chomsky because he didn't live under apartheid, then take it from Desmond Tutu, the South African bishop who said that what Israel does to Palestinians is, in many instances, worse than what occurred in South Africa. The Bantustans weren't routinely bombed, nor were they systematically targeted by snipers. There was absolutely violence and horrific, unforgivable atrocities committed against the black population of South Africa, but they were still needed alive for labor. They didn't experience the kind of regular, indiscriminate assaults that Palestinians face today, the so-called mowing of the lawn. This difference alone makes the Nelson Mandela comparison inapplicable in my opinion. The conditions Palestinians are subjected to are far more violent, and as a result, the response is bound to be more violent as well. It's an unfortunate reality, but the blame ultimately lies.
Whose video did we watch where they're where they were discussing the difference between like an extractive, exploitative form of colonialism versus just displacing the native population
with the occupying force. Those who maintain apartheid structures and uphold an oppressive system are responsible for the violence that system produces. As Frantz Fanon wrote in the opening line of The Wretched of the Earth, decolonization is always a violent event. Anyway, I am done talking about Ethan Klein unless he responds to one of my videos. Funnily enough, the only one who responded to the last one was the fucking cartoon guy.
Nux Taku chat. I was the only person that responded to SlopTube and Weaponized Ignorance. God damn. Well, go check out Overzealots if you are not already subscribed. Let me give you the link. Wait, what about... Oh, was it a Chris Kunstler video maybe? Yeah, that could be right. There you go. Go sub to Overzealots. Good channel. Good person. I had an ex whose father and grandparents were driven out of their home in Jaffa by armed Zionist militias in the late 1947, forcibly transported to a tent city in Gaza. They lost everything. God damn. Columbia University raided by NYPD tonight, and we will not hear a word from Ethan about it. All right, speaking of Ethan, since people brought him up, we do have some video chat of Ethan Klein commiserating, I would say, with Lonerbox over Hasan's response to the content puke. So yeah, whatever you want to say about, the wisdom of responding to Ethan's video, and like I said, he's doing it for charity, so I don't have a problem with it. But I think that Ethan bringing on Lonerbox and changing up his whole content plan for the day, I think it shows that Ethan's scared. I think that there's something about this response that actually scared Ethan. So that's what's it's the context for I guess his response with Lonerbox. Ethan's immaturity calling Anthony Sargon Millhouse, I know. So anyway, chat, we've got, we're going to take a look at the Ethan Klein Lonerbox conversation from today's H3 stream. I don't anticipate I'm going to watch very much of it because it's probably going to piss me off and I'm probably going to dip out really early, but let's just take a look at it. I'm looking at the bonus goal. Now, I don't know, do I have this like correctly? Is it 181? Is that where we're at? I can't tell. I might be wrong on my abacus. So if anybody has a better abacus, let me know and I'll fix it. All right, if anybody's been paying closer attention. Never watched a Lonerbox video or heard him speak before today. He's such a wet paper bag. He really is. He's just a weird outgrowth of Destiny. Although he wasn't always like this. Chat, I knew Lonerbox when he was... It's 181, cool. I knew Lonerbox when he was a different person. I knew Lonerbox. I didn't know him as I should say this correctly. I knew him as a content creator. I knew of Lonerbox, right? And I remember reacting to a few Lonerbox videos and agreeing with and enjoying them, right? Something happened though. Something happened to Lonerbox that totally changed who he was and what his positions on things were. And for me, it all seems to hinge on a debate that he had with Lauren Southern. So he had made a video about Lauren Southern and her controversies. One of these controversies is a story about her, depending on who you talk to, maybe like shooting, shooting weapons at a refugee boat. Now, a closer look at that situation shows that what she was actually doing was firing flares in the area of a refugee boat, trying to prevent it from landing. And she's with some far right group, essentially causing trouble to the boat. But as far as the sort of malice of trying to sink their boat, it doesn't seem like what she was trying to do. Lonerbox made a special point in this video, to point that out and pointed out his disagreements with Lauren Southern, as well as where he thought that she had been mischaracterized. And because he had that charity for her, at the time so Lauren Southern's career started in the mid 2010s and then kind of went into hiatus. I don't remember what it was, but for some reason she stopped doing content for a while. And her channel, which had blown up when she did things, Lauren Southern got big by doing stuff like she had a video that was supposed to be a makeup tutorial, right? She takes out her makeup and she gets out a lipstick and she starts writing FUCKISLAM across her face. So that's the kind of content that Lauren Southern was doing. And she grew really fast. And she sort of disappeared just as fast as she fell into irrelevance when she stopped making content. So she had a decently sized YouTube channel that was effectively dead because it was out of the algorithm. What does one do when one is out of the algorithm? Well, if you're smart, you talk to people who get views. And, she talked to Lance from the Surfs. She talked to Xanderhall. And she talked to Lonerbox, amongst Destiny obviously being the big one, right? So, and Destiny even states that he perceives himself as having resuscitated Lauren Southern's career, right? This was my big blackpilling about Destiny and the Twitch poll scene. So Lonerbox kind of through his positive interaction with Lauren Southern and subsequent friendship with her editor, he starts to get into the good graces of Destiny. And it's weird because he's sort of straddling between Destiny and Vosh, right, at the time. But he went from having decent opinions on things and being what I would call a pretty good history channel to just carrying water for all kinds of reactionary shit. And Destiny rehabbed her. Well, I don't know. I've got I feel like talking to her at all, right? And I understand why people did it. I understand why Lance did it, right? Lance is somebody that I was critical of at the time for having talked to Lauren Southern. That being said, I understand why he did it, right? Lauren Southern took on a mythological resonance, right? Took on a mythological sort of energy as being, she, at the time, she was symbolic of the rise of the alt-right. Her rise to prominence happened at the same time as the rest of the alt-right was getting big. And so she became what I always refer to as a dragon, right? And if you want to show that you are a dutiful knight, what do? you fight the dragon. All right? You can show yourself fighting a dragon, then it makes it really clear you are in opposition to this evil thing. And Lauren Southern was regarded as an evil thing for good reasons, because she's racist as fuck. Because she's racist as fuck, right? And so when she comes on the market again, like with a huge markdown, as in, hey, if you're Xander Hall, you can talk to her. You can message her and she will get back to you. She will have a conversation with you. You can have a debate with Lauren Southern. You missed the blood sports debates era when Destiny debated Lauren Southern for the first time, when Lauren Southern was more relevant. You missed that, right? So, but now is your chance the dragon's back, and you can debate the dragon. You can show yourself to be a dutiful knight on your quest, right? And yeah, like Lance bites on this, Xander Hall bites on this, and definitely Destiny got no problem. He bit on this in more than one way, chat. When it comes to Destiny, right? He got way too close to Lauren Southern. But yeah, and so like I understand the attraction of this, because it is a pretty good way to get your name out there, right? If you're like, oh yeah, I debated Lauren Southern last week, it's like, oh, you're a big deal, aren't you? So a lot of people took her up on this. But the problem is, chat, once your content relies on fighting dragons, you and the dragon, let's see how I can put this. Your interests are more aligned than they should be, right? Because you got to leave that dragon alone. You got to leave that dragon alive so you can fight it next week, right? So the impetus is to debate this person, but to maybe not go as hard as you could. You're not trying to, make her want to not do content again. You're trying to, it's really easy, chat, when you debate Lauren Southern, to convince your audience that you're right, because you're debating Lauren Southern, right? Who wants to be like, oh no, I think actually Lauren Southern was right? So but anyway, it was mostly more so Destiny than anybody else that replenished her career. But yeah, Lonerbox, Xander Hall, Lance, they all kind of fell into that trap in one way or another. And Lauren Southern had her career revived, right? She made herself slightly relevant once again. Anyway, let's take a look at the. Oh wait, what did I want to do? I wanted to take a look at the poll. All right, so I'm looking at the poll here. Let's switch over to this thing. Boom. And looks like we got Sam Cedar ahead by 10%. More Hasan versus the context Buke in second place with 27%. MTG on TYT in third place. No, I'm sorry, tied with Anna Kasparian for third place. Anna Kasparian's Turf Timu. The View tied with MTG on TYT in third place. So, and we are at 181. What is that? 19 points away from having double bonus content. So I'm gonna go ahead and switch us over to this man. Ethan Klein. We'll take a look at his conversation with Lonerbox. Let me see if there's anything else. Oh yeah, I wanted to watch the Bad Empanada thing too. Bad Empanada's got a video about El Salvador from a couple weeks ago that I thought was actually the best explanation of Bukele that I've seen so far. So we'll take a look at that. And then what the fuck is this? Chat, can somebody find me the original AB bathtub stream? AB bathtub. No, what the fuck is this? I have no idea what I'm looking at. I don't know, chat. I think this is another streamer going over AB's bathtub stream. But if somebody can find me the original AB bathtub stream, I'll try to watch that too. Let's just see what's going on here with Ethan today. What's the story, Ethan?
Hey guys, it's me, Ethan Klein, your host.
It's me, Poopy McPooperbrain.
Of the
McCaca Breath.
Show. Today, it's May the 7th, 2025. Welcome, everybody. So nice of you to join us. Crew, hello, everybody. Oh, my hello. Crew. I love them all.
Hello. Hello.
And I want to give a warm welcome and a big thank you to Rocky.
Yes.
How's Rocky doing?
What's that?
How's Rocky doing?
He's good. He's a little angel.
Yeah.
Scares me. He's too good. I feel like he's gonna change when he grows.
He's a precious little angel baby.
Nah, you're if you can believe it, your connection and love will only grow.
Thank you. That's beautiful.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
AB's bathtub stream is stupid coke. Is it worth watching? AB, Starkiller AB is such a screechy little bish. I thought he well, he did, but somebody, okay, if he deleted it, then maybe that's the only, but yeah, chat, of the people that did content with Lauren Southern back in the day, I think that Lance is probably the only one who's, you know, reflected on that and recognized what a mistake that was. I think actually pretty immediately, Lance realized how he got used. So respect to Lance for that. In a lot of ways, chat, Lance was a little bit of a role model to me starting out content. He was kind of like the largest of the outgrowth of BreadTube onto Twitch at the time. And it's such a weird thing that, like, you know, there was a little while that I honestly lost some respect for him when he was on Vosh's network, right? When he was using Vosh's, you know, he's kind of teamed up with Vosh for a while, but Lance was the first of those people to recognize that and to actually get himself out, and at no at a bit of risk to himself. They kind of tried to fuck him over.
Super chatted $5. Ethan's dogs are ugly AF.
Oh my god.
His ugly dogs are better looking than Kaya.
Look, I will not call anyone's doggies ugly, but yeah, you know, Lance is somebody that I very much, you know, admired starting content. I probably lost a little respect for him with a few moves that he made, but he's one of the only people I've seen, you know, on these platforms that was big enough to recognize where he'd gone wrong and to actually do something about it. Like, he pulled himself out of the White Leaf Network. And if you know anything about that, if you know anything about Vosh's network, right, they will try to destroy you if you try to get out. And they did. Like, right, Lance was like talking to Vosh's sysadmin of like, hey, I think that maybe like long term our goals don't align, and it would be nice if we could make some plans for in the future to withdraw my channel from this network. And White Nervosa's just like, oh no, I already did it. You're gone. Your channel's gone. Like, your website's gone, right? So Lance had to figure that stuff out, you know, immediately, because they're fucking vindictive when it comes to, you know, backing. And, you know, Lance wasn't trying to create drama with Vosh or anything like that, or call him out too strongly, but it was pretty clear, you know, the things that Vosh had done that were making people like Lance uncomfortable with hitching, you know, their wagons together. And then, yeah, they tried to pull the rug out from under him, and by withdrawing his website immediately. Had the SexPest stuff not leaked at the end of November, SexPest would have launched his Omni Studios media operation and had Lauren Southern as his co-host on a Counterpoint style. Oh my god, when you said Counterpoints, I almost thought of, what is that guy's name? Connor Points or something? AB's bathtub stream is stupid cope, so it's not worth watching? what even was the, well, wait, what are we at? We're at 186 now, aren't we? Yeah, 186. Lance is incredibly thoughtful. I think I like Lance. I always have liked Lance. And I don't think I even really said much about when his whole Vosh arc. Vosh has a network, yes. Vosh, if you've heard the word DGG, maybe you've even heard it as Diddy G, right? That is a reference to Destiny's website, right? Destiny was a pioneer in terms of political streaming, in terms of blood sports debate, and I think in streaming in general, right? And he was the first streamer that I know of, at least, to have a website that hosted his chat. So, like, yeah, that's a weird thing, right? You know, Twitch is hosting your stream, or YouTube is hosting your stream, or Kick is hosting your stream, right? But Destiny had his chat, his main chat, site chat, as it were, hosted on a website called destiny.gg, hence DGG, or DGG is actually what it's called, right? So what do you think VGG is, right? That's right. That's Vosh's version of that. That's Vosh's version of the website. So Vosh's sysadmin, a person named White Nervosa, saw that Destiny had been able to make more money by having a site, a website, by hosting his chat on a website, meaning that if you wanted to get a subscription or donate money or anything like that, instead of that money going through Twitch, which takes like, I don't know, 60, or like takes like 45% of it, or it goes through YouTube, which takes 30% of it, this would instead go through nothing, and they'd get the whole amount of it, right? So this is a pretty good deal. So White Nervosa is like, we need that for Vosh's people, right? And she goes and talks to Destiny's, the person that put the website together for Destiny, and makes it out like that she herself is trying to create a site chat, like that she wants to know how to do this, right? But for herself, right? So the Destiny person is like, yeah, I'll show you, I'll give you everything you need, right? Here's the code, here's how you might need to adapt it, bada, right? And at the time, White Nervosa is not that well versed in, you know, site administration, but she learns from this guy, and she eventually gets it up and running. But it turns out that the site she's making is not for her, it's for Vosh, right? So now Vosh has got a site, a website that hosts his chat, right? Which requires him to have a server. But you don't just get like a server for one, like, you know, stream chat website, right? If you buy if you get a server, or you rent, or whatever, the, you know, like, right, if you run a server, it's going to have more capacity, right? So Vosh has got a server. He's making you know, more money off of the subs, off of the donations, off of everything, because he doesn't have YouTube taking a cut now. So he's like, they're like, hey, Xanderhall, would you like to have a website? We have more capacity on the servers. It'd be really easy. We've already created this site for Vosh. We could make one for you. Hey, Demon Mama, would you like a website? Like, right? So every single person that's Keffels, right? Every single person that was in the Vosh orbit that was like friendly with Vosh, which at the time included Lance, was offered a website. And yeah, Lance, Demon Mama, Xanderhall, a whole bunch of people took them up on the website. Like, low key, I was friends for a short while with one of White Nervosa's friends. And when I talked about wanting to do a website for myself, she was like, I can hook you up with White Nervosa. We can make this happen, right? And I said, I don't think I trust those Vosh people. And this woman is like, what? You don't like Vosh? What's wrong with you? Like, you're being offered a golden apple. You won't take it? And I'm just like, look, I know that I could make more money like this, but holy shit, I don't want to rely on being in the good graces of Vosh, because I know that like that makes it so that I could never criticize him. I could never disagree with him, right? I could never go against him. And I recognize, wait a minute, this whole thing, it seems like a means of control. It seems like a way for Vosh to kind of have a little control over other streamers. And it turns out it was, right? When Rose Wrist, pissed off the Vosh network, Rose Wrist got his site taken. When Lance just said that, like, long term, he'd like to maybe part ways, White Nervosa vindictively just like cut his site right off, right? So yeah, I had the right instincts. But yeah, that's the Vosh network. It's it's not even informal. I'm not just talking about orbiters, right? Like, which is, like kind of a way of describing streamers you have a good relationship with that are smaller than you, that to some degree draw from the same audience, right? That's called orbiter. Being an orbiter, like the big streamer is the stellar body, and all the smaller streamers are like orbiting around them. You say this about Destiny, you say this about Vosh. Ethan tries to say that around Hasan, although Hasan doesn't really work like that. She's got her own pod. Oh, who, Jamie? No, next to nothing about Vosh. I clicked on one of his videos, and look, he said the Arsler like 3 minutes in. Oh no. I mean, that's pretty close to my experience with Vosh too. I will say though that like the majority of his opinions that you're going to see are not objectionable, right? Vosh isn't like, Vosh isn't, he's not a right winger or anything. He's just somebody that got big as a streamer before he unpacked any of his baggage, and he refused to like acknowledge, like he got caught up in the whole like criticism of me by the left is cancel culture kind of thing, and it made him and his community toxic. That and the fact that he has a inappropriate interest in underage anime women is what kind of put me off of Vosh. AB Bad Empanada response to AB's bathtub videos better. Okay, maybe I'll check out that. Who Lonerbox is? Yeah, Destiny we want to be. That's a pretty good description. But like, I'm just telling you about Lonerbox. He didn't always used to be like this, right? He's somebody that's definitely grifting. And I don't say this to be like, haha, grifter or anything like that. It's just a description. I don't know what you call a guy that's got pretty good opinions, pretty good takes on things, and then gets a shot at being part of Destiny's orbit and then changes his views on everything to suit, right? I don't know what you call that other than a grifter, right? And I don't say this about a lot of people because I don't know if people are grifting, right? Even like TYT, do I know 100% that they're grifting? By grifting, I mean saying stuff they don't believe as a content strategy to gain influence and numbers or whatever, right? That's what I mean when I say grifter. Most people, I don't know if they are a grifter or not. It's all just kind of Schrodinger's grifter. But with Lonerbox, I mean, I watched him change, so I don't know what I can assume other than that he's grifting. What did Lance recently do? What do you mean? He left Whiteleaf? Yeah, whenever the Vosh... I thought it was before the Vosh folder incident, BCatK, but yeah, Lance was one of the more principled... In fact, I'd say probably the most principled member of Whiteleaf, and when he became aware of, what they were and how toxic they were, he got the fuck out. So yeah, always respected him for that. AB has a new video, but it's called Our New 4K LA Apartment. Damn, 4K a month? That's a nice apartment. I don't know, in LA maybe, I don't know, maybe 4K doesn't buy you all that much. That's got to be at least a 2-bedroom though, right? 4K, even in LA. The guy who cried about people wanting him to go broke and homeless? Wait, what? Irene with a spider sense tingling. To be fair, this friend of White Nervosa's, even more sketch than White Nervosa herself, right? That she was definitely holding out a nice apple for me to eat and sleep for 1,000 years. feel like Hasan doesn't have orbiters, but colleagues that he actually respects. Yeah. Francesca Fiorentini, Emma Vigland, and Irene. Well, the reason the reason that Destiny and Vosh need orbiters, understand this, right, is that they do a lot of fucked up shit. All right? They say a lot of fucked up shit. They do a lot of fucked up shit. They get themselves into fucked up controversies. They're very, reactionary, both in the sense of being, people with a lot to unpack that they refuse to unpack, and reactionary in the sense of reacting to, their chat or people on Twitter or whoever criticizing them. But they need the orbiters to defend them because, otherwise it's just a bunch of people being like, yeah, hey, Vosh is kind of shitty, isn't he? Yeah, actually he is, right? And instead, when Vosh has Xanderhall, Demon Mama, Shark 300, like all these people that are on the White Leaf Network, right? They are bound to him. He is their meal ticket in a lot of ways, right? So he's set up the system where they need him for the website. They can't really turn on him without expecting to suffer for it. And they've got every incentive to try to defend him, to try to keep him viable as a social media entity, right? And that's why he has them. That's why Destiny has orbiters too, right? This is all about, these kind of battles that like the Hasan versus Ethan thing, right? This is where that all came from.
Thank you to GamerSups and
thank you to him.
Well, Teddy Fresh. What?
Oh.
There's very few hot mom hats left. We're giving away free hot mom hats with your purchase of $125 or above. You will get this limited edition,
Mom, I'm sorry.
not available for purchase, hot mom hat.
Yeah, Choki, I'm not. I don't think I was talking to what you were saying. Yeah, I was talking about Vosh and Lance and Lonerbox, but I don't think I mentioned that streamer. Lance used to work with Vosh, yeah, but he got out.
Well, how about that?
That's hot.
It is hot. Check it out. We got the new
Oh
drop.
my god, why are we watching Teddy Fresh? God damn it, Chad. I just like zoned out a little bit because I'm focused on the fact that my my lipstick needs to be replenished. What's going on here? This is supposed to be disclosures. Oh, Teddy Fresh shout out. There we go. What is disclosures for today's stream?
Thank you to our members, by the way. I want to say,
we'll
be here for members.
These are the disclosures. Okay.
Members on Thursday. It is our and also we've learned over time that there's certain disclosures I need to be making during the show. For example, I think it's important for the Clippers to know when I'm joking. I think it's important for people to know that when and if I have Tourette's, right? That I'm not on drugs. It's not drugs, it's Tourette's. It's not drugs. Whoops. It's not drugs, it's Tourette's. Right? Not a financial advisor. I don't know why that one's not there. You can remove this one, Nate.
No, you should probably keep that one.
You could remove. I am.
He's not.
That's misinformation.
I'm protecting you, bro. Trust me.
Nah, we ain't doing that.
You're doing a service to our fans who need financial advice. And of course, the most important one of all is Jewish.
So if you hear anything that sounds like anti-Semitism, it's not. So we got that base covered.
So
you are?
According to this.
It is on the.
You understand how it works, chat? Like Sam is also Jewish and can be anti-Semitic and can be self-hating, but Ethan is, he's just he's allowed to be anti-Semitic without being without being considered anti-Semitic, right? Because he's on the
screen.
See, do you see how it works? If you're a critic of Israel, then what you do is anti-Semitic and self-hating. But if you're not a critic of Israel, then it's totally fine. keep on drawing those swastikas on people's faces. It's totally fine. It's totally fine.
Yeah, we'll be here for members tomorrow, and thank you to all of our members and all of our supporters. You guys have been gracious and supportive to a level that I am so grateful for. It's made dealing with all this shit possible, manageable. And we are back into the dog shit today. Of course, we didn't finish iDubbbz.
Dog shit? That's what started this whole mess.
Dog shit?
Dog shit.
What?
Dog.
I don't get it. Do I miss?
Giardia.
The Giardia.
Right.
Yeah, I guess
Dog.
so. Yeah, you're right. Shit, we're back into the Giardia.
Wait, before we move on, can you read the rest of the little message here? I wanted to, I felt bad about this.
Code Moss.
Wonderful member.
Oh, we want to give a shout out to Code Moss, who gifted 50 subbies.
Wow.
50, dude.
Okay, I think enough of the Keemstar. Let's see. What else is here? There's all these weird little segments.
We have to finish the iDubbbz content deputy. And then Hasan finally, well, he watched, I think, how much did he watch? Like an hour? It took him 9 hours, and I don't want to ever hear any.
Did he watch an hour? I'm talking about not today, chat, but the day before, like, yes, the day before today. Yes, yesterday. There's a word for that. Did he get through an hour of it? He did stay on for like 8 hours, so.
Don't ever complain about my pause game again. This motherfucker.
One doesn't preclude the other.
10 toes down. Are you ready for this?
There's a difference between pausing a video because you want to pause fuck the video creator. You want to make sure that nothing that they say is coherent because you're afraid of the audience hearing what they're saying, and having to pause the video because there is clip after clip out of context that you have to go find the real clip for, watch before and after to show what was really being said, and then there's a whole bunch of bad historical claims that need to be debunked, right? There's a difference between those two things, but that's okay.
You gotta
Such nuance may be lost on the likes of Ethan Klein.
understand, I'm not even close to the worst. This dude.
Maybe you're not the worst, but it was still pretty bad.
I'll take pretty bad, but.
Okay, well then, that's
know.
where
Ethan.
that's where I sit.
So I have lots of comments to make about Hasan's reaction. He is a prolific liar. Hasan lies as easy as he breathes. It's really disturbing stuff.
Davy Cliff super
Lonerbox.
chatted $9.99. Stupid Hasan and his bathtub pics.
Stupid sexy Hasan. Thank you for the super chat, Davy.
Who's really good with all the history of this stuff is going to call in.
Lonerbox, who's really good with all the history of this stuff. I mean, he's really good at making arguments, excusing putting sniper bullets in babies in children's brains, I guess. That's kind of I mean, it's not a skill that I'd be proud of, but it's some kind of skill, I suppose. But yeah, history, I'm not sure.
In a bit.
I'm not so sure, Ethan. I'm not so sure you would be the judge of that, being that you do not know or care about historical or material fact.
To review some of the content with us and give us some perspective there.
I'm sorry. So wait, did I hear this right? You got to have Lonerbox hold your hand through this? Hasan's reaction to the content nuke was too much for you, and you can't go through it yourself? You bitched about Hasan reacting to other people's analysis of your video as if that was representative of an inability on Hasan's part to deal with your criticism, whereas you can't deal with his criticism of your criticism without tagging in Lonerbox? Oh, Ethan. Oh, Ethan. Oh, Ethan.
So, also I want to give a shout out to this guy. He did like a Gokunaru on iDubbbz, and he made like a parody content cop that's actually like a real content cop. It's actually pretty impressive. Here, let's take a look.
Our silence means something. It means that we would
Lampooned
like
him,
to
dude.
pause this
Oh
relationship.
shit, 150,000. Let's get after it, bro.
Wow. What I'm talking about, dude. The straight Gokunaru vibes, bruh.
Why are you spreading lies?
Ethan, last I checked, Gokunaru is not on your side on this matter or on previous matters. In fact, Hasan, when I last checked in his Disarming the Content Nuke stream, he was just getting to the point where he was recognizing what iDubbbz was the first to point out, is that Ethan Klein has kind of just always been a bully. That's always what he does.
Well, is that the best comparison you want to be making?
Well, the reason I say Gokunaru is because it's like kind
If
of
you're
a...
gonna dish it out.
It's kind of a strappy startup who this dude invested a lot of time and effort, and it looks like it's paying off. I'm really happy to see that.
That is an impressive amount of views for 19K subs, for sure.
It's actually really good, so I recommend it. Content Cup iDubbbz, and I think he did a really good job parodying it. Like I'll show you.
It's horrible. No, you have a ton
This is exactly
of power.
how his video
That's
started, which
exactly
is dumb
what
and
you
bad.
Get for being filthy rich.
Yep.
I don't think anyone deserves that level of cruelty or hate whatsoever on my end. I was morally grandstanding and acting as if I'm
Yeah.
any better than any of these.
You believe this guy? Now he does the Leafy meme where he's passing out flyers.
What we do here is go back.
This dude put in so much more effort than Ian. Holy fuck. Anyway, check it out. It's really good. Good watch there. We got him, folks. Jay Shetty is actually giving a keynote.
Chat, I still can't bring myself to figure out who Jay Shetty is. I don't care.
He better. If he's going to make a whole big thing about, oh, I'm going to watch the whole thing, you better watch the whole thing.
No. He's currently talking about India and Pakistan.
Unimportant.
To be honest,
okay.
probably a better topic, a more pressing issue, let's say.
Why? What do you need to know? There's a few bombs went out.
Yeah, it's just two nuclear states that are spiraling into warfare.
What can I do about it?
He says on his Instagram story that he will be reacting to it after. Yeah.
Right.
I'll say, first of all, to give him credit, I'm going to give him credit. He sat there and he watched it. He did do it. Yes.
Wait, what? I'm a little confused, chat. This was streamed 12 hours ago. Didn't Hasan do the... Oh, I know what they're talking about. Okay, so yeah, Hasan, okay, so this is 12 hours ago today. Hasan had already reacted the day before to part of the content nuke. He did like 8 hours on it, but I think when they're saying he's covering India, Pakistan right now, they're talking about today's Hasan stream, if that helps anybody. So anyway, yeah, he's starting off. He's gonna react to Hasan reacting to him reacting to Hasan, if that makes any sense to anyone.
Well, however, he's a prolific liar and a disgusting human being. And they say that every accusation is a confession. I don't think there's any person in the world I've ever met that represents that more than Hasan. Every accusation he makes.
I can think of two people. One of them is Donald Trump. The other one is you, Ethan. The other one is you, including that one. That just makes it even better that you're going to do the accusation about the accusation as a confession, when in actuality, every accusation you make is a confession.
Makes is a straight up confession. And the reason I say that is because of the, let's see. This is what he said about my reacting to Ian's content.
Hasan planned to react to the rest today, but he was hanging out with a guest for the rest of the day to cover. I mean, it's a pretty big story. Yeah, Pakistan and India, like chat, especially where I am right now, it's a very big story that is very scary.
Cop, which I finished in. My total reaction was probably what, like 5 hours or something in total, maybe less, 4.
I'm not sure. I could check though.
And his was an hour and a half. I think that sounds pretty reasonable. That's like taking 2 times more than the original runtime, which seems like a good amount to contribute
to have proper commentary, right? Well, here's what Hasan had to say about my reacting to content.
Yeah, I think the goal here is to
denims in chat.
basically watch this in 3.5-second increments.
Oh, his son ended the stream early because he had to go to France. Yeah.
In an effort to say that he watched the whole thing,
what it is,
but basically to showcase to his audience.
Ethan's basement. Do you know? Does he keep his normal streaming times when he travels? Is he gonna stick to? Is he gonna get on French time?
It's like, oh, I watched the whole thing. It was all a bunch of nonsense.
Right?
Call us.
And misinterpreting.
Only thing he reacted to today was H3 fans creating a spreadsheet to dox donators to a charity and an out of context clip of Hasan talking about Nasrallah.
Every statement along the way
Guys
because
was
it's 3
saying shit
seconds
like
long.
that. Now, I never even dreamed of something like that. Dreamed something like that up. But the fact that Hasan said that, and now he took 9 hours to watch 1 hour. The amount of pausing, it was torturous. It was unwatchable.
And you can see why he didn't react to your video previously, right? You can see how a reaction to something that is so replete with lies is going to take a 9-to-1 factor. In Japan, he modified his stream times to try to match with normal North American times. So yeah, that's what I expected. Yeah, and I'm assuming he'll do the same thing in France. I think France is closer to U.S. time. He tries to keep it. That's what I would do if I was. I mean, I've basically kept my close to my normal time, despite moving halfway around the world.
It was just
you are both
nightmare.
Chat. When do you think Hasan will come to Thailand? That's the question I want to ask you. When will Hasan come to Thailand?
You are both prolific pausers.
Okay, but we're gonna do this in layers. You're talking about 4 hours for 1.5 hours
playing it.
versus 9 hours for 1 hour.
Right. I mean, I don't think it's that. I think it's a valid thing to pause and comment as much as you want either way. But if we're just talking about, like, I get that you're pointing out a hypocrisy here, but
I'm sorry. I gotta stand on this.
Columbia Ring
He's
super chatted $5. Ethan is childishly petty. Dude is middle-aged and acts like a damn child. The more I watch him, the more I dislike him.
Do you think he was born middle-aged, though? I can't imagine like a young... Have I seen pictures of young Ethan Klein? Hasan's covering the news right now. Wait, he's still on? What? I thought he... Yeah, because it's like 1:23 a.m. Hasan time. Wait, is he on right now? Did he land in France? It's actually 10:23 in France. 10:23. Okay, yeah. I was about to ask you AM or PM, and then I remembered it's a 24-hour clock. So yeah, it's AM for those of us. I think he'll go to Thailand 5 when he picks up surfing as a hobby. Like watching high schoolers at their worst. He's still flying. That's what I figured. Yeah.
The way he did that was
So the stat is that it took you 6.5 hours to react to the content cop.
That's an hour and a half.
No, it was only an hour.
No, his was
it was an hour.
His was an hour. Yeah, hour 6 minutes.
So you're right that your ratio is better, but in my opinion, they're both pretty.
His high school senior photo is him wearing a Pokemon shirt.
Oh, please. You got to see the way he was stopping to talk about shit. Ian showed.
How dare he stop to talk about shit? He literally wants Hasan to put on his video and just sit there and play it. That's what he wants. That's the only thing that was, and then at the end, we'll be like, well, I guess he got me. I'm going to quit my career now. I guess he's smarter than me. I don't know anything about, I was just a mouthpiece for communists invading radicals and terrorists, and I'm gonna stop doing stuff now.
Up, by the way,
that's the only thing that'll make him happy.
And you guys got to understand how little Hasan cares about this man, and I love it.
Wait, he's got to go to Cuba first, then to China, which is copium. Wait, then to Australia again, then to Japan again, then to the DPRK. I mean, that's going to be an epic stream, the DPRK stream. Do you think he'll sing Cholima on a Wing when he goes to... And also, when he comes to Thailand, it better damn well be Songkran. Like, Hasan, next year, chat, Songkran, we need to make it happen. How can we make Hasan show up at Songkran?
iDubbbz flew to LA to participate in this charity stream, right? Hasan mentions at the beginning of the day that Ian is there and he's going to bring him out a little bit later. He doesn't bring him out till 9 p.m., 1 hour before the end of the stream. And he humiliates him the entire time. Watch here. Let me show you some clips.
Anyone not aware, I've seen a lot of people smearing the people in the photo, and Hasan as well. I'm the one who thoughtlessly picked up the sword.
But look at how much Kaya loves iDubbbz.
We were grabbing a lot of props in Hasan's room, and there are a lot of props.
There's a lot of anti-Semitic props, and he just chose that anti-Semitic one as opposed to the other anti-Semitic ones.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me fix this.
Again, it's just the way he characterizes things is so dishonest. You have a lot of props. You have one with a swastika. That's the one you chose.
No, Ethan, you're wrong. You're wrong. They're all anti-Semitic props, right? If you look closely, all right, that basketball down there, see there's another prop, has a sonen rod on the bottom, right? The JoJo figures are all of wait, what the fuck is the guy's name? Von Stroheim. Yeah. It's all von Stroheim, right, chat? It's literally everything in there is anti-Semitic. It's kind of like have you ever seen Return to Oz? Anybody ever seen this movie? It's like a Wizard of Oz movie, but she's like returning to Oz. It's so weird. And there's like a moose and stuff. But anyway, she's got to find like the one, what is it? Like the one emerald thing in the room, or like, what is it? Like in Hasan's room, you got to find the one non-anti-Semitic prop, right? There's one, but it's really hard to find.
Right?
So the swastika
That's
one.
my fucking point. But he's such a prolific...
Yeah, that's right. All bankais are anti-Semitic, right? That's the key to unlocking the power of bankai, is to release the hollow energy within you, which is and all hollows are anti-Semitic. So, Return to Oz is badass. I remember throwing punches around and preaching from my chair. Who are you? I said, who are you?
Skilled, seasoned liar. Everything he says is spinned. He's like, oh yeah, everything in my room's a swastika. It's like, no, that's literally the opposite of what I'm saying. There's one swastika, and you guys picked that one. That's the coincidence.
Are you sure there's only one swastika, Ethan? You really don't believe that Hasan has more diversity in his anti-Semitic props than just that?
Hat.
Yeah. There's a lot of is the mic buzzing? No. Yeah.
This is right.
I'm going to kick you out if you apologize for that, by the way, because that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Don't even think about that. Okay.
Yeah, so
I mean, this is what iDubbbz does, though. He apologizes. He's really, really good at apologizing. I get Hasan wanted to debunk it all by himself once he saw the level of lying and immense racism going on and general derangement, which he didn't expect. Yeah, it does seem like he might have, I don't know, Chad. I didn't watch the whole thing, so I don't want to judge him. Let it go, Ethan. Oh my God, stop it. Dude is so exhaustingly stupid. He really is. He was really blasting off at points. Probably didn't want Ian to get more hate than he already has. Here's my thought about it. I don't think that a lot of this stuff, to debunk it, you're going to go historical, you're going to go academic, and I don't know if that's necessarily iDubbbz's thing. Like, remember, iDubbbz's video was not about Israel-Palestine. iDubbbz's video was about Ethan's interpersonal toxicity. That's what that's what the subject was. You saw it all live. I'm so cooked. I would be cooked too. So yeah, I don't want to judge it, but like it does seem to me, if I'm just going by my impression, 8 hours is a great way to burn yourself out. And piss yourself off too, because yeah, Ian is a lying liar. And that's what he does best is fucking lies. How is it that he can admit that it obviously wasn't a swastika, yet a few days later, it's Schrodinger swastika, Biva. That's what it is.
So there it is. Ian comes out immediately and is like, you know what? It was me. I picked it. And Hasan basically, the way he
humiliated him. What are you talking about? That you think that was him humiliating iDubbbz?
kind of reprimanded him. Hey.
Wait, Hasan ignored the Ethan crap. Is he gonna finish the Did he finish the content puke already, chat? I see the exhaustion of dealing with unreasonable people. Yes. If you've felt it, you see it too. Yeah. Wait, what's a joke? Eat the rich. While watching the content dispute, there were quite a few things that Ethan has said and done that were totally new revelations to Hasan. I vaguely remember that. Someone should make a compilation of all of Ethan's rapid contradictions. It is pretty wild how... Okay, so he didn't... I doubt he'd finish it in Paris. Yeah, you're right. It doesn't seem like... So he changed his mind then, maybe. I don't know. I thought he was going to go back at it to like try to raise more money for the charity, but he must have changed his mind.
Shame. Hey, content cop boy, we don't make apologies around here. That really is... Careful, Ian. You don't want to go down this Hasan slope of never apologizing or conceding a single thing. Right? It's not going to serve you well.
Okay, Ethan.
So that was how it started.
Oh, he has apologized. Hasan has apologized recently to his chat for not believing them about Ethan, and I believe also about Lonerbox. Right? His chat had his back. His chat was protecting him. His chat understood and was right about what was going on with Ethan. Hasan wanted to be above the drama and wanted to defend somebody that he thought was his friend. Chat was actually right, and he's, admitted as much.
It continues. There was this funny little image. Hasan pulled up...
He only has 30 minutes left of it. Yeah, maybe he'll do it after he comes back. I don't know.
Ian's channel to put on the content cop. This dude is not even subscribed to his channel.
Oh no, Hasan isn't subscribed to iDubbbz TV. What a ridiculous thing. Ethan, you're still a YouTuber, all right? I know you're old school and you're kind of like grandfathered in from, blowing up back in the day with Vape Nation and everything. But even you must understand that if you watch a channel's content, you will get recommended its videos, right? If you watch a channel's content regularly, you will get those recommendations.
I'm sorry, but that's pretty funny.
I mean, we use a like.
Is it though?
For our work thing. Like, you don't use your personal YouTube
I have multiple accounts as well, chat. Some of you are following Irene Geller
account on your laptop right now.
But
and you should actually go follow Irene Geller. Here, let me give you that link.
Definitely subscribe to iDubbbz, of course. Obviously.
Fair enough.
You want me to check?
Sure. Actually.
Let's check.
He has 313 videos. That's Detroit's area code.
Oh,
my contribution for the day.
Oh my God, he's done it again, people.
My work here is finished.
He made a Detroit reference, and it was a slick one.
Oh, I don't believe you.
Good job.
By the way, when you type content cop, this other dude's video comes up first. Iconic.
There you go, chat. This is my alternate channel. I should have done this a long time ago. I should have been working on this already. I should have probably put more videos on it, but I do have a second channel in case something should ever happen with this one. So go ahead and follow it. A stitch in time on your part might save 9 later down the line if I ever do have a problem with this account or this channel. So go follow Irene Geller. Every time Ethan brings up something about that dumb swastika sword, everyone should just accuse him of being anti-Asian. I mean, he deserves it.
I am.
Did AB just dox someone again? What's going on with AB? I don't even know what's gone. Can somebody explain to me, like, what the bathtub stream, like, what happened? I guess Bad Empanada has a video about it.
Subscribed.
You are?
Yeah.
You didn't just hit it just now?
This is the podcast.
We wouldn't know. We wouldn't know.
Chat. You know, I was subscribed. My main one is the H3H Productions one. Which account?
You don't have to.
No.
I was
Actually, I'm
being
not logged in.
I was being silly.
I'm not logged in on my phone.
Honestly, dude, I will say Ethan is really funny sometimes.
I appreciate that, Frogan. So then there's that slap in the face. At one point, Ian actually laughs at one of the jokes in the video.
This is why it's
Which is, you know, I appreciate the honesty and not trying to be like a sour, weird little baby, pretending like it's not funny when it is.
You are a soured, weird little baby. That's the best description of you.
I'm sorry.
Just watch the BE video? Okay.
And I mean, Ian.
Wait, let's do it right now. I'm going to be the unexpected, maliciously compliant Irene. Here we go, chat. You got malicious compliance. Okay, is this the one? Oh my god, it's a long ass video. Anybody want to give me a timestamp?
H3 podcast attempted a video response to my video, calling him out for him sitting there meekly every single time that Ethan Klein spreads propaganda advocating for the genocide of Palestinians, which in his recent debate with Hasan Piker led to him claiming that the Nakba, the Israeli genocide of the Palestinian people in 1948, was to blame not on the Israeli Jewish supremacist Zionists who carried it out, but rather on what Ethan called the Arabs. Ayad has not addressed this. In fact, a day after Ethan said that, he made a video in which he said that Arabs who criticize him for his silence during these moments are barbaric. And now, a day later, he's made another video, not to criticize his employer for blaming a genocide of an Arabic...
So wait, AB got pissy about Do Not Worry, about Anthony Sargon from Do Not Worry, and then Bad Empanada went off on AB again? But he like did something in his, why is this, how is this 2 hours long or an hour long?
Speaking people on Arabs rather than the Zionists who carry the genocide out. No, he's very angry at me for calling him out for sitting there in silence while his boss said that. Now, in his purported response, he doesn't actually respond to my video. Literally, he does not show a single second of it. Nor
I would love it if somebody has archived, is there not a snark or something that archived like AB's video? Because like, I swear to God, reacting to AB's video is going to be so much better than...
or respond to it. And when people do that on YouTube, it's intentional. They know they can't respond to you, so they try to make it about everything but what you said, to the point they won't even show their audience what you said. And the reason why they don't do that is because they know that if they did, they would lose...
Wait, I was thinking of the shorter video. Is there a shorter video about the bathtub thing? In this vid, Bad Empanada actually goes through AB's response video pretty comprehensively. It's one of those things, it's a good vid, but it's not timestampable. There's a 15-minute video from 3 days ago. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Snow. 3 days prior to that video. Is this one? This one, right?
Hello everyone. So let's talk about how Ethan Klein was incredibly blatantly and obviously racist against Arabs in his debate with Hasan Piker, while his crew member and researcher Abdul Ayad, who likes to frame himself as like the only good Arab and a good representative of Arab people, sat there obediently, said nothing, and actually kept feeding Ethan Zionist talking points to spew. So there was a moment in this debate where Ethan Klein talked about Arabs in this very blatantly conspirational and despective way, in very much the same way that a Nazi conspiracy theorist would talk about Jews. You know, a Nazi would use terms like the Jews and talk about Jews as if they were one like hive mind collective working towards some sort of incredibly negative goal. And this is precisely how Ethan talks about Arabs. A lot of people have been focusing on Ethan's particular comment where he said the fucking Arabs, and he did say that, and that is racist in of itself, but beyond that, the fact that he keeps talking about...
I wouldn't say that it's racist in and of itself. I would say that it is indicative of racism. It is a red flag for racism.
About the Arabs as this hive mind collective.
Yeah, when you start to do that, there's the racism.
But collectively responsible for what he framed as this uniform mass expulsion of Jews by the Arabs is even worse than that. So let me show you the clip.
Yeah, and attributes like, you know, anti-Semitic sentiments to the Arabs. Yeah, that's racism.
Here.
900,000 Jews, approximately 700 to 900,000, were forced to become Zionists, not by choice, but because they were forced out. The vast majority went.
Chat, they were doing some Clockwork Orange shit to those Jews, right? They were forced to become Zionist. They were shown Zionist propaganda. They were given a neural implant of Theodore Herzl, like constantly replacing their inner monologue with his voice and his theory of his plan of settler colonialism.
The anti-Semitic Arabs.
There you go.
There you go. What?
He doesn't even see it. He doesn't even see his own fucking racism.
Here's a further demonstration of this.
And I don't know if your audience gets this as well, but what you just said earlier is not an accurate reflection of history. It's just
How do you know
pure racism.
How do you know that?
How
do you know that it's not real?
Shifting the blame over.
How do you know it's not real that all Arabs are evil and anti-Semitic? I don't know, Ethan. I don't know.
It absolutely was the blame of the Arabs.
When every single one of these Arab countries, with their own version of pan-Arabic nationalism.
Okay, so in this situation, a good test is to take these words and shift them about a little bit. What would Ethan Klein think if someone was to say, someone who he doesn't like at least, was to say, the fucking Jews forced the Palestinians to become violent, or something like that? And then he kept going on to say, it was the Jews who did it. It was the...
Wait, his original bathtub video is still up?
It was the blame of the Jews, because that is absolutely one-to-one analogous.
Wait, is this the video people were saying I should watch?
Except in my case, the historical facts are actually accurate. And just regarding the historical facts, I'm going to be releasing another video later this week that specifically covers that. I don't want to cover that too in depth here, but in summary, Ethan tries to frame this as some sort of like uniform expulsion by the Arabs of the Jews, because he wants to justify the Nakba, which by the way happened before this, by claiming that it was merely a response by Jewish victims to what was done to them by this Arab collective, and therefore legitimize the mass expulsion and genocide of Palestinians by Zionists by Israel. It's an attempt to equate Palestinian with Iraqi, Yemeni, whatever other Arab country that he alleges expelled the Jews, in order to say, well, what do you expect? They did it to them, and all they did was respond to it by doing it back to them, when the Palestinians had nothing to do with whatever happened to the Jews in those other countries, because a Palestinian is not an Iraqi. The Arabs is not a thing. And again, I'll be going into more depth on that later this week. But here, I want to zero in on the way that Ethan Klein talks about Arabs here. It's one thing to say, I guess Arabs did it. That would still be very questionable, because historically, Arabs did it. I mean, that's a weird way to talk about it, right? I want to say, like, Iraqi Arabs who held power expelled the Jews, because just saying Arabs expelled the Jews doesn't make much sense, because there was no such thing as this uniform expulsion carried out by some Arab collective. It was individual countries enacting these oppressive policies on Jews of their own volition, of their own accord, independently, over a very long period of time, by the way, but all of which happened after the Nakba, and which they very famously tried to rectify in 1975 by inviting the expelled Jews to come back and get their property back and everything. But the point is, the way that he uses this term, the Arabs, it's literally the same as how a Nazi would use the term the Jews. He frames them as like this collective.
So they literally offered right of return. Now, there's some question marks on the Iraqi version of this, wasn't there? 1975 memorandum to the Arab governments whose Jewish populations had left to Israel. They issue formal and public invitations. Wait, the PLO, this is what the PLO is demanding. None of the governments and regimes in power in 1975 were in office when the Jews left between 49 and 67. Public and open invitations were duly issued by the governments of Morocco, Yemen, Libya, Sudan, Iraq, Egypt, for Arab Jews to return home, especially in light of the institutionalized Ashkenazi racism, racist discrimination to which they had been subjected to in Israel. Neither Israel nor its Arab Jewish communities heeded the call.
By inviting the expelled Jews to come back and get their property back and everything. But the point is, the way that he uses this term, the Arabs, it's literally the same as how a Nazi would use the term the Jews. He frames them as like this collective hive mind conspiring to enact bad things upon us. And using a term like the fucking Arabs just sort of drives that home, doesn't it? Like, imagine someone talking about these things in regards to Palestine, for example, in the way that Ethan talked about this so fluidly, like it just came out from him so naturally. Let's say that someone was to say, the fucking Jews forced the Palestinians to become violent, as I said earlier, but now with all the context that I've just given you. As in, not just saying Jews forced...
Well, you recognize what a red flag that is when somebody says effing, I don't even want to say it. I don't even want to make that clip, chat, but like you get my idea. If you put effing in front of any other, marginalized group, it's going to sound really, really bad. But somehow he just says effing Arabs without even thinking twice. He's just like, what?
Palestinians out, because it's true that some Jews did that, the ones who were in Israel, the Zionists there at the time, most of whom were from Europe, not from Arab countries, they factually did expel and genocide the Palestinians. That really did happen. But to say the fucking Jews did it, as if Jews are like this one hive mind, this one collective, all collectively responsible for it, and not just that, but also, the fucking Jews, that's very different. Isn't it? That's extremely different from just saying Jews did it, or more accurately saying Zionist Jews did it, or Israeli Jews did it, or just Israelis did it, or just Zionists did it. Ethan Klein doesn't make that sort of clarification. He doesn't say the Iraqis did it, or the Iraqi Arabs did this. No, he just says the Arabs did this. Ethan Klein doesn't make that sort of thing. He doesn't say Arab Iraqis did this. He just says straight up, the Arabs did this. The fucking Arabs are to blame. And just to be clear, the fact that he tries to blame the Nakba, which happened before expulsions of Jews in these other countries, on the Arabs is absolutely insane. As if Zionists were forced to do this, like they went in a time machine and did the Nakba, which happened before this, in response to that. And as if it would even justify that to expel and genocide this entirely different group of people and take their houses because you were expelled from an entirely different country. Does that make sense? It doesn't, does it? But I'll be going over that in more detail in the video that I'm releasing on this topic later in this week. My main point of this video is that Ethan Klein talks about Arabs in the way that a neo-Nazi talks about Jews. Once you see it, you can't not see it. And these sorts of tropes, like this collective Arab, hive mind identity thing that Ethan Klein talks about here, are being weaponized in this very day by people who ironically proclaim themselves as staunch fighters against anti-Semitism, like Ethan Klein. He weaponizes Nazi-style tropes against Arabs in order to justify factual, actual, currently, present-day, ongoing genocide against Arabs, which he, in this very debate, pretended that he acknowledges as a genocide. It's like a Nazi proclaiming himself to be against the Holocaust and then going on to talk about the atrocities of the fucking Jews. It's absurd. So I just want to note as well, importantly, the role of the H3 podcast crew in enabling this, particularly one particularly horrible member of the crew, Abdul Ayad, currently in Los Angeles, California, previously from Dearborn, Michigan. He also goes by the screen name Starkiller with an A, not an ER, and he also goes by the nickname AB. This guy himself made an extremely racist video the day after this debate, in which he denounced another Arab as a barbarian who does not conform to Zionist standards of what an Arab should be, and who thus needs to be denounced as a disgusting barbarian. So let's check that out. Before we watch this, I want to be clear here on Abdul Ayad's role in this podcast. Abdul is a researcher. His job is to sit there and send articles to Ethan, which Ethan receives on his own little laptop, and then Ethan recites. So whenever you see Ethan recite an Israeli propaganda article verbatim, there's a very high chance that Abdul here has sent it to him. And
should we try? Oh my God, maybe I can. Let me try something, chat. Okay, youtube.com. Watch, WATCH, V equals capital B 7 dash I for capital G, Q, W, S, capital I, Q. All right. Did I get that right? B7. Making sure that I is not a J somehow. Yeah, I think we're... So, like, let me see if somehow maybe he didn't... Maybe he just unlisted it. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit, chat. Wait, was this really taken down? Was this really taken down?
And also, there's a few things I want to get off my chest. I'll explain why I'm in a bathtub later on in the video. So there's been a lot going on with me and Lena. If you're not familiar with what's going on, then this video is going to be super confusing and you can ignore it. First thing I want to talk about is Lena has dropped out of Creator Clash 3. Unfortunately, she was super excited about it. I was excited. I was nervous. I was scared. But I was excited for her to get her moment to shine. We've already talked about why she's out. She was in an uncomfortable situation. And I hope that no one uses us as the...
No, chat. This video is still up. See? This... Wait, is it? What? I can't tell. Update 5 days ago. Update 5 days ago. 65K. 65K. I guess it's the same video? I think?
The excuse to attack anyone. People love to use me and my wife as a chess piece in internet drama. You know, Creator Clash is very special to me. It was the coolest thing I've ever been a part of. Lena's opponent, Funky Frog Bait, deserves better.
Oh wait, I like Funky Frog Bait. I think I've seen one of their videos. It was really good.
Experience, and they deserve a...
Ethan bought tickets for the crew to watch the fight, and then had his credit card get refunded. Oh, he charged back? Oh shit.
Experience that's not tainted.
Are we at 201? Thank you, Columbia Rican. We're at 201, chat. I can smell that bonus content. I didn't know that Funky Frog Bait was doing this, was doing the Creator Clash.
By internet beef. That's that. I spent years working on
I didn't know Funky Frog Bait boxed.
A Creator Clash documentary that I haven't put out yet. At this point, I'm so sad that I didn't put it out prior, but I don't know. I don't know if I should still put it out. I'm very proud of my wife for the work she's put in. It's very scary. Boxing is very scary, and she was giving it her all. And she looked awesome. She was doing really well. It was hard watching her spar. It was hard watching her get punched in the face, but she was doing so well. I wish people could have seen her fight. It just sucks. I feel like Lena's always getting the short end of the stick.
Needs to work on the footwork.
Since I've known her, she's always... I don't know. I feel like she's always had to deal with shit, but always remained so positive.
Was this like early on in the training?
Wally, who definitely is a tough coach to have, but yeah, he's great. And it was hard to tell him that Lena wasn't going to be involved anymore. I was streaming outside of her last practice. I wasn't inside. I was streaming on my phone in the car, and Wally walked out with Lena to take a photo of their last practice together, and it's very sweet. And he told Lena, I'll always be here, whatever you need, I'm here for you. It was very sweet.
Oh, Lena's taking pictures with Wally. How sweet. Her last day of training.
Just watch some Andor, amazing show. What is that on Disney Plus? Is that the only place to watch Andor?
No, that's so sweet. He said, I'll be here. He's like, whatever you need, I'll always be here. I wish you guys could hear it. That was fucking beautiful.
It's crazy how lethal that man can be, but also how sweet he is. And regardless of what he says, he has a sweet spot for me and Lena, which, you know, everyone does for Lena. But yeah, I don't care what.
Did she just start training? That's what I was thinking too. I was thinking maybe is that like, did they show some videos from early on in the training? Because Funky Frog Bait looked like they were, you know, fairly advanced compared to what we were seeing from Lena. But again, you know, it could have been early on in the training, maybe.
What he says, I know he's a sweet spot for me. He's the man. And I think, beyond a shadow of a doubt, Lena would have won her fight. And that's no disrespect to her opponent. It's just Lena.
I don't see that happening. Did we miss like what? We just watched them both like practice. I can't imagine. Andor is on the best Disney Star Wars show, but is it on? It's only on Disney Plus, right?
Is a beast.
Why do I feel like I saw it somewhere else?
She's an athlete. I wasn't an athlete in high school. Lena was. I'm sure a lot of you watching this video know what's
I've got a very nice new hairstyle.
going on with me and Lena. We've been getting.
I need to get my hair cut.
And we're expected to be the perfect representation of our people. And it sucks that no matter what we do, it's never enough. But anyways, all this hate that we've been getting was one of the reasons that Lena got involved in this event. And one of the reasons that I was okay with her boxing, even though I was terrified, but I thought it was good to keep her mind off of shit. We're getting criticized by everyone, being criticized by other Arabs.
You like that money, AB? You like the fucking paycheck, AB? Fucking pussy.
By white dudes who...
Columbia Re, super chatted $5. Andor is on Disney, is part of canon Star Wars. It's connects to Star Wars Rebels and Rogue One, and it connects to Jedi Fallen Order and Survivor.
For some reason feel that...
Wait. It's not the one with Bill Burr, right? Is it the one with Bill Burr, or is that Mandalorian?
They have the authority to say that we're a disappointment to other Arabs.
AB is such a ugh. You are, and this is no exaggeration, literally selling out your own people. That's sad.
I'm of course talking about Mike from PA, which I always thought was Philadelphia, but I guess maybe it's
showing off his massive bath. I feel like my bath is better.
Palestine. Mike from Palestine. That's what he thinks.
مثلا AB غاضب مني وهو غاضب من حسن وغاضب من دينمز لأنه غاضب جدا من نفسه وأفهم ذلك.
We have people changing.
That is Mandalorian, yeah.
The information on my wiki fan page, whatever the hell it is. They're taking an event from my college years where I fought to have a Palestinian flag put on this mural at my university. And but they changed the information to make it look like I fought to have the Palestinian flag removed. What other insane shit? It's a lot. And again, people love to use us as chess pieces and internet drama. You know, even on posts defending me, we're like, this dude.
I hate this music that he's got. Is this, chat, is this literally from, what is it called? The Harris Heller, oh, Stream Beats. This is Stream Beats, isn't it? Is this Stream Beats? It sounds like Stream Beats.
Really nasty shit.
No offense to Harris Heller.
The fucking paycheck, AB?
I'm glad that Harris puts out that great service for content creators.
Fucking pussy.
There's a mix of things going on here. People are trying to frame it like he's saying he's going to R word my mom and sister. That's not what he's saying. That's not what he's saying. He's being an asshole, but I don't need that extreme. I don't need that. I don't need you guys to be that extreme. Yes, he said something like, the translation is something like, fuck your sister, fuck your mom, whatever. By the way, Millhouse, if you're watching, someone was in my chat and wanted us to talk and said, give him some grace. He's going through something with his mom. I said, I don't know what's going on with his mom, but I'll pray for her. I wish her well. And the next time I see a clip of you, you're just saying, fuck my mom. But hey, good job. You're doing a good job, man. You're doing a good job. You know, I'm sure Zionists love you. I'm sure they love you as an example of us Arabs being fucking barbaric.
Oh, damn.
Every person in the world wants to prove that we're nothing but fucking barbaric animals. You're doing a great job, man. You're doing a great job. I will continue to defend you and try to steer away from that narrative. You're welcome.
Oh my god. This guy is brainwormed. Jesus Christ. I mean, if you're looking at, you know, chat, if you want an easy definition of self-hate, that's kind of what it looks like.
What else? Oh, what was I saying? Yeah, anyways, I don't need you to frame it that way. I don't need you to frame it that he's saying he's going to R-word my mom. But there are people in there who are legitimately defending me, and I appreciate that. And then there's people saying, oh, and I bet AB will still defend him. And they'll use this clip now to say that too. You see, it's just all whatever way, whatever narrative they're trying to push, they'll use us. This is my favorite thing, okay? The internet, you know, both people on Reddit, on Twitter, and, you know, Mike from PA, my fave, Habib and Mike from PA, they've come up with this narrative that my father's just
AB, I watched the tier list, and I gotta say, Mike from PA, according to that tier list, not allowed to say Habibi. Not allowed to use Habibi.
disappointed in me. My friends and family are disappointed in me, and I'm not allowed to go back to Dearborn because I'm shunned. Few things. My father has been disappointed in me my whole life. It wasn't until I got this job that he was proud of me. One, okay? I find it hilarious, the whole thing about me losing friends and family. I wish, honestly, if there's any good that could come out of these people trying to harass me and just—
Wait, you want to lose your friends and family? Wait, what is he saying?
Context and posting all these clips about me. God, please let me lose some friends. Let me lose some, even some family members. Please have them cut me off. Allah Khalik.
Does he just have too many people in his life? I don't understand.
I cannot tell you how big both of our families are. I cannot tell you.
Oh, okay.
We have and how many friends get mad at us.
It's too much. It's too many friends. Too much family.
Every time we go home because they're having kids, they're getting married. We didn't have a chance to go to their wedding. We didn't have a chance to meet their kids yet. Their kids, whatever, birthday party, their birthday party. Please, please help me with that. Help me lose friends. Help me lose family. It's too much. I don't have time. Every time we go home, I just want to see the kids. So if y'all can help with that, please. God bless. We're so blessed. We're too blessed. Take them all. So yeah, these people who are trying to ruin my life, they are spreading a clip where they are trying to frame it as if I'm saying that I'm going to tweet Free Palestine to block advocates for Palestine. I find that hilarious. My point, what I was actually saying—
Is he drunk? I mean, maybe a little.
If you only
I can't tell.
Longer, or a little bit prior, was that these people claim to be pro-Palestine, but only care about—
People think he is for sure drunk.
Drama. It's made it—
He seems like a little bit toasted, a little toasty.
Made it very clear. And if that wasn't clear enough, that whole weekend, every stream was about Palestine. It wasn't a nuanced take about, well, hear this out here. No.
Why is he in the bath? Good question, Woody Red.
It was pro-Palestine. I was watching Al Jazeera documentaries. I was talking about Mahmoud Khalil and how he was unjustly arrested for advocating for Palestine. But these people don't care. They don't, even if you hate me, if I am helping people who, are on the fence about the topic, if I'm helping them understand or push them to learn more about it, but you're trying to hinder that and trying to silence me by cutting me out of context, you know what that tells me?
The irony is, and look, this is me cutting AB a lot of charity, maybe more charity than he deserves. I don't think that his opinions on Israel-Palestine match his boss's opinions, right? So are you helping people to come to an understanding by acting as a fig leaf for your racist boss? As he talks about all Arabs as if they were a hive mind? As he talks about Arabs in the way that anti-Semites talk about Jews? Is that helpful for you to sit there and sign off on that? And obviously, I don't think that he completely signs off on that. Again, I'm giving him charity. He does look kind of drunk. I don't know. He deserves zero charity. To match his charisma, damn, chat.
That you do not give a shit about Palestine. And you are proving the exact point I was trying to make. I could sit here and explain to you my advocacy over the years and this and that, organizations I've been involved.
I'm projecting. I'm also tipsy.
Involved in. times I've donated, but I don't have to do that. If you don't believe me, don't believe me.
AB is on Vyvanse. I need to see about that.
If you want to,
I've got so many things I need to do, chat. Like I got to get my visa. I got to start language class. I got to but yeah, I probably should get on like Vyvanse or something.
I say I'm not based on where I work. That's fine. That's fine. That is completely fine. But do not try to make up fucking shit. You can, but please do not use the suffering in Gaza as your excuse to do that. Thank you. I'd like to say that I have a pretty tough mindset. Not the
Only Kamala Harris supporters can claim to be a hive mind. True.
not the strongest dude, but mentally I feel like I can deal with a lot because of my background, and because like who am I to complain about shit when people are literally being slaughtered overseas? Like who am I to complain? But you know, it's hit me recently that even though I think that I'm doing okay with it and it's not bothering me, I think the stress of it, I usually thrive off of stress, but at some point I think that it has gotten to me, especially because I have been sick so often in these past few months, more than I've ever been in my life. And no doctor can figure out why I continue to.
Yeah, it's really weird when you get sick right after speaking up during the podcast and then getting buttoned and then just disappearing from that from the rest of the stream and not showing up in the next day's stream. That's a really weird kind of sickness. That's a really idiosyncratic kind of sickness. That's a very coincidental type of sickness that you got there, AB. Interesting.
Get sick. I feel like Padme, what that robot doctor said about Padme.
No!
Padme, I'm dying and they don't know why. I've lost the will. Maybe I just have bad luck. I don't know, man. Maybe it's bad luck. I was like puking my brains out the other week and then a fire alarm went off in the middle of it. It was a nightmare.
The fire alarm is going off in the building and AB is sick. AB, we gotta go.
Just let me.
It's like he needs to prove it? Does he need to? Is this their way of like showing proof? See, there's a fire alarm. You're supposed to get out of the building, but AB can't because he's sick.
Seriously, you gotta get out.
I know this video has been a little bit of a roller coaster, but I do want to end with something positive. Again, I'm so proud of Lena. I'm so proud of my wife. I'm so proud of her dealing with everything she was dealing with, both with training and with the internet. So I wanted to do something nice for her. She has been wanting a puppy for a long time, even though I know it's a lot of work because I've had dogs in the past. She hasn't.
So that's their new puppy.
I felt like.
Anyway, chat, I think I get it. Let's move on and take a look at the Lonerbox call-in. I have to pee. I'll be right back.
A Jewish person quit. You can let Loner in.
I wanted to.
Jews.
There he is. Hello, Lonerbox.
Wake up, Ethan. Hello.
Ah! Nice to see you. How are you?
I'm very well. How are you?
I'm good. What time is it there? You're in Scotland, right?
Yeah, it's 9 o'clock here.
9 o'clock. Okay, good. It's not too late. I don't know how much you watched of Hasan's mega reaction. I pulled a few clips and a lot of the historical stuff I'd love to talk to you about as well.
What, the 8-hour reaction to 20 minutes of content?
Yeah, exactly.
No, I did not say that, no.
Yeah, I don't blame you. Most people don't have time for that shit. But I'll pull up some of the clips. Actually, this first clip I want to watch is comes from TikTok, a really interesting message from a PhD candidate here. She's on TikTok as Nope Brigade 0. And she brings up this issue of leftists who are anti-intellectuals. And she kind of pegs Hasan. Let's take a look.
the difference between neoliberalism and fascism if it's all just bad. Another thing that's happening here is sort of reverse ethnocentrism. Ethnocentrism is this fallacy where people think that their culture and their country and their way of life is the best and the most supreme, right? And we all do this to a certain extent. But on the left, it's a reactionary, America's the worst country on the planet. Nobody's ever been worse than this country. It shows me that you are deeply uncurious about the history of the world and any other country. Tell me without telling me that you've never heard of France, Spain, or Great Britain. We've been living in a multicultural democracy, a flawed one, but still it existed for the last 40 years. And we are returning to earlier iterations where democracy was much reduced to the population. But if you say this is as bad, it's always been this bad, and all these groups have always suffered in the same way, then you don't see the nuances in our history and how things have been better, and they're getting worse now, but it doesn't mean that they can't improve through efforts like a renewed civil rights movement, okay? And that just like allows you to sit back and just be a critic without actually building anything.
Right.
This masquerades as critique when reality it's just anti-intellectualism.
Yes.
It's just reactivity. It's just as dogmatic as what's happening on the right. It's fucking dangerous, and if you are serious about wanting things to change, you need to understand them. You cannot fix a problem until you understand the problem. So yes, neoliberalism is not fascism. It is quite bad for a lot of people, and I'm not okay with what Joe Biden did with Palestine either, man. But like, let's get real about solving the problems, okay? And anti-intellectualism is a problem on the left. We do not have time for this anymore.
Listen, I thought that was fantastically. This is something you don't hear people saying, and she articulated it really well. When I hear someone like Hasan talk about America, for example, like it's the evilest country that ever existed. It can't be saved. It can't be changed. It needs to be overthrown. Israel's Zionism or not Zionism, but Israel's history. There's no victims in Israel. The Israelis cannot be victims ever for any reason. It's like there's zero nuance in this conversation. It's what drives me insane. And it's kind of been my whole problem with this. I'm just trying to have an honest conversation, and they lose their fucking mind and call me a Zionist. Your thoughts, Loner?
That's all correct.
Chat. Does it look like he's a little embarrassed to be here? Did I miss the crash out? Oh, yeah, Sarah with a quote from Michael Brooks. My Jewish values teach me to oppose apartheid. I think we got unmuted too. Are we good on that? We're good. We're good. Awesome. So anyway, I was just saying that I got back right as Ethan is finishing what sounds like a rant, which sounds like a crash out, right? Kind of asking like, should I rewind it a little bit? Because it feels like there was a pretty good crash out there. And then Lonerbox responding to his rant, it feels like he's like embarrassed to be there. And again, you know, you can't tell what somebody's feeling inside. You can't know what somebody's feeling inside. But what I can tell you about Lonerbox, after having seen him turn his perspective, turn his ideology on a dime when he got offered a morsel of clout from Destiny and from Twitch poll, Like, I can tell you he's a grifter, right? So the idea that he is embarrassed to be there, embarrassed for Ethan, right, is not entirely out of the question, right?
I got nothing else. My voice.
He's like, how did I end up here? How did I end up here? How is this my life? God damn, dude.
The Israelis cannot be victims. For example, like it's the evilest. You don't. This is something you don't hear people saying, and she articulated it really well. When I hear someone like Hasan talk about America, for example, like it's the evilest country that ever existed. It can't be saved.
That's not true. But if you don't refuse to see what your own country's doing wrong, then yeah, you can never be saved. If Americans refuse to be a little bit self-aware, a little bit introspective, then yeah, your country cannot be saved. You might as well just rename it the United States of Trump at that point, right? You got Trump for a reason, and it has a lot to do, it has more to do with the inequities and injustice that has been allowed to continue in America than you realize. It has more to do with, yes, like the failings of the American, I don't know what you want to call it, like the zeitgeist than you really want to admit.
Can't be changed. It's just, it needs to be overthrown.
It can be. Look, the first thing that needs to be overthrown is your fucking paradigm, Ethan. Is your fucking paradigm where you can't see that your own shit stinks, and especially when you, by you I mean America. When by you I'm talking about the country, right? When you can't recognize your own failings, then you are fucking doomed.
Zionism or not Zionism, but Israel's history. There's no victims in Israel. The Israelis cannot be victims ever for any reason. It's like there's zero nuance in this.
Oh my God, it's like there's zero nuance. It's like you can't see the victims in Nazi Germany that, like, right? The partisans hurt somebody. You can't consider them to be victims. You can't say when the partisans have gone too far in their fight against Germany. Like, oh my God, Ethan, please wake the fuck up. Please wake up.
Conversation. It's what drives me insane, and it's kind of been my whole problem with this. I'm just trying to have an honest conversation, and they lose their fucking mind and call me a Zionist.
I'm sorry, there's nothing honest about your conversation. Go on.
There's zero nuance in this conversation, and it's what drives me insane, and it's kind of been my whole problem with this. I'm just trying to have an honest conversation, and they lose their fucking mind and call me a Zionist. Your thoughts, Loner?
See what I'm saying? Does he look embarrassed to be there? Because I would be.
That's all correct. I got nothing else. My voice is echoing in your end. Is there a way to bring that down?
Yes. Thank you.
1 2 1 2.
There you go, you guys.
Okay. Yeah. No, I was gonna say, it's still echoing. Oh fuck.
We'll fix it. Don't worry.
My head's gonna explode. Okay. I'll just pretend. I'll do my best. Okay.
I mean, if your head did explode, it would be honestly better content than this.
Yeah. The first time I thought of this term was I observed it during the Ukraine and Russia war, because it just seemed that regardless of how black and white Russia's imperialist desires were, and how often people like Putin and Lavrov and all these people.
Are you guys even talking about the same thing? I thought Ethan was talking about a lack of nuance, and here you are trying to impose a lack of nuance. You're trying to be like, it is black and white.
The Russian and the Kremlin would keep saying.
The nuance would be to acknowledge the failures of NATO, while at the same time regarding Putin as the monster that he is, recognizing the Russian state as an oligarchy and Putin as a autocrat. I don't know. Yo, Soapy the Bum, thank you for the Prime sub. My Twitch has been a little quiet today. I don't know what's up with that. I take a couple days off and everybody over there forgets me. But Soapy the Bum has not forgotten me, so we thank you for that, Soapy. And Twitch has managed to pull off a couple of Prime subs. So
what we want to do is we want to claim Ukraine because we don't think it's a real country. We think it's a part of the Russian Empire or the former Soviet Union. We think like Ukrainian culture is really just like the little brother of Russian culture.
You're part of VOD gang?
Say this constantly, but people in the West would still just
You're finally up early enough to catch me live. No, I'm just streaming super late. I've just been, I don't know. I moved across the world and now my whole sense of time has gone. But yeah, thank you.
Snatch for whatever excuse they could to blame it on NATO or on the West. And the thing I kind of described that was like left-wing American exceptionalism. Like even in a case where you've got a former empire of 300 years, basically, like whether it was through the Russian...
The irony is that he's the one that's being an American exceptionalist, right? He's regarding a lack of American exceptionalism as a kind of anti-exceptionalism. He's characterizing that as, oh, so you just think America's the worst ever. And it's like, we didn't say that. Oh, so Putin must be good. We didn't say that, right? Hasan's take on Ukraine is actually the one that's got nuance. I don't know if I agree with him about the Crimea thing. I haven't, studied enough about the history of Crimea, the history of Ukraine to really know, but I'm not going to react just like automatic, just like a knee jerk.
Empire or the Soviet Union or the intervention of Russia in Eastern Europe and the former Soviet Union after that, people still had to find a way to make it actually the fault of the United States. I just thought that was like really bizarre.
Oh, by the way, chat.
And to me, it's just
check out the riceberry. Do you see this? It's like a blue rice that or like a purple rice that I've mixed with like a regular rice.
American exceptionalism, but just turned on its head.
Yeah,
it's
totally.
rather than America being exceptionally good, it's America is exceptionally bad. And definitely with the Middle East, you see the same thing, right? Like it's funny that people always like on the
Chris Perez, I think he's embarrassed to be alive. I mean,
far left of things always use terms like Orientalism to describe their critics, but they actually seem to be like the ultimate Orientalists in so many ways because they so often treat Arabs and Arab leaders or people in the Muslim world as if they just have absolutely no agency and no free will of their own. So when we talk about Iran and the regime and why it is the way it is and why it's so destructive in the region, everyone always says, oh, it's just because of the American coup in 1952. And it's like, America has like bombed entire countries to hell and back, even since like in the 70s. And now those countries get along with the United States. Like America nuked Japan.
look, we were worried earlier about Lonerbox's head possibly exploding. Now I'm worried about my head exploding. What is this motherfucker saying? Like, what the fuck, Lonerbox? I gotta hear that again.
It's like America has like bombed entire countries to hell and back, even since like in the 70s, and now those countries get along with the United States. Like America nuked Japan.
So wait. So wait, what country is
about Iran and the region?
Okay, Iran. So Iran should be what? Oh my god. Chat, this is hurting my head. What you're supposed to do is you're supposed to come into conflict with the United States. You're supposed to get your ass kicked, and then you're supposed to become subservient, right? You're supposed to be a tool of the United States foreign policy goals at that point. Is that right? You're supposed to make yourself a tool of the United States economy and everything else. And that's just how it's done. And Iran just doesn't get that. Iran just doesn't fucking get that. They are still... God damn.
Regime and why it is the way it is and why it's so destructive in the region. Everyone always says...
Wait, Iran is the regime that's destructive in the region? What? Chat, what the fuck are we talking about here?
because of the American.
You're missing Israel
in 1952, and it's like America has like bombed entire countries to hell and back, even since like in the 70s, and now those countries get along with the United States. Like American nuclear.
Columbia Re super chatted $5. Is Lonerbox wearing a wig? It seems fitting if it is. Fake like his politics.
Oh no.
Damn grifter.
Chat. I don't know. I haven't really paid attention to his hair. Is it different? Has he got a different hairstyle now, chat? For some reason, it's kind of reminding me of that dude that Zuckerberg got, but I can't remember if it's changed or what it used to look like. CIA talking points. Like, why can't you get along with the United States better?
Japan, and America and Japan are friends, but for some reason we have to only expect the worst of Iran because of America getting too involved in their policy from like.
I'm sorry. So if Japan was a little bit more skeptical about the US, if Japan, you know, took a chance to kind of put some distance between itself and the US, like diplomatically, would that be a problem if Japan was critical of the United States, say in its war on terror efforts? Would that be a problem? Is the fact that Japan is now critical of the United States tariff policy, is that a problem? You're just supposed to fucking obey the big dog? Is that what's supposed to happen? Is that's the right thing to do? Looks like a Dr. Disrespect wig. I have no idea. Has his hair even changed? I can't remember. Did his hair used to look different or something? Dude is a freak. Lamel, Iran doesn't force the other actors to do anything. They do it because Israel invades their territory. And it's not just Israel. It's Israel, Saudi Arabia, and the U.S. backing this whole. There is an axis of evil in the Middle East, and the United States is backing it.
The 50s to the 70s, which doesn't really make any sense to me. And it is just like, to me, it's just like a very thought-terminating cliche.
I'm sorry, but you just turned thought-terminating cliche into a thought-terminating cliche. Lonerbox, congratulations. Holy shit. What is that, recursion? Chat, have we entered the infinite regress? Like, he just made the whole world go recursive on me. Like, he just turned thought-terminating cliche into a thought-terminating cliche. I didn't think it was possible. God damn, Lonerbox.
That's it. It's thought-terminating. That's like.
That's what we say. That's how you own your enemies. You should say that the thing that they're saying is a thought-terminating cliche. And then you don't have to think about it anymore because you've terminated your thought. Holy shit. These people are amazing.
Like, I don't know if you saw during our debate, one of the things, probably the most disgusting and disturbing part of that whole conversation was the way that he basically erased all of Jewish history in the Middle East. And just, he says the majority of people moved there because of Zionism, because they wanted to be in Israel, which is just fucking insane, by the way. And it's so gross. And Hasan, he surrounds himself with all these like.
Okay, dude. Have Avi Shlaim on, all right? Then you can talk it out and find just how ridiculous Hasan was being.
Well, who's this historian he was talking with? He's a historian, quote unquote. They always harp on like the bombings in Baghdad caused all the Jews to flee. And there's just no intellectual.
Ethan, do you not find it interesting at all? Do you not find it interesting at all that there was like some degree of like, you know, false flags going on there? I don't think everything needs to be night and day. I think that wasn't what Avi Shlaim was saying, right? That it was, I think the point is that it's not night and day. It's not one or the other. There's many different factors that caused, you know, Jews in the area to move.
There's no thought for nuance or trying to figure it out. It's just, I don't know, man. It's really sick. And it's anti-Semitic, frankly. If you're being like, the Jews of the Middle East were not forced out of.
There's no thought of nuance as the dude makes it, that like if you don't support the United States and its allies Israel and Saudi Arabia, then you're an evil terrorist, right? But there's no thought for nuance. Like, right, they're the ones destroying nuance, right? As he destroys nuance.
Their homes by
This shit is wild, chat.
anti-Semitism. They went to Israel because of Zionism. That is the most anti-Semitic thing I can pretty much imagine you saying. It's just horrific. And they have no problem saying that.
Is the historian you're thinking of Zachary Foster by any chance?
Let me Google his name and I'll see. Zachary Foster. Yes, this guy is such a fucking clown, dude. Holy shit. This guy doesn't know anything.
Wait until he talks to Avi Schleim and calls him a clown, tells him he doesn't know anything, right? So this so-called academic.
And he sits there like as this, and that's what Hasan does. He brings these charlatans out, and
he brings these charlatans out as you're bringing out Lonerbox. Chat, we're at a whole new level now. What's going on?
By the way, also Jewish. He wears his Jewish friends like a human shield.
It's all so awesome because if he wasn't Jewish, you'd be complaining about that, right? He has no right to talk about it then.
He's managed to collect every anti-Zionist Jew in the world.
Yeah, that thing about the bombings, it's like the first time I ever heard it, like I would have thought, and I'm not like a history graduate, but the first thing
clearly
I would have thought just instinctively was like, okay, so you're telling me that 90
What is he, chat? He's like a music graduate, right?
+% of these people who have lived in this country for like, some of them for...
Oh, I love this appeal to like, you know, this appeal to like, we polled a bunch of Jewish people and most of them had warm feelings towards Israel. So if you're saying that Zionism is bad, then aren't you saying that like 90% of these people are bad? And if these people are Jews, isn't that anti-Semitic? Like this is go ahead and construct an argument for you know, for not judging the Germans for their support of Nazism, or like, you know, you can't be anti-Nazi because that's being anti-German, and I don't know. It's just, there's no fucking
1,000 years. Like this is their ancestral homeland, and you're telling me that
that's not their ancestral homeland, Lonerbox. I thought we went over that they're, you know, maybe Iraq, maybe Morocco, maybe these different places where they were actually from. This is not a historical homeland. This is Bible shit is what it is, right? Like, I don't know, like, right? You might as well just like give in to the Zionist Christians and be like, yeah. And then there should be a big battle in which 2/3 of Jewish people die. And then the ones that don't die, they have to convert to Christianity. And then you take over the Holy Lands again. You might as well just indulge their fucking Crusader fantasy at this point.
that they all, within 1 year, upped and left because of a handful of grenade attacks that killed like 4 people. When in history has this ever happened? Have you managed to convince like 90% of a population
They've been there for 2,000
within
years.
a year? Yeah.
Lonerbox, it's violence on top of obviously the vibes are not great there, right? Obviously there is,
because of like,
you know, some degree of anti-Jewish sentiment brought on by recent events in Israel, as well as maybe some, you know, anti-Semitism as well, right? It's
a couple of attacks,
and by the way,
it completely excludes everything that happened before then. Yeah,
and again, the historian that brings that entire dialogue forward, Avi Schleim, says the first 2 bombings were done by anti-Semitic terrorists who after the first 2, the vast majority had already signed up to leave. So it's just, there's no rigor to understand what's going on. Here's Hasan.
Wait, is this the is that the thing that Overzealots just debunked?
Let me pull up some of the clips here. Let's take a look.
You don't run your own country.
Hasan has a denims moment, which runs in the family, I guess.
Country named Israel.
Yeah, does he mean Schleim, the guy he misquoted? Yeah.
Have you ever found, wow, and then he puts this clip in here where he comes up to me to try to take a photo with me. Wow. Wow. Remember when he fucking had to admit that this person, I didn't know who the fuck he was, and then he was some dumbass clout chaser? Is there actually a video of me saying that Israel or Jews run America? Is there actually a video of me saying that? No, there isn't. He's saying that like Arabs that wanted to collaborate with America basically said, no, you don't understand. It's actually the Israeli lobby that dominates. It's actually the Jews that dominate America.
Wait. Isn't he literally quoting someone? Look, Ethan, I can't even make a judgment about this quote. Like, right? Did Hasan do something bad there? I don't know, because you're literally showing him quoting and describing what somebody else said, what somebody else felt.
I mean, I also don't disagree with what he's saying. I often will talk about obviously AIPAC and the Zionist lobby.
Now, if you don't know the context, he's defending Hasan Nasrallah. He's like, actually, Hasan Nasrallah.
The Nasrallah thing is such a fuck around, because there's so many quotes that I've been shown of Hasan Nasrallah, and I've said, that sounds pretty bad. That's pretty fucked up. That's anti-Semitic. Only to find out that that's either a disputed quote or that is a debunked quote, right? So as far as the Hasan Nasrallah stuff, I'm not even... Clip is out of context. Well, I mean, you can tell the tenor of what they're doing on this Cope stream. And this is a Cope stream. Chat, remember when I said that Hasan going on and talking about the debate right after the debate might not be the best debate, or might not be the best debate. It might not be the best strategy. I'm saying this from experience, right? Because I know how debate streamers work. And generally the thing to do when somebody does that is, oh, they're doing a cope stream. They're coping. They lost so bad that they got to commiserate, right? But no, chat, this is a cope stream. This is what a cope stream. Hasan is saying that, Hasan Nasrallah is saying that this claim is false. Try to look for the context. Thank you, Foreign Sticks. And thank you to all of my Twitch viewers that have found the stream tonight. I don't know what is... I don't know what is stopping the rest of the Twitch audience from. I don't know if I started streaming at a long time or at a long time. If I started streaming at a weird time or what. But yeah, it's just like not seeing a lot of familiar. We're missing a lot of familiar faces from Twitch chat, unfortunately. Did Ethan get Lonerbox on after the debate? Burple, this is after the response to the context puke, right? Ethan views Hasan's response to his video that he said Hasan was afraid to respond to as so dangerous that he needed to call in Lonerbox.
We have that where he says I'm more anti-Semitic than Hasan Nasrallah. And so he's defending him. And he's actually being like, he's not anti-Semitic at all. It's the Jews that run America. So
I don't think that's what Hasan was saying. All right. And if Hasan does indeed think that the Jews like run America, then fuck Hasan. But that's a contingency that I don't think we're going to have to deal with, right?
What, the Nasrallah quote when he's saying that it's not Israel that controls America, it's America that controls Israel?
Yeah,
that one.
Yeah, I think so.
Wait, did Lonerbox just accidentally debunk what Ethan was saying?
Yeah, because people like Hasan would say that that's an example of Nasrallah fighting anti-Semitism, because you would normally expect people to say it's the other way around, like it's the Zionist occupied government, but Nasrallah...
You would normally expect people to say that? What kind of people, Lonerbox? Like your friends like Lauren Southern? Like maybe Samantha might say that? You definitely know some people who would say that. Your Twitch politics friends. Some of them fuck with that shit. Like, look, this is a guy that just essentially completely changed the dent of his content to suit Yo, Burple, thank you for the gifted sub to Foreign Sticks. Foreign Sticks, you just got jellyfished. He called Noah and Felix tokens. Yeah. Standpoint for me, not for thee.
Nasrallah would say, no, it's the other way around. It's that that Israel is basically like America.
But wait, so Lonerbox is admitting that what Hasan is saying is that Israel acts on the behest of America, not the other way around, the way that, you know, the way that your friends in the politics server, for instance, would codify it, right? I don't see what their problem is with
America's little helper, but I think people don't understand why.
It's not just America's little helper, right? It is designed to be, as in Herzl wrote about it, being an outpost of Western culture against the heathen hordes of the fucking Arabs, or whatever the hell Ethan wants to, you know, refer to Arab people as. Like, I mean, that's literally like in the original, you know, writing about Zionism. It's just crazy that in response to the Zionist and destiny scraping criticism, he brings on a Zionist destiny scraper. Wait, like destiny sweeper?
Why Nasrallah says that. With Nasrallah and the Axis of Resistance, they have this term where they describe America as the great Satan and Israel as the little Satan. The reason that, and they'll tell you this as well, the reason that they say that America is the one that calls the shots and Israel is just like a kind of like a little henchman is, it's not because they're fighting anti-Semitism, it's because the ultimate...
So if you can't get them on them implying that the United States is run or somehow controlled by, you know, Israel, or turn Hasan talking about the undue influence of AIPAC into a accusation of anti-Semitism, then you're going to turn it the other way and saying, well, he's saying that Israel's like the little dog, is like the henchman, like, right? This is also apparently a trope against. Here's the full context. Foreign Sticks, if it's a YouTube video, can you give me the title, maybe the title and channel name?
Worst thing ever.
Or is it a Twitch clip? Also have the VOD where Hasan reacted to the context. If you want that, we've got the I've got the video that Hasan put up on his main YouTube channel of that.
These movements is to get defeated by the
it's Reddit
Jews without any excuse. So Nasrallah and these people will say that the only reason that Israel has ever managed to achieve a victory over an Arab or Muslim nation is because America helped them, which obviously wasn't true in the 48 war, at least. They didn't get help from anyone really at that point. But then that's what they'll say. America.
So if we can't show our opponent calling Israel like the mastermind, like, you know, accusing them of controlling events, of controlling world, you know, governments, then we're going to flip it around the other way and say that you said that they were weak on their own, and that is also anti-Israel. So you are an anti-Semite. He's like the Oprah of accusing people of anti-Semitism. You get an anti-Semitism. You get an anti-Semitism. Everybody's getting an anti-Semitism. All you got to do is hurt this man's little fragile ego, and you get an anti-Semitism. All you got to do is disagree with him. All you got to do is call out his fucking ignorance. And you get an anti-Semitism too. That's right, chat. You too, chatter. You are an anti-Semite. Maybe you didn't realize it, but if you disagree with Ethan Klein, you are clearly and obviously and inescapably an anti-Semite.
Here, to be specific, this is one of the most insane things in the video. And like, how do you even say this with a fucking straight face? It's pure
chat. It is so late for you. Even if you're on the West Coast, it's almost 3 o'clock now. I wanted to have more time with Lonerbox and Ethan. That was the main, like, wait, caught? What happened? Did I miss something? Oh, chat, we didn't even blast off today. Fuck, I'm supposed to start blasting us off on Blue Sky. I'm just wondering, because we've got two, it looks like we got 2 bonus topics today. Sam Cedar goes on Chapo. Has definitely got some movement behind it. Sam Cedar goes on Chapo. 35 plus 15 is 50. All right. More Hasan. That's Hasan reacting to the context puke. 29% equals 29. And then MTG, wait, no, which one? Anna Kasparian plus 18. Let's see if I can get this right. Nope, not 28, 18. There we go. Is 36. So it looks like we're gonna get to watch Sam Cedar's appearance on Chapo talking about John Fetterman. What is wrong with me, Chad? I can't help it. I keep on doing it. Seriously, Ethan trying so hard to find a Hasan replacement. He got this boner box to show up doing genocide denial. Ethan is like one of those crazy exes. Damn. Seeing the humidity change in your hair, is it good or bad? Oh, you're seeing the humidity change my hair. Oh no, change in your hair. How do his fans not see through these obvious lies? Ethan just described it completely disingenuously, and Bonerbox exposed it. Ethan has backed himself into a corner and cannot do anything except double down. Crazy that in response to the Zionist and Destiny scraping. Oh, yeah. Thank you for the Reddit link. This is Leftovers H3. I'm going to get in trouble. It's morning in the UK. Well, I'm glad it's 10:45 over here on Turf Island. I'm glad I'm not bot of Hasan reacting to it. Okay. Here, let me just I think I gotta let somebody into Discord. But chat, yeah, this is like usually very much later than I stream. Okay, I don't see anybody jumping into Discord just yet. Almost noon here. Anyway, I guess we better go move on to the, I don't know. I feel bad for not giving you more Lonerbox. Do you want more Lonerbox? No, we got to do the bonus content, don't we? I'll never finish the stream otherwise. I feel like we got the gist of it though already. Like, I don't know. We can finish it later. Yeah, I guess so. That's what okay, we'll go to Sam Cedar for now. So you know how people are always telling, if you're Sam Cedar, people are always telling you to go on Chapo. Right? Well, what if you actually do one day go on Chapo? Chapo Sam Cedar.
Couldn't we do something where we fill the Grand Canyon with water and whoever Musk? I mean, this is like Elon Musk said this on
Yeah.
Rogan's show. I mean, this
And
is
he's the
like-
smartest man in the world, so you can
and
just
he's
like
the
repeat it. And
smartest
yeah.
man in the world.
I love that Social Security is a Ponzi scheme because you could just like apply that to anything where it's like, well, if you don't keep putting money in it, it's going to run out eventually, which is like, Exxon Mobil's the fucking Ponzi scheme. If they just stop producing revenue, they're going to have to.
Fetterman is still the. Did you guys see Matt Iglesias after this article came out doing a long thread saying that perhaps Fetterman is still the future that the party needs because of the popularity of whatever his immigration policies and stuff. After going to the bat for Biden, like, I'm sorry, all your heroes are brain dead.
Is this like the people?
Wait, where does this Fetterman discussion?
It's 50-50 Senate. Fetterman, we can afford to have him not be there for a while. Like the guy is a danger. He's a danger. I thought you were going to say she's driving. That would have been impressive.
Well, I put her up against Fetterman. I think she gets to A to B much better than him.
She knows better than to tweet while she's driving 70 miles an hour.
Yeah, she's not.
Those first days in the hospital were rough. Fetterman was experiencing delusions. He thought that if he took a bed at the hospital, he would be arrested. He told doctors that he believed members of his family were wearing wires to secretly record him. In one chaotic moment, Fetterman grew convinced that a political rally being held in the hospital's lobby and that he needed to break out of his room to attend.
Do you think it's possible that his wife was recording him at times?
Senators? Well, shit, one has already become a U.S.
Yeah.
Senator. And it's John Fetterman. And like, well, this is a good segue into what will be the main course for today's episode.
All right, there we go, chat. Found it.
Because, we're talking about how, stupids who believe that they should become U.S. senators. Well, shit, one has already become a U.S. senator. And it's John Fetterman. And, like, folks, like, the New York Magazine profile of him, titled by Ben Terrace, titled All by Himself. Basically, like, it dropped right after we recorded on Thursday. And, like, I have been salivating to do this a reading series on the show because, like, Felix, I think you and Nathan Robinson need to take a massive victory lap. You've been correct on this guy from the jump.
Chat, one in chat if you know what they're talking about. If you know about the Fetterman article that just came out.
And also, like, it was so gratifying to read this piece and realize that every joke you've made about John Fetterman was, if anything, underselling it.
Yeah, like, I thought the concept of a guy who, like, has a mental, physical reaction to his kid having a birthday where he just has to leave or otherwise become the center of attention. It's so ridiculous. Like, who would do that? Obviously, we are, no one could sue you over that because it's so silly. No, that's actually what happens. That is literally what happens. And he does something more ridiculous than you could ever imagine. More insane and annoying. I give a little background. I recorded the episode that came out earlier this morning about the Dana Nessel indictments. If I had not recorded that like back to back right after the episode we recorded Thursday, we would have done an emergency podcast about this article. But I'm glad we're doing it now because the reactions have been so funny. Is there anyone else you can think of where it's like the point of the article is basically like, you are dangerously stupid and childish. You're so stupid.
Wait, did I cook? Do you mean, when you say did I cook, do you mean did I cook? Or do you mean did I like literally cook? Oh, if people are asking, yeah, I've been eating all kinds of stuff today. I made a smoothie earlier, but this is like, chat, this is one of my favorite things about living here. This is riceberry, right? They call it riceberry, and it's like a purple rice, right? It's fully purple. This rice. There's also red rice, and there's all kinds of different. Right, you could even get like light blue rice that's like colored by the butterfly pea flower blossom. But yeah, this is riceberry.
Childish, you're going to kill your family, and so people are speaking out. And that
Wait. Hot jelly in the morning. I don't know why it's not showing me your super chat, but wait, can I do the? Hot jelly in the morning. Thank you for the $5 Canadian. Much love from Montreal. I read Fetterman article. You read the Fetterman article, and holy shit, America is unhinged. Yeah, it's bad, right? And this isn't the first time that we've had it. This is not the first time that we've had something similar. Dianne Feinstein was showing signs of just being too old to occupy the office that she occupied, and yet, there was a kind of a conspiracy of silence about her. Joe Biden, right? Same deal. They're so Thai ramen. Wait, does it look like ramen? I don't know if you could, it's just rice. It's rice. Like, love berries and rice. Well, there's no berries in it, right? It's not called riceberry because there's berries coloring it. It's the rice itself is purple, right? Like there's purple rice. That's what I'm saying. Like the rice is purple. It doesn't have to be colored purple or dyed purple. It just is purple. And if you put it in with other rice, it'll turn that rice purple too. So that's what I did. I added a little bit of riceberry to my regular rice and made some purple rice.
there are no denials. Like, the only defenses of you, and the defenses of him have been from people who write for those, like, crazy Zionist magazines, where they're like, oh, okay, so I guess this was all fine until he supported Israel, right?
I don't know. I read that thing as, like, he's really suffering from that stroke. I mean, it reads to me like someone has had some type of, like, very traumatic brain issue that's gone on. I mean, severe brain issue. And what's shocking to me is that, like, this has clearly been going on in an extreme fashion for well over a year, maybe more. And now is the first time we're hearing about it.
Yeah, but it's...
Woody Red, I've been meaning to get Thai food for a while, not had it in ages. I really fancy a Thai green curry. I know how to cook that now, right? I didn't even know that that when you get it here, you get like tiny little eggplants in it, like these little small, like, I don't know, they're like golf ball size eggplants. And then somehow there's like a even smaller eggplant. I think maybe it's a baby eggplant that's also that you put it in there too.
It's like, at the same time, the reason that I was always skeptical on this guy was he was always really shitty on Israel. I mean, he did like chase a fucking like black jogger around with a fucking shotgun. And I don't know. It's like, I'm not a doctor at the end of the day. And I'm sure, like, absolutely, he's probably, if he's like scaring his family this much, yeah, he's probably absolutely changed.
Oh my God. It sounds like he's completely off. I mean, like, it's sort of like regarding Henry, except for the guy just gets, more worse of himself. Like, it just sort of like amplifies his worst instincts.
Yeah. I mean, the subject, like the guy who...
Yeah, tiny green bean-sized eggplants too. Yeah, I think they're like baby eggplants, maybe. I'm not sure, but yeah, it has usually two different, very small eggplants.
This happened, basically, is a show favorite, Ed Gentleson. And we've talked about Gentleson before, and I do think this article is him trying to cover his ass. Absolutely.
I agree. I agree. And I should say, like, Gentleson's a guy like I had on to talk about the filibuster when his book came out. And, he had worked for Harry Reid. And as far as Democrats go.
Okay, so I don't know that much about Gentleson, the people they're talking about. I get that this is some confidant of Fetterman's. And my understanding is that what was his name again? Gentleson? This guy's the source. veggie choices in Thailand are superb. I know, right? Yeah, I'm glad that, yeah, because like I feel like I've had a lot of different, Thai dishes, but they've been sort of compromised in that, I had them in the United States, and so they didn't have the exact same complement of vegetables and what they have in Thailand, so they kind of like try to substitute with whatever's closest. But yeah, here in Thailand there's a bunch of vegetables that I had never heard of, right? Like I got heavy into cha om, which is this like it's a acacia pinnata, I think is the Latin name of it. And I've never seen it anywhere before, but it makes the dish taste like, I don't even know how to explain it. It's a unique taste and it's really good. And then the other thing I've been eating a lot out here is it's either called, depending on where you go, sometimes called water spinach, or sometimes it's called morning glory, right? And it's an aquatic morning glory species that has these long like leaves and stuff, and you just like chop up the whole thing, and it's. Are we buffering? Are we buffering, chat? Are we okay?
Particularly ones with sort of like Harry Reid's background. Harry Reid was pretty good, and Gentleson seems to have this definitely feels
water spinach,
cover your ass, because Gentleson just went so far down the road and was realized at one point oh no, he's really crazy,
right?
And it didn't occur to him halfway down that road I should really look into this.
Sam,
so here's what I'm getting about Fetterman. Fetterman is incredibly useful to loser liberals because he represents a dude that will reliably piss off the left, get mad at them, and then go on some rant, right? And they think that that's how they're going to pop off, right? They think that's how the Democratic Party is going to... Oh, thank you, Foreign Sticks. Is this Gentleson information? Adam Gentleson is an American writer and political commentator. In mid-November 2022, Pennsylvania's newly elected U.S. Senator John Fetterman announced the appointment of Gentleson as transition committee, so close confidant, co-chair, and a few weeks later, in early December, named Gentleson as his chief of staff. Gentleson resigned from Senator Fetterman's office in the spring of 2024 and wrote a letter expressing his concern about Fetterman's mental health and to Fetterman's doctor in May of 2024. Yeah, so that's the thing that's kind of amazing about Gentleson is that you might think given the amount of hostility between Fetterman and the left-maxing left, us in other words, that maybe Gentleson is just a super woke SJW and he doesn't like how Senator Fetterman triggers the libs. But it turns out quite the opposite. Gentleson is on board with the Gavin Newsom style of Democrat, right? On board with somebody who attacks left, who punches left, right? And he still was even though I love this guy, I think this guy needs to exist in the Senate. He can't do the job. He is not okay.
Sam, it's insane because Gentleson he was a Warren supporter. In fact, my first run-in with Gentleson was him he was scolding me. He was like, "You quote tweeted a 25-year-old. You're a piece of shit." He was, one of those guys. And since then he's become a popularist. What makes this article so funny and what I think happened is he's obviously taken this huge right-wing shift where he's retweeting IDF press releases and shit. And so he's trying to thread this needle of look, this guy, I'm speaking out now because I think he's going to do something terrible. And I don't want to say I didn't warn you. I don't want to make it seem like.
And when we say terrible, it's not that he thinks he's going to vote on a bill that's horrible or he's going to get canceled. He's going to say something it can't canceled. When we're talking about his concern about Fetterman doing something terrible, we're talking about harming somebody, right? We're talking about something really, really terrible.
Hid the truth, but also he nailed it on immigration in Gaza. It's so fucking weird. And it's like he definitely would not be doing this if he didn't think there was like a significant danger of something like that happening. But like Fetterman said that Jentelson's like, he's a piece of shit. He lied, etc. And it's like, yeah, he's probably a bad guy, and he did it because him and Ben Terrace are friends, and they are friends. But what Ben Terrace is a real reporter who has like an actual book out that isn't just scrawlings and crayons and like pictures of senators' dogs. No actual guy like that is going to go, hey, Adam, you're my friend. I love you. So just make up whatever shit happened to you in the past 2 years, and I'll print all of it.
No.
What works like that? Nothing.
No, I don't. There's absolutely no reason to doubt any of this whatsoever. I mean, it seems like it's so well sourced. What this is, though, is Jentelson making an assessment as to when. Like, there's no doubt the reporter knew about this. If they're friends, he's known about it for over a year. And it's just a question of when Jentelson's willing to say, okay, let's do it. That's it. That's how this works. And I think Jentelson, I think, feels it's a cover your ass, not just about Fetterman, but about his own behavior. Like, I suspect this is Jentelson saying like, okay, I'm having trouble. I whatever it is, professionally or whatnot, there needs to be a reformation project, because now I'm just showing like, this is about, I will be able to step away from some of the more extreme versions of which I presented this stuff out there and create some type of flexibility. And all that's going to come out of this is that this is a guy who is incredibly loyal. You can be Diane Feinstein level of vegetative, and he's still going to be saying you're on top of everything. And he's only going to come out, way past sell by date.
So what Sam is saying is that what's noticeable about this is not so much that he came out and blew the whistle on a guy that has no business, I don't know, maybe even like running his own affairs, like let alone performing duties as U.S. Senator. It's more notable that he waited this long to say something, right? It's more notable that given what he's saying about his history, experiencing this behavior from Fetterman, and yes, it is all post stroke, right? That he didn't say something earlier, that somebody didn't say something earlier. That's what's wild. But I mean, yeah, we're kind of used to it with the Democrats in the Senate, at least,
to do this. And so I think that's what's going on here. I mean, this is something that like we should have heard about a year ago, without a doubt. Like the car accident.
Yeah.
The car accident.
That was insane.
You can't come out today and say I'm doing this to protect him from himself when he is
you already nearly killed his wife and another person.
Exactly.
He fractured like a permanent life-changing injury. Like a couple more inches, he fucking paralyzes her or kills her. And he's like,
because he's weaving at 70 miles an hour? I mean, like, are you kidding me? That's not... Someone's got a mental disability at that moment.
What did Fetterman even say about that after almost killing his wife, permanently altering how she moves, her pain reaction, everything, how she lays down when she goes to bed? Oh, sometimes I drive too fast. What? Like what? What? You almost killed her, you fucking oaf.
Now, before we dive into this article,
what can you expect from a Congress that appoints a level 4 dying cancer patient to be minority chair of an important committee just to screw AOC with no other reason than to fuck over AOC, because they do not want AOC in a position that she would be by all accounts perform very well at, right? Be very much an asset to the Democratic Party. They would rather have a stage 4 cancer patient in there if they can avoid having AOC.
I do want to mention Jentelson because he is sort of the star of this piece. And we mentioned this piece as sort of like an ass covering effort on his part. So I was encouraged to see Jentelson show up in another article today in the Bulwark titled
"The Goddamn Bulwark."
They can't stand Trump, but fought against Biden and Harris over Gaza. And like, this is sort of a, like a sort of like, well, what do they think about their, not supporting Harris now? Because, Israel has just basically announced that they like fully intend to starve and annex all of Gaza. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, like, there's just no more denying it. Like, they're just outright saying that we're going to like settle and conquer what's left of Gaza and like, and starve the people or kill them who are still left there. So Gentleson shows up in this piece, like I said, which I thought was pretty telling about sort of trying to produce a narrative that that sets the tone going forward. And
Wait, you included me in a song you made?
I'm just going to read it from here real quickly. It says, quote, "We have zero regrets about everything we did throughout 2024. I want that noted, underlined, bolded, as clear as possible," said Hudafia Ahmed, a spokesperson for the Abandon Harris movement. "Our loyalty is to our morals, principles, and our values. Not everyone has been won over by this worldview. Indeed, elsewhere in the party, frustration has been on a slow simmer over the absence of contrition or introspection from the pro-Palestinian groups. For them,
what?
That those activists could look at the current situation."
Oh no, Chad. Oh no. We want the pro-Palestinian faction to be introspective. We want them to recognize the error of their ways, not Kamala Harris. Recognizing that she, like, listening to the Biden staff on how to run the campaign was a huge mistake. No, it's definitely the pro-Palestinian contingent that the Democrats refused to let speak at the convention.
In Gaza and feel vindicated about their election season decisions doesn't justify their logic. It lacks morality. Quote, "People are trying to justify their bad choices. I don't think it's a defensible position to say there's no difference. It's absurd to think that Harris would not be approaching this issue differently than Trump. We're talking about, paving Gaza. It's just not a credible position to say there's no difference," said Adam Gentleson, former chief of staff to Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman. Activists need to think harder about what outcome they're trying to produce. And I just like,
God, I hate this guy.
Annoyed at the absence of contrition or introspection from pro-Palestinian groups. How about their contrition or introspection? Like, why is it their fault and not the very powerful people who are running for president and like the choices and decisions that they've made? Does that require any introspection on the part of Adam?
Democrats will always learn the wrong lesson. True.
Gentleson? Like when he says activists need to really consider what outcomes they're trying to produce. What outcome are you trying to produce working for a guy who said of Palestinians, quote, "kill them all"?
He said they're like spoiled milk.
Now, chat. I feel like Fetterman did claim, in that "kill them all" quote, that he wasn't talking about Palestinians, but rather Hamas. But I mean, you know how Hamas becomes a stand-in, for Palestinians at large, at all. What am I trying to say? Writ large, yes.
By the way, if it is indefensible to pretend they're the same, explain to me how these outcomes are different.
I mean,
how are they different?
I am of the mind that Harris would have been better. And when I look at voting, for me personally, and I certainly sort of like espouse this, is that it is not an act that you do to reflect your morals, that it's completely, it's the utility, it's a tool. But to say that non-professionals have to make this assessment, she gave zero indication, not even the slightest clue, unless you read deep into the Washington Post on a specific day.
Yeah, this is great, Chad. I love that we're getting Sam without his normal sound setup, without his noise gate. That would apparently Sam, when he talks, sometimes he likes to make noise. Sometimes I don't know if he's pounding his fist or if he's clapping his hands, but he's doing something there, slapping the desk. I don't know, but we don't normally hear that, right? And I'm guessing it's like there's a noise gate at MR that keeps us from hearing that.
Knew that Phil Gordon, who had been the person who was responsible for pushing Obama to the nuke deal.
Sam is pounding it, yeah.
In some forums, waffling a little bit. There was zero indication that she was going to do anything different than Donald Trump. And so, like, the idea that they would not own this, there was so many opportunities for them to do even the smallest thing. Allow that lawmaker from Georgia, the Palestinian American lawmaker from Georgia, to speak at the convention would have just at least gone far enough to make one tiny indication
to give something like, people just something to hang their hat on,
anything. And they gave
Give us something to cope with. Come on. That's what we're asking, right? It's like we all know that like the Democrats don't give a fuck about Palestine, but like if she wanted to win, she could have at least pretended. Like, she could have feigned some concern.
nothing. And they did this willfully. They did this consciously. They were told over and over again not to do it. So it's like, you have an option. Do you put each activist, as they're saying, on the position of having to endorse and work and somehow figure out how they're going to have all this enthusiasm for someone who has provided zero indication that they would be different than Trump? Zero indication. She provided zero. Now, I happen to think that it would have been different because I think, Trump is a piece of shit and I know this stuff, but I have more sophistication about this stuff than the average person. It's literally my living to do so. They needed to take a responsibility for their abject failure. They fucked up, even as just an electoral matter. They fucked up and they don't want to take responsibility for it. They're the professionals. They're the one making hundreds of thousands of dollars.
He's doing it.
A budget of $1 billion.
He's doing it again.
Fucked up. And
they fucked up hard. Chat, I don't know if you can hear it when I hit. Is this coming through? Does that pick up on? Wait, I can just watch the levels, can I? Right. Okay, I gotta hit it pretty hard to get that to show up. Is that coming through? My noise gate is actually functional, unlike Sam's.
It's on them. Their job is to.
Sam is super fun off the cup. Yeah. Sam would be a great hang, don't you think? I mean, I'm not trying to say this in a parasocial way. I'm not like, I want to hang out. I should get to hang out with Sam Cedar, but like, I'm just saying, like, theoretically, right? He would be a good hang.
Provide something for people who wanted to work for Harris, who wanted to beat Donald Trump, and they provided nothing. And that, that's the bottom line. And it's all just a CYA. And Gentleson is just out there now. That's like, has the same function of like doing a short film that you hope wins at Sundance. This is all like, I'm putting it on my dad's credit card, in his case, maybe literally. And I'm just doing a calling card. This is all like, this is a dude, listen, it's very difficult right now for Democratic operatives to get a job. There's just nothing happening in DC. Everybody's just like completely flummoxed. And so it's no coincidence that this op-ed comes out like this op-ed comes out when this story comes out. This is just a fucking PR push for a fucking job.
It's twisted. And the Fetterman article, that's the cover letter. That's like, okay, here are my terms of working for you. I will cover up any and all of your obvious mental decline up until the point where you start to maybe kill your family and it would reflect on me. But anything before that, I will lie, I will obfuscate, I will say that you're the future of the party, even though that I saw you take off all your clothes and run through a plate glass window when you were asked to tie your shoes by a doctor. Those are my conditions. Here is some of my expertise where I'm getting
Sam on the blunt rotation. Sam would be bringing the blunt. Sam, seriously, like this guy, he knows the Sebe Day. He knows the THC. Nobody can roll as tight of a cone as Sam.
I'm going to blame these people for the fact that Harris and Biden had the exact same policy on Israel. Yeah, I don't know why he's doing this. He's a member of the Bruce Gentleson Bank of the Bruce Gentleson Trust and Bank. So I wish him good luck. I would hate to just be
yeah, that's right. Shower chat. Sam is the plug.
Venmo all the time like that. But we'll see.
And again, I want to dive into this piece, but before it's just like there was a little bit of kismet in another news story that came out this week. Sam, did you follow the story about the Democratic congresswoman in Colorado who tried to kill herself twice, and we just learned about it now?
No.
Okay, yeah, listen to this. This is Caraveo appeared to attempt suicide in situations witnessed by staffers. The first time was in February 2024 when she sent concerning messages to aides who rushed to her Thornton home and found that she had taken 19 sleeping pills and was drinking alcohol, leading to an emergency response and hospitalization. Then in April 2024, Caraveo showed up to an event at her congressional office in North Glen after ingesting a large quantity of powerful sedative and had to be rushed to the hospital.
Chat, the Dems are just not okay, are they?
Aides called.
Like, what the fuck? This is what I was saying in the beginning, is that these fuckers need to be replaced. And I'm not saying this with malice or anything else. I don't have any, I can't afford malice, chat. But they are going to be the death of us all if they are not removed from power and replaced with somebody that can actually fight Trump. Because they're not up to the job. These people I'm surprised they can feed themselves. I'm surprised they can tie their shoes, right? They're not useful at all in going up against the modern Republican Party.
Called 911 and led police to firefighters to the Congresswoman. It said, like,
and whether it's Destiny or Lonerbox or Ethan Klein, we got to make damn sure that America understands that that's not the left. All right? That's what I'm saying.
It's like she tried to kill herself in front of her staffers by taking pills and alcohol last year, and we're finding out about this now 6 months after she narrowly lost her election.
Is she on Hinge?
Hinge? Is she on Hinge? Wait, I don't know what that means. Should I know what that means?
I think I found a new GIF.
The only hinge I know of is when your yoga instructor tells you to hinge. Oh, is he saying unhinged? Oh, the dating site. Yeah, a dating. Wow. Oh, look at me not knowing about a dating app, which I should totally know about. Which I should be making use of, maybe. I don't know.
This and Feinstein.
Maybe after I get my hair done.
And Biden. It's like these people.
No, Emily. I think the other chatters are right. It's a dating app. We're talking about Hinge, the dating app.
People feel like these staffers.
You didn't say unhinged. That's what I thought too at first, right? I think they were saying on Hinge.
Feel like they're working for like Michael Jackson. It's like,
dating apps suck.
You have a responsibility to.
Is there a good dating app?
Resign en masse to walk.
He's doing it again.
To leak stuff.
He's pounding it, chat. Oh no, stop it. I need to not think about how Sam pounds it. Oh my God. Said it.
This can't be the idea that like you're going to protect your gravy train in this way.
Oh my God.
How much gravy are we talking about?
Oh my God.
It's like,
I'm coming for all the gravy.
It's not Michael Jackson.
Yeah.
Michael Jackson.
That is the funniest. I was talking.
Run from those apps.
With somebody about like the world of political staffers, and it is so.
Okay, I'll just date another content creator. I'm sure that won't blow up in my face.
They do that that Joe Blue thing of like, oh yeah, I'm gonna pick.
Chat. I was shown Discord. I was shown a Discord screenshot of people talking about the last content creator that I dated, and speculating whether a third content creator might be our son, right? That's what you get from dating other content creators, is that kind of weird shit, right?
Through my $9,000 suit.
You need a hand with that? No, well, I want to spill booze all over my $6,300 suit. Come on!
But it's like, why don't you tell people that your boss is insane, that she makes you watch crush videos, and yesterday she chewed her fake cyanide tooth because you wouldn't make copies. And you're like, buddy, where else do you think I'm going to make $40,000 entire dollars a year?
Ethan Klein will be single soon? Oh my gosh. Sure. I can fix him.
Do you think going to Panera?
Content creators and footballers never do it. What about drummers, Bad Lefty? Do you think I should avoid drummers too?
3 times a week, people are just.
These are the people I'm naturally attracted to, though.
Well, like Sam, that's why the context of this is what makes like some of the reaction to this piece in New York Magazine so stunning to me. Like after the experience of going through Biden having to drop out of the race, that like there is still a reaction among like Democratic media and party figures.
Oh no, if they got a codependency going on, I need to stay the fuck away from that. I was in a codependent relationship once. It sucked. It sucked so bad, chat. And I was so lucky to get out of that relationship. Because like my ex, like when my ex got right back into a codependent relationship, they get a bad rap. What drummers do? See, there's reasons that drummers, there's reasons that I find drummers to be interesting, right? It's just
figures that are just like all these staffers.
Their sense of rhythm, for instance, right?
Lack of loyalty to their boss.
I think Jentelson,
their physical prowess sometimes
should be like
there's spontaneity, chat. There's so much to like about drummers.
The idea that people aren't saying like, how is it that you've waited this long?
Yeah.
It isn't like a major question for him. Like at what point did you think that like, was it his waffling on the Pete Hegseth boat that you was the final straw? Like, the car accident wasn't enough? I don't know. That seems fucked up to me.
Well, let's dive into the piece.
As a bass player, I can relate. Hey, bass players are good too.
John Fetterman was released.
Bass players don't get enough. Bass players deserve love.
From Walter Reed Hospital in March 2023. Adam Jentelson, then his chief of staff, was proud of his boss for seeking help for what the senator's office and his doctor had said was a case of clinical depression. His 6 weeks of inpatient care had been the latest medical setback for the Pennsylvania Democrat, who had had a stroke mere months before being elected to the U.S. Senate.
Okay, so we're back to Fetterman now.
2022, nearly derailing his campaign against Republican Mehmet Oz. But a year after his release from the hospital, Fetterman's behavior had so alarmed Jentelson that he resigned his position. In May 2024, he wrote an urgent letter to David Williamson, the medical director of the Traumatic Brain Injury and Neuropsychiatry Unit at Walter Reed, who had overseen Fetterman care at the hospital. I think John is on a bad trajectory, and I'm really worried about him, the email began. If things don't change, Jentelson continued, he was concerned Fetterman won't be with us for much longer. His 1,600-word email came with the subject line, concerns, and it contained a list of them from the seemingly mundane, he eats fast food.
Wait, don't date a drummer if he's in a band called the Beach Boys? Wait, what happened with the Beach Boys drummer?
Multiple times a day. To the scary, we do not know if he is taking his meds, and his behavior frequently suggests that he is not.
Dr. Oz looks better every day. No.
We often see the kind of warning signs we discussed. Conspiratorial thinking, megalomania, for example.
Wait, are you doing like Emily French? Are you doing like a the Candyman can? But with the Fetterman can.
To be the most knowledgeable source on Israel and Gaza around, but his sources are just what he reads in the news. He declines.
I'm confused. Is he writing about himself, Jentelson, or about Fetterman?
Okay, I want to point something out here. He writes this email of genuine concern. Holy shit, this guy is on a bad trajectory. Adam Jentelson, cannot allow this. I will not cash your checks in addition to my father's allowance. It's beyond my moral compass to do this. To show how much I care, let me just.
The Beach Boys drummers was friends with Charles Manson. Oh my God.
Of how long this email was. How did he know it was 1,600 words? Like this, he sounds like he told Terrace, "Look how long this email."
Wait, Dennis Wilson, was he related to Brian Wilson? He lies and says he's not dehydrated. Can't find the Fetterman. Can't find the Fetterman. I got that one, but only because of Cenk Uygur. Chad, that's the only reason I know about that song by Pearl Jam, Better Man, is because Cenk Uygur used to always do this thing. Whenever anybody that he's covering in the news seemed like bitter, he'd be like, bitter man, and I could never figure out what he was doing. I was like, what is the reference? What am I missing here? Right? And I finally figured out he's trying to sing Better Man by Pearl Jam, but he thinks it's Bitter Man. He just totally missed the entire point and the actual words to the song. And he thinks it's Bitter Man. It's not about a bitter man. It's about a woman who can't find a better man, right? She's staying with her partner, even though it's not great, because she can't find a better man. That is exactly it. Shaky Gurga. Look at that. Well-timed Shaky Gurga, too. Perfectly timed Shaky Gurga. Word counting a document is very easy, dude. Oh God, we're you to the document now? His name is pronounced Shaki Gerga.
This is how much I cared. This is a guy who is always in cover letter mode.
He says he declines his most briefings and never reads memos. High highs and low lows, long, rambling, repetitive, and self-centered monologues, lying in ways that are painfully, awkwardly obvious to everyone in the room. And then, like, I'm going to jump ahead for a little bit here. It says, gentle.
The sad thing is, I feel like I know a lot of people like this. Like,
I
feel like I cover some people like this.
Washington operator. He's worked for a liberal think tank and written a book about the filibuster. He and I first met when he worked for Harry Reid, then the Democratic leader of the Senate, and later we became friends. Jentleson continues to believe broadly in the Fetterman Project, that Democrats would benefit from punching left more often, and that voters crave a heterodox candidate.
So, chat, look, that is a possibility, all right? I would love to sit here and tell you that the loser liberals are such utter losers that they got no traction, they got no movement, they got no future. But I mean, the media would love that. There's a lot of people that would like everything about the current media environment controlled by the tech oligarchs is in favor of a Democratic Party that purges itself of woke, which is what they're talking about with the Fetterman Project, Jentelson's idea of the Fetterman Project. And like, that is a potential future, and that is a very scary future. That is not just disappointing for us, right? That is doom, because those assholes will never succeed in politics. Those assholes will create a whole Trumpy era from their series of cascading losses, right? And always learning the wrong lessons and always punching left and never punching right and never realizing that this whole time, all they've needed to stop a Trump is a Bernie. And yeah, no, I know Bernie's like 125 years old now and he's way too old to run. I'm not actually talking about running Bernie. I'm just saying that is along the lines of what you need to effectively oppose the MAGA agenda.
And that voters crave a heterodox candidate willing to...
Oh my God. We all crave a heterodox candidate willing to stick a thumb in the eye of the woke. There you go, woke. You like that? I got a thumb in your eye. I'm John Fetterman.
His own party. He says his disagreements with Fetterman are by and large not political, but rather an expression of genuine worry for his well-being. He told me he hadn't gone public with his concerns earlier because he hoped Fetterman could correct course. So like he's saying that like this guy is prone to fits of megalomaniacal ranting and like doesn't know what he's talking about. But at the same time, I think he's the most articulate spokesman for the project that I hope to see enacted in the Democratic Party, which is to move it more right wing.
A megalomaniac clock is right twice a day.
I mean, I guess the solution for the remaining Democratic senators is get a stroke, but then listen to your doctor afterwards. Because it's everything was going great until he didn't listen to the doctor, and that's when he starts almost doing Jonestown to his staffers.
Again, the idea that he was waiting to see if there would be a course correction, is the car accident not enough? I just don't understand what has happened in the past couple of months that is more extreme than nearly killing everyone in a car accident. It just doesn't make sense to me.
Here's another paragraph. He says, members of his team told me that this was an early warning sign that something was off with their boss. In early February 2023, after Fetterman had indeed been sworn in, members of the Senate gathered at the Library of Congress for a caucus retreat. Fetterman, fresh off a hard-fought victory in the cycle's marquee race, should have been riding high. Only he wasn't. A staffer recalled him getting a text from a person at the retreat asking if their boss was okay. Fetterman was sitting at a table by himself, slowly sipping a Coke and refusing to talk with anybody. Later that day, another staffer heard an alarming report from a journalist. Fetterman had just walked obliviously into the road and was nearly struck by a car. There's another part in this article where it talks about how someone saw...
Do you remember all the shit that they were saying about Biden wandering off and stuff? And look, Biden was not cutting it as far as a presidential candidate. Biden should not have run for a second term. I don't think that Biden should have been selected in the first place, frankly. he did better than I expected. Like his policies were way better than what I expected, but his execution of those policies left a lot to be desired, and that's an understatement. But despite all the discussion of Biden appearing lost, wandering off, not being able to take care of himself on a basic level, I didn't actually see a lot of evidence of that. But with Fetterman wandering into the road and almost getting hit by a car, I mean, there it is, chat. And I don't know, is it, a cognitive impairment due to the stroke? Is the guy just massively depressed? I don't know.
Saw him walking around the halls of Congress and walked into a crowd of people and nearly knocked them over.
This is what I'm talking about, chat. He just fucking ran into a bunch of people like he was playing football.
Which makes his driving of his getting behind the wheel of a car all the more insane. Like, this guy can't even walk without crashing into people or nearly being hit by a car. And then he gets into a car and drives it recklessly over the speed limit and nearly kills 2 people and himself.
I have, everyone knows I have a very old grandmother, and it was like a whole thing, for when she would stop driving. And she kind of she fucked up a little. She didn't hurt anyone, but she was like, all right, fine, you're right. But she will turn 105 this year. She can still walk unsupervised, for the most part. That's not a problem she has, careening into a crowd of people.
I thought you were going to say she's driving. That would have been impressive.
Well, I put her up against Fetterman. I think she gets to A to B much better than him.
She knows better than to tweet while she's driving 70 miles an hour.
Yeah, she's not going over her recent Bill Maher appearance in the car.
I mean, that was the detail, because I was aware of the car accident, but that was the detail that this article shed new light on, that he was on a red-eye flight back from Los Angeles after appearing on Real Time with Bill Maher when he crashed into a car going 70 or 80 miles an hour on the Beltway.
He was, it's like he was in the car and he was like, Bill Maher's right. Palestine is like when a hooker tries to take your watch. Oh shit! There's another car here.
Felix, this sentence here, I think, is literally could be a joke you made about him a year ago on the show. Quote, he could barely string 2 sentences together, talking so quietly that everyone in the room had to strain to hear him. Fetterman then stood up and began walking around the office in tight loops, a move the 2 staffers described as doing figure eights.
This is the part that I love, because there's parts of this where Peter Welch from Vermont, all these other senators that remember him being more normal at some juncture, are coming in to check up on him, see what's up. And he's presumably behaving
Wait. The infamous Bill Maher Fetterman appearance where he said that progressivism left his body after getting a stroke. Why have I not watched this, chat? Fetterman's a great villain. I feel like I should cover him more.
With water.
I feel like part of what I do on stream, does it have an air of Behind the Bastards to it? Because I feel like it's if Behind the Bastards was a Twitch stream, it would be me.
Damage. And the staffers, everyone's like, oh, I guess this is just his day where he calibrates his motion detectors. How do you just think, the people of Pennsylvania are very lucky after that?
Honestly, the figure eight stuff too is I agree. It's just people walking out.
Can somebody explain to me these figure eight loops? Are we actually talking about him walking is he walking in a figure eight shape? Is that what we're talking about? Is he walking he's walking like that? What are we meaning? What do we mean pacing but in figure eight loops? He's pacing in, but not just a circle or an oval, or it's a figure eight. He's actually pacing in a figure eight loop. Is there a thing? I feel like this is somebody should check these with symptoms or something, right? I feel like that's something that I'd read in a like a neurological textbook or something.
Out of that office who witnessed that, they need to be held to account. Like, I'm sorry, there's 100 senators. That's it. And to think that, like, well, we got to dig into the folks who are doing figure eights in their office. We're not going to be able to fill these 100 seats. Like, it just seems, it's like the Feinstein thing. Like,
did they get Sam high? Chat, I think they got Sam high. Anybody else think that? Do you hear his voice? That sounds like Sam's voice after he took slightly too big of a hit and coughed a bunch. That's what I would expect Sam's voice to sound like. And I mean, I'm not saying he's out of it or he sounds goofy or he's not making sense or anything. He is. He's very funny. He's very funny. He's very on, right? This is just the right amount of toasted. Sam on a high after all the pounding. That's right. It's the pounding that gets him high.
No semblance that there is a responsibility to the constituents in Pennsylvania, to the whole country. It just seems like it just seems
could be a drink. Yeah, it could be a drink.
Responsible to me, to people who.
But he's definitely high. You think? It seems like that. This is my imagination of Chapo. You go on, they offer you like a blunt or something, right? They're passing a blunt, and you don't have to smoke. They're not gonna, I'm sure plenty of their guests, are not interested. But Sam seems like the kind of guy that if you're gonna offer him a blunt, he's gonna hit that thing. He did it Friday. Might have grabbed some gummies. Ooh, out of the. Well, no. What I'm hearing is his voice actually sounds a little bit ragged, and it could, it's an occupational hazard. First of all, it could just be from talking a lot, right? Did he yell? He didn't really yell at Ethan, so it's not that. When did he film this? Anybody know when he filmed this? A contact high, it could be that. But I hear a little bit of a raggediness in his voice that sounds like a person that doesn't usually smoke and that takes a little too much and coughs, right? That's what it does to your voice afterwards.
Telling themselves they're in politics for public service reasons.
Yeah, like, is it public service or is it just service to the government?
He is very relaxed. Yeah, I'm noticing.
I mean, go do this for someone in Hollywood. It'll be more fun.
Here's another detail from the story. Those first days in the hospital were rough. Fetterman was experiencing delusions. He thought that if he took a bed at the hospital, he would be arrested. He told doctors that he believed members of his family were wearing wires to secretly record him.
Wait, keep going. What happens next, Irene? Like when I'm telling the story about being somebody who doesn't smoke that much and accidentally taking a larger hit than you realized? Are you getting from are you getting from this that I'm talking about like a personal experience here? You know from firsthand experiences how blunts change your voice. I do. Well, especially as somebody who does not smoke a lot, and that this is something that I don't know. I don't know how much of chat heard this, but yeah, my first night in Thailand actually, right? I get there at like, I don't know, 11 o'clock a.m., right? And then I go to my hotel room and kind of lay down and rest a little bit. Eventually my friend who's here with me or was here with me texts me and says, "Hey, I'm here now. Do you want to go out and get something to eat?" I then fall asleep, and so he calls me and it wakes me up, and I'm like, "Oh, hey, sorry, yeah, let's totally do this. Let's totally go out. Let's meet and let's, go get something to eat," right? And so I meet him, we walk around. Now I'm a vegan, so I'm like the biggest of the pain in the asses to like get something to eat with, right? Because especially in Thailand, it's kind of hard to find something that just like, it's not hard to find stuff that doesn't have meat in it, but it's hard to find stuff that doesn't have like let's say fish sauce or something in it, right? Everything's got a little something in it, right? And so we don't end up, long story short, we don't end up finding a place that we can both eat. But he's like, hey, let's go check out, like, we start going to like weed stores, and I'm like, oh, does he need to buy weed? I guess he needs to buy weed. Yeah, I'll go with you to, so he goes to one store and he's like, hey, do you have a place that you can smoke? And they're like, no. And he keeps on going to other places. Finally, he finds a place that says, yeah, we do have a place you can smoke, right? And it's this weird upstairs room. We go there. There's this expat sitting there watching Tropic Thunder. Of all the movies to be watching on Netflix, he's watching Tropic Thunder. And my friend, like, is like, he packs a bowl and he proceeds to hit it, and then he hands it to me. And I have not hit, like, legit, chat, I haven't hit a bong since college. All right. I don't smoke, first of all, cigarettes or anything. And I definitely have not hit a bong in a very, very long time. And so, like, I take the hit, and then I realize, oh wait, here's the thing with the bong, you got to clear the chamber, right? There's this, like, there's water that you pull the smoke through, and then it's in a chamber, and the proper thing to do is to finish inhaling whatever's in the chamber. So I pull it, after remembering you got to pull the thing out. Right now I've got entirely too much smoke, and it's in the chamber, and I'm feeling like I have to clear the whole thing, because that's what you do. And I do, and I immediately just let out, like, just a whole series of coughing, as if it was the first time I'd ever smoked, right? Just cough my freaking head off, right? And I got almost nonverbal. And then there's this expat sitting back here watching Tropic Thunder, and, he starts to notice us talking, and, notice that it's like, my first time in Thailand. And he's like, hey, I've been here for 2 years. I can tell you everything. I can show you all the good places. And I don't know, chat, maybe he was just being nice, right? Maybe he legitimately was like, oh, hey, a person in need. I've got, let me help you, right? But I knew that I wasn't in the place to know that person from the person that is, like, trying to take it somewhere else, right? One of the nice places that he's going to show me in Thailand ends up being his bedroom or something, right? And so I'm just like, nope, I'm good, I'm fine. I absolutely, no, thank you. That's very nice of you, right? But, like, yeah, no, I got so fucked up. I had to have my friend call a cab for me. I couldn't handle it. I didn't know where I did know where I wasn't. It wasn't like I didn't know where I was, but I was just out of it. I was out of it. But the nice thing about that night, chat, is I did stay up, until bedtime. And so I did immediately get on, like, Thai time.
In one chaotic moment, Fetterman grew convinced that a political rally being held in the hospital's lobby, and that he needed to break out of his room to attend.
Do you think it's possible that his wife was recording him at times? I mean, I wouldn't be shocked. She's trying to, like, piece this together. Maybe she's talking to a therapist, or she's talking to somebody. I mean, just because he's like what members of his family does he think is recording him?
It doesn't say, but, like, it does mention his wife.
But yeah, chat, I actually got so, like, faded that, and some of you out there maybe know the feels, right? Where you get so faded that you're like, I am literally never going to do this again in my life, right? You're, like, thinking, I don't want to have anything to do. I don't want to be near any Sebe Day THC. I don't want to see it. I don't want to smell it. I don't want to, like, I am going, I'm going to be abstinent of any controlled substances for the rest of my life. I'm like, I don't ever want to see it again. Right. That's how fucked up I was, where I was just like, I just had this whole idea of, like, and just thinking about, like, because here was the thing, chat, I'm in a new country. All right. Just fucking faded off my ass. And I'm just thinking, oh, this is great. This is how people here are going to, like, see me first, right? This is how people are going to think I am. And I'm just imagining being Thai And like, you know, you probably get used to like a certain kind of American that is literally just here to party, or a certain kind of, you know, farang, a certain type of tourist, right? That is just literally, that's they're off their, you know, ass 24/7. And I'm like, I don't want to be that person. I don't want anybody to think that I'm that person. I'm just like, I'm never ever going near this stuff again. I don't think I have a THC limit because I've never been able to get 2. Oh my God. I mean, that's the opposite problem of me right now. There's a weird old culture of smoking as much as possible rather than being more prudent. Well, especially like when you're with people, right? Oh, thank you, JP. Yeah. I am indeed in Thailand, as you can hear from the thunder.
It says here, but it wasn't just staffers who were upset. There was also Fetterman's wife, Giselle, who had become something of a political celebrity in her own right. She is a kind-hearted philanthropist, the proprietor of a free store in Braddock that gave away goods and clothing. A formerly undocumented immigrant from Brazil, and a
So yeah, we're talking about Fetterman's wife here.
progressive. In early November, just weeks after the attack,
Giselle
arrived at her husband's Senate office, and according to a staffer present, they got into a heated argument. They are bombing refugee camps. How can you support this? The staffer recalled her saying with tears in her eyes. That's all propaganda, Fetterman replied. Later, a visibly upset Giselle pulled the staffer aside, and she asked him if members of Fetterman's team were pushing him to take stances for political reasons. The staffer told her that the opposite was true. Many of them were as upset as she was. If you're pushing back on this, there's no hope, the staffer recalled her saying. This is horrible news.
Let me just say, the amazing thing is that his response, this is all
Are there too many people there for just partying? I mean, yeah, it's a big part of the attraction of the country. I mean, there's some people there that are here for like much worse things than partying. Right? This is the whole thing, is that like kind of like I don't know how to explain this, but some of the expats that have come in the past have kind of given a bad name to like the rest of us, right? I don't even know if I want to get into it, right? With, you know, the shit that Americans and other farang do when they're here. Right? I don't even know what the stereotypes are. And that's what I'm thinking, right? As I'm getting way too faded, is that like, am I right now embodying like one of the stereotypes about tourists, right? Am I looking like that person?
Propaganda. There's a huge portion of Zionists who have the exact same response. So it's like that is not consistent with the rest of the story. That is him actually acting as a bunch of people who presumably have not had.
Wait, Charlie the Unicorn? I remember hearing about this. I'm sure I've seen it at some point. They offer him candy, then he wakes up with his organs removed.
Strokes. Argue. I can assure you, I have talked to people like this who have said it's not true. None of that's real. It's all Hollywood.
Oh yeah,
And they
yeah,
believe that.
Yeah.
Well, because like
nice, JP.
I mean, what else do you have to tell yourself to, you know? I mean, what else can you tell yourself, really?
I will resist the impulse to apologize for the other Americans here.
I mean, that almost seems like a I don't know. I'm not gonna.
I went to Thailand for my belly. So, for like some kind of like IBS kind of thing, or just, do you mean like for to learn to cook delicious food?
Say quaint, but like a different era of atrocity when they were more on the.
I gotta say, I've always liked Thai food, but getting to see the authentic version has kind of like blown my mind in a number of ways. Right? It's on a whole nother level. I swear to God. As a Thai, I can tell you a lot of white dudes here are horrible pieces of shit. Yes, I'm no doubt, JP.
Hollywood thing, which is sort of they've been doing that for as long as any of us have been alive to some extent. But now it seems like they're sort of done with that. They're just saying,
Right.
yeah, it's all good.
Right, exactly.
All of what we're doing is good.
Yeah, you had to move into it's not happening to actually it should happen.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's the same province of Holocaust deniers,
Sorry.
Armenian genocide deniers. It didn't happen, but it was awesome when it did.
Yeah. Let's see here.
Let me just rewind it because I'm getting all pulled into like conversations with chat, which are very interesting. But this part is really this part about Fetterman.
More, they're sort of done with that, and they're just saying,
Right.
yeah, it's all good.
Right, exactly.
All quaint, but like a different era of it.
Oh, really?
I mean, that almost seems like
I can assure you, I have talked to people like this who have said it's not true. None of that's real. It's all Pallywood.
Oh yeah,
And they
yeah.
believe that.
Yeah.
Well, because like, you know,
So yeah, this is people trying to talk to him about Gaza and him just saying, "Oh, that's all fake. That's all fake. That's clearly fake."
what else do you have to tell yourself to, you know, I mean, what else can you tell yourself? Really?
I mean, that almost seems like a I don't know, that like, I'm not going to say quaint, but like a different era of atrocity when they were more on the Pallywood thing, which is sort of they've been doing that for you know, as long as any of us have been alive to some extent. But now it seems like they're sort of done with that, and they're just saying,
Right.
yeah, it's all good.
Right, exactly.
All of what we're doing is good.
Yeah, you had to move into it's not happening to actually it should happen.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's the same province of Holocaust deniers, Armenian genocide deniers. It didn't happen, but it was awesome when it did.
Yeah. Let's see here. Here's the piece I mentioned earlier. In the final weeks of 2023, a Senate.
You went for the food. Did you get maybe like a visa based on so like, yeah, one of the visas in Thailand is for people that want to come here and learn the cuisine, because it's part of their soft power, you know, in the same way that the United States used to exert soft power through its like educational, you know, system, through allowing people to come here and study, and then, you know, maybe they go back to their home country with a good impression of the United States, you know, some friends, whatever from here. You know, the thing that that Thailand puts on, you know, as possible soft power visas are things like learning Muay Thai, or learning Thai cuisine, or learning massage. There's a specific style of massage that's comes from Thailand that's very on a different level than other. And I've studied, you know, a number of like, you know, massage styles, right? And the Thai massage is unique, right? Muay Thai, I think I mentioned learning the language, right? It's things like this. But yeah, one of the things is actually going to culinary school, because yeah, I also found a super secret food court at the Thailand airport. It's for employees, so it's much cheaper than the rest of the airport. Seriously?
Physician called the office, according to a staffer, to say that he had seen Fetterman acting bizarrely near the underground trolleys that shuttle people between the Capitol and nearby office buildings. He had witnessed Fetterman, seemingly unaware of his surroundings, walk directly into a group of people, nearly bowling them over. Giselle then texted that she had told her husband that his staff and doctor were worried about him, but that he had told her, "That's not true, and I guess I'm not talking to you today," before hanging up. The doctor had also said he was fighting to get access of the Twitter account. She went on, "Please promise me that he'll never have access." One staffer told me there would be entire days when they couldn't let anyone outside the office be around him because he was in some sort of state and might say really fucked up shit to constituents. Sometimes he would just shut down, according to one former staffer. He was saying unhinged shit, according to one text, spending more time on social media. Stern wrote to the group that it seemed to him like Fetterman was spiraling and that his constant doom scrolling, "I think he's essentially on all day now," would only make things worse. It's self-sabotage, Kat said. Him against the world is his comfortable place. Another staffer chimed in to say his boss had picked a fight in the Senate cloakroom when an attendant wouldn't let him bring a friend in. He said something to the effect of, "You let all these imbeciles in here, but you won't let me bring in my friend."
I mean, okay, again, I think that's valid.
Yeah, like that's one thing that has not bothered me in Thailand, though, is the cost of food. It is very affordable. Now, I know there's a lot of more expensive restaurants out there, but I've been able to find well, as far as restaurants, right? There's like there's a J restaurant that I go to that it's like a dish costs like 40 baht plus rice. So essentially 55 baht for rice and curry or whatever you want to get. And then if you want to cook your own food, it's even cheaper, right? If you buy like, vegetables at the markets and stuff like that, it's not a issue. But yeah, airport food I get can be really expensive. You know what? Another thing that blew my mind was about cost, right? So when I left my home in the Pacific Northwest, right, when I got in an Uber to the airport, and I didn't know this because I'd never taken an Uber to the airport before, but they charge you like there's a whole premium on going to the airport. I knew there was a premium in coming from the airport. I just didn't know there was a premium in going to the airport. So a ride that would have normally cost, I don't know, like maybe $25 instead is now costing me $70, right? But you got to get to the airport, so I paid it, right? When I got to when I got to the airport, or when I was when I was getting on a taxi to go to my hotel room from the airport in Thailand, I think I paid probably, what is it? That's $3, and then I probably paid less than $5, right? It's just, and it's more than it would have cost if I was just there was some kind of airport premium, but it was like minuscule.
I mean, wait till you see who the friend probably was. Yeah, no, I don't know. It makes me think about this whole like
the airport charges Uber
shorts and hoodie thing. I think this is just like, we've talked about like airport Americans. There is like a type of person who loves like just gumming up the work so they can yell at someone. I think that's sort of his personality before this.
I mean, look, there's airport Americans, there's Walmart Americans, and then there's dispensary Americans.
I do get the sense that that this, whatever has taken place for him,
there's weed store Americans,
neurologically has brought out the worst, the worst parts of him. It's like he's maybe all id now or something. Like it's just there's no filters, and all his worst tendencies are coming to the fore. And he doesn't have the ability to regulate in any way. I mean, there's no political value to him. He could have maintained every single position on the Israel and that Palestinians deserved every bit of it. And he could have done it in a way that was not I feel like even hardcore Zionists were like, whoa, okay, maybe dial it back just a little bit. We're not supposed to be that frank, kill them all. I mean,
yeah.
Who says that?
Yeah.
It's a little on the nose, isn't it? Yeah.
Let's get back to killing.
Yeah, the thing where he says that he hasn't met a single Arab who condemns Hamas, calls the Palestinians spoiled milk. I mean, even the most insane Zionists will say oh, actually, all of them hate Hamas and they're tyrants, and we're liberating them from Hamas.
I definitely have heard that.
You talk over real Arabs who hate them. But I guess he's sort of reading between the lines, and he clicked translate from Hebrew on all those tweets and said, okay, I know what you really think.
All right, here's the last amazing.
Are we talking about passport bros? Yeah, I was about to say that's a lot of who gives Americans bad names, especially in Thailand, right? There's a whole weird culture here, or I said here, I'm not there anymore. There's a whole ass culture in America of these guys that are, I don't know, they're mad at American women because either they think that American women aren't interested in them, or they think that American women are too independent, or they're too left wing, or they're too this, or they're too that. And so they watch this content which fixates their mind on, like, you got to get a passport and go to XYZ country, and then these women will be subservient to you or something like that. And I feel like it's like those dudes, those passport bros, that have got to be like a nightmare to deal with.
Detail from the story that I want to share, because like this is the culmination of everything Felix has ever joked about him. Moments like these are becoming increasingly difficult for staff to explain, and behind the scenes, things were worse. In March, Fetterman suddenly took an early morning trip to Hartford, Connecticut without telling his team why, leaving them at a loss for what to tell Giselle when she demanded to know why he was missing one of their kids' birthdays. Fetterman objected to this characterization, saying to me, "I took a weekend trip in March to visit the grave site of my friend from grad school who died in 1993, a trip my staff and family knew about."
A friend from grad school in 1993.
Oh, the American passport bros in Thailand would probably be there. Like, I don't know, Jerry, just a note. All right. This is not a criticism. All right. I'm not sure how that particular phrase is like taken. Like, I don't know if it's like there's a lot of different ways to say, there's a lot of different terms for like trans identity in Thailand. And I don't know if maybe that one might be like kind of on the out. I'm not sure. I haven't learned enough of the language and, also the culture. And we're talking about like a particular part of the culture in Thailand. But yeah, that probably is what American passport bros that end up in Thailand might be, part of their interest in the country. I feel like it's kind of but yeah, no, not a criticism, because I didn't know either. And I'm still not entirely sure. I think it depends on the context in which you use the word. There's a word in Thai that essentially means the same thing. Accosted in Thailand, but not sure. It's definitely used to get out of the military service there. Oh my God. Well, no. I mean, I'm aware that like, yeah, Thai culture is more accepted of different gender identity and sexuality, and it's just like less of a big deal. It's just like I'm starting to learn about the complexities of kind of being trans in Thailand, and it's more complicated than I realized. And I'm still not sure what the correct phrases are to use are.
I don't think you could use that as an excuse for anything. Like, I'm sorry. Grad school in 93?
Well, you want to get there before the 35th anniversary. That's why you do it on your kid's birthday.
No, but like, yeah, he has an allergy to his own children's birthdays.
Crash the whip like Fetterman. My wife wishes I was a better man. Son's birthday, I got a better plan. I'm on the E-way reading Reddit. Damn.
I will say,
was Felix behind the whole rap thing that they did with episode 1? They had a thing where they came up with a fictional rapper, like a white SoundCloud rapper on episode 1.
That March in Hartford, you don't want to miss. It's the best time of the year to visit Hartford. It's just before the leaves get on the trees. There's nothing obscuring the absolute sort of like degradation of the city that has been going on for the past half a century.
Hartford is the jewel of Connecticut, truly.
It is. You don't want to miss that. I mean, I thought the Hegseth part stuff too was pretty amazing, because this is good. Like, this is ongoing. This is not like they're looking back.
Can't find the Fetterman.
The Hegseth thing where he basically said to them, like, I don't want to vote on him. What if I just leave?
I mean, like, do you think it's like a similar thought? Because I want to go back to the kid's birthday because I do think it is so revealing. My read on like the initial joke about like the kid's birthday stuff was that he could not stand anyone else being the locus of the household attention. But I do like there might be some truth to that, but also like the way he just said, "What if I just leave?" Like no one in the history of the Senate has ever thought of that. Do you think it's like there's some element where he knows he's deficient and he's like, this is going to be one of those days where I walk into people, better go away. I don't know. It's hard to get into his head for a lot of reasons.
I mean, I think he could have seen it he could have missed the birthday because he felt like he didn't want to embarrass the kids there. Or maybe he's afraid that his kid is recording him.
I always knew my kid would fold under questioning.
And I guess the family member who's not recording him apparently is his father, who apparently calls him after his Fox News appearances to tell him how proud he is of his son. So I mean, like that could be another psychological factor informing his strange behavior.
There is so much father psychology going on in the Fetterman office between Gentleson, Fetterman himself.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Let me just this part about like right after that Hexit thing. This was like when people were saying, "Are you going to switch your party?" and this and that. And apparently, he was fighting with Giselle. He was crying while FaceTiming with staff, and he says they're trying to cancel him again. And the staffer says, "But we don't know who they are in this." Like the guy he's suffering. But again, it's like, it's like when he broke down after the Hexit thing, that was much worse than the car accident at 70 miles an hour. I just still can't get over that part. Like, how much worse does it get than the guy basically risking the lives of everybody in the car and everybody on the highway? I just somebody's getting away with having no accountability for this, it seems to me.
Well, it's all out there now, and you know, like I think he'll be doing some figure eights and like feeding ducks and like clipping into walls. You know, like again, like I mean, just the lack of being able to learn a lesson here. Like I mean, he should resign. Like this is crazy. Like you can't be a senator when like your brain is like this.
Yeah, and like I don't know. The figure eights is kind of like the most insane thing to me because, like, if I saw anyone do that, like, Will, if you did that in front of me,
send me to Shut Up and Eat Home.
I would be like, we're ending the pot. I'm going to law school. It's not too late for me. Like, no lessons learned after Biden, after Feinstein, after any of it. I just as a side note, the people who like are casting Giselle as a bystander in this, I do have to point out that she did meet with the Netanyahus, and like I understand that like she probably is afraid and everything, but like I don't. It's just like at a certain point, someone has to fucking do something. I know you didn't ask for this, but like shit, I on the list of people I feel bad for, maybe number 30 million. Behind every fucking Palestinian, everyone in Syria, everyone in Lebanon and Yemen, and actually someone who could maybe put their foot down because none of these fucking staffers will. I get it. I get that like having a family complicates things, but like shit, like no one else is clearly going to do anything.
I'm more sympathetic with her because of the whole family thing. Like, if there's something that happened, you know, if he does resign, you want to be able to maintain your family and get the guy some help. But like, I imagine right now, Chuck Schumer is asking his aides, like, is there a place I can go for 3 months so I don't have to deal with this? Like,
yeah.
Well,
maybe
I mean, Sam,
I gotta go on a fact-finding mission somewhere because he's so cowardly about this stuff. And let's be clear, Feinstein, the reason why they didn't want to get rid of it, supposedly, you know, it was 50-50 Senate. Fetterman, we can afford to have him not be there for a while. Like the guy is a danger. He's a danger to himself and to others.
But Sam, like to that point, like you think that like the antics of this mentally ill ogre are being like covered up, and like they're still covering for him because, like as Gentleson said, they essentially think he is useful to like rebranding the Democratic Party as being against immigration and like this kind of like poking their own base and like going to war with their own like progressive anti-war base. That they think that like he is still, despite his obvious.
See, what they've done is they've looked at Republicans have success by attacking woke, and they assume that the same dynamic will work for them. It should tell you something about Democrats. It should tell you, like, right, these are not unimportant issues. These are not random issues. These are not like, the like political equivalent of like, would you like to get burritos or burgers tonight, right? And maybe if you're too privileged, you don't see it and you just think of it as like, whatever, it doesn't matter because it doesn't affect me, but it does affect people and you should care. And if you stand for anything at all, you're not the kind of person that's going to be like, oh, hey, is it good to be pro-trans right now? I'm going to be pro-trans. Oh, hey, is it bad to be pro-trans? Is it good to be anti-trans? I'm going to be anti-trans. I'm going to do the Matt Walsh thing, right? That person that is willing to flip it both ways is inarguably a piece of shit. That is a bad person, right? Either way, like,
this like difficulties, shall we say, that he's still useful to them.
Sorry, chat, I got kind of caught up. I was trying to find a video that I saw that by a Thai YouTuber talking about trans people in Thailand, and this was a cis woman doing this content, but there was a lot more to understand, I guess, than I expected, and including like some of the words that I had been taught as the Thai equivalent to trans were like possibly offensive in the wrong context, right? And I still don't completely understand it. And like I said, I think I've got a lot of language learning and a lot of learning about culture to do before I really do understand. Even something like, what is, how do trans people like to be referred to? Like, what is the word that they would, what's the not offensive term, or like in what context are different terms like offensive or whatever, right? There's a lot more to it than I realized.
In that regard, as like the Fox News Democrat.
I mean, I don't know. Like the guy who's doing figure eights believes in this. Maybe we should follow him down the like it seems like a built-in. I gotta say, like my co-host Emma Vigeland, she was pretty excited about Fetterman back in the day, where I think people were enticed by his populist streak. But she's been saying for a long time, like,
what do you think about
China? I really
China?
think like there's something mentally going wrong with him. Like a lot of this is coming out of that. I'm like, there's no evidence of that whatsoever. And of course, there was huge evidence of it. We just don't have access to it. I still can't get over the car thing. That's like, it's one thing. Okay, he's
the car thing, the running into people thing. Yeah, just and the fact that so many people are willing to just hide this from Fetterman, and like how many of them, because like I don't know, chat, I get the feeling that the institutional Dems, they really have a hard on for this like anti-woke thing. They really think they can make this work for them. They really think that they've found the right scapegoat to throw under the bus to get back into power. And it's disgusting. And it's just more of a sign that these people never belonged in power in the first place, that we've got the wrong people in power, that the problem with like left politics in America might not be that Americans are super right wing. It might be that the people that have risen to the top and become the institution and the establishment on the left just fucking suck and don't actually believe in much of anything and are just fucking playing games with us, right? The Democratic Party needs to quit playing games with our heads.
Every day for 20 minutes, he does figure eights. It's the way that he calms himself. It's not hurting anybody. But when he tries to do this on a highway, it seems to me like that's when you got to step in and say, this is going to end in tragedy. And frankly, all of those people, had somebody died, all of those people in that office, in my mind, have a responsibility and some culpability if they have not gone out and said anything.
Absolutely. If they'd just seen him like slug a pint of scotch before getting behind the wheel of a car and they were like, yeah, sure, we'll let you drive. Like,
Wait, has anyone tried that? make him a little normal again?
Do the Cary Grant North by Northwest thing.
Yeah.
I had a buddy once back in my comedy days. We were living in a sort of like it wasn't quite a halfway house, but it was sort of like of that ilk. And I was sitting in my my one room apartment, and he would jog to work like 15 miles outside of downtown Cambridge, out to his job at night. And he came in one day and he's like, I figured out how to get rid of my shin splints. I drink a half a bottle of wine before I start running. And that's like, maybe it would help Fetterman just a little bit. Take the edge off just a little bit.
On that line about,
it's 420 somewhere. It's 420 where I used to live.
Is he literally a useful idiot for like some of these centrist people who aspire to make the Democratic Party more right? Did you guys?
Is that why they've kept him? Is that why they protect him?
Matt Yglesias, after this article came out, doing a long thread saying that perhaps Fetterman is still the future that the party needs because of the popularity of whatever his immigration policy.
Fucking Matt Yglesias, thank you for reminding me, asshole, that there's somebody that I hate more than Ezra Klein. Thank you, Matt Yglesias. What a piece of shit. See what I mean? And these are supposedly like Yglesias and Klein. These people started off in the blogosphere. They were supposed to be the anti-establishment figures, right? They were supposed to be the new blood. And they have literally just turned into loser liberals within the space of, I don't know, what would it be, 20 years or so? Just 20 years.
I'm sorry, all your heroes are brain dead.
Is this like the people who are like, well, Chris Benoit was an awesome wrestler?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, yeah, the Iglesias.
Chris Benoit. Oh my God. I thought he said Chris Benoit. And I'm like, who the fuck is Chris Benoit? And then I was like, wait. Chris Benoit. Oh God, no, that guy. Yes, I have heard of that guy.
He did the thing when after
I do know about the horrible history of Chris Benoit.
Biden dropped out, where he was just like, well, when they escorted me into the White House to talk to him for 2 minutes, he seemed totally on point to me. So how was I to know?
Exactly.
Well, best of luck to the Fetterman ring.
Yeah, it's 4:20 a.m. actually where I used to live.
Out there, I hope you can, maybe like direct him to, walk in some more interesting shapes on his like daily depression quests.
Oh my God, is he making a fucking Gamergate reference there? Depression Quest was Zoe Quinn's video game.
You're not gonna do anything. I think if you gave him like a big noticeable car where everyone could get out of the way. Like there's
an ice cream.
No. You need to get this guy a VR headset and put him in a driving game. All right. Like, look, I'm not Neera Tanden and Ezra Klein, yeah.
An ice cream truck.
Ice cream truck is a good one. I was thinking more in the vein of a
no, not an ice cream truck. Kids run to that.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
And he'll probably think these kids are mic'd. I've got to hit them all.
They're part of the woke mind virus. They're probably TikTokers.
All right, gang. Let's leave it there for today.
God damn.
Cedar, thank you so much for joining us today. And everyone, please go check out the majority.
So if anybody wonders, can Sam hang? Yes, Sam can hang. He is in fact a good hang. Even when he's a little too stoned, he's pretty good conversation, pretty good company. And yeah, Sam, if you're ever in Thailand, we'll definitely hang. Anyway, I prefer Naomi Klein. Did I say Klein? I don't know what's wrong with me. Klein. I do know how to pronounce her. She's based, yeah. As long as you don't mix her up with Naomi Wolf, that's when you get into trouble. If you accidentally say Naomi, if you order Naomi Wolf, chat. This is my problem at restaurants. All right, I don't like spring rolls because they're too oily and fried and heavy, and you know what I mean. I like fresh rolls. Fresh rolls are so fucking good. It's like one of my favorite things. But to me, chat, spring means fresh, right? And so when I say spring roll, I'm thinking of a fresh roll, right? Does that make sense? So I've had it before where I was like, oh yeah, spring roll. Yeah, I would love to have some of the, oh yeah, spring rolls. Hell yeah. And I order them. And of course, you know, spring rolls are fried. Spring rolls are fried. Let me take you really quickly, chat, into a little, this is not the video I was looking for, but it does talk about the difference between trans culture in Thailand and in the United States.
Think about trans community in America. For me, we live different countries and we have different culture. And in Thailand, it's like, you know, how we...
Okay, I could deal without the fucking Star-Spangled Banner over this. I don't know.
I know that in America, they don't like to get called anything with boys or she-males or... Yeah. But in Thailand, in Thai word, we call Kathoi. Kathoi is mean lady boy. So that is quite simple, and you can hear it everywhere when they call like this. And
that's why I wonder if there's not, like, you know, a part of the, like this. So in Thai culture, right, this is the word gatoi, right, is you know, analogous to trans, but the meaning of it is, you know, a combination of lady and boy, right? And so like, you know, and you know, when I'm trying to find out like what words to use, you know, with trans people, I'm more interested in the words that trans people themselves like feel comfortable with rather than the culture at large. But it's kind of hard without kind of embedding yourself in that culture to know, you know, really where those sensitivities are.
of course, how I feel and how people in America feel is different. And
also, this is a terrible Star Spangled Banner. What the fuck? I'm sorry, I shouldn't be. I feel like I'm being insulting to the singer. I'm just like, what the fuck? What's going on with this? Is this AI's Star Spangled Banner? What's going on?
I show it how I feel. Not because of I want to change them to think like me, but I want them to think like it's not just, oh no, you cannot call me a ladyboy, but it's like, I am ladyboys. I'm so proud. Look how it's different.
Okay, so you see what I mean? I feel like there's more to it, and I feel like I need to learn more before I really understand you know, even just how to use you know, even like what vocabulary to use. But anyway, chat, I promised you more content. We hit 2 times the bonus goal today. And so I kind of want to give you more of this Hasan stuff, right? I'm going to take a pee really quick. I'm going to leave you with Hasan because he's the one dude, the one guy out there that can never complain that I'm doing a chair react with his content. Hasan will never do that. Will never do that to me. So I'm gonna cash in that token right now, Hasan. I hope you don't mind. Be right back.
National Endowment of Democracy funded groups like NGOs that are playing a significant role here. Okay. Having said that, is there veracity to some of these claims? Absolutely. Okay. Some of the claims that he's highlighting in the headlines is actually correct. The problem is, and I don't know what the when these articles are from or what these articles are actually featuring, but I would go so far as to suspect that he's making it seem as though the article that I was referencing, the article that I was reading, as a matter of fact, in terms of China's re-education and cultural erasure has ended, and that Xinjiang has now become a tourism destination. He claims that that article does not exist, except here is the article. So while he was actually looking for all of these different article headlines that he could draw from, what happened? Did he just simply fail to find terror and tourism? Xinjiang eases its grip, but fear remains. This is the Associated Press article that I was actually reading and referencing to Ethan Klein. In that conversation, Xinjiang, China, the razor wire that once ringed public buildings in China's far northwestern Xinjiang region is nearly all gone. Gone too are the middle school uniforms and military camouflage and the armored personnel carriers rumbling around the homeland of the Uyghurs. Gone are many of the surveillance cameras that once glared down like birds from overhead poles and the eerie eternal wail of sirens in the ancient Silk Road city of Kashgar. This right here is basically the summarization of like my summarization of the story is this article saying that they ended their operations. They ended their operations, and the clips that, and here's why I say he's fucking devoid of context. This is the reason why I call this the context nuke. The reason why I call this the context nuke is because he rips these clips, which I don't even know where he sourced them from. Okay, because I don't think he sourced them himself. I think someone gave him these clips, because if he were to actually, if he actually cared about understanding the nuance of this position that I'm presenting, he would recognize that some of the clips that he pulled out are literally directly from me covering this article. Here it is, October 13, 2021, Uyghurs in Xinjiang. Gone too are the middle school uniforms and military camouflage and the armored personnel carriers rumbling around the homeland of the Uyghurs. Gone are the many of the surveillance cameras that once glared down like birds from overhead poles and the eerie eternal wail of sirens in the ancient Silk Road city of Kashgar. Uyghur teenage boys, once a rare sight, now flirt with girls over pounding dance music at rollerblading rinks. One cab driver blasted Shakira as she raced through the streets. 4 years after Beijing launched a brutal crackdown that swept up 1 million or more Uyghurs and other mostly Muslim minorities into detention camps and prisons, its control of Xinjiang has entered a new era. Chinese authorities have scaled back many of the most draconian and invisible aspects of the region's high-tech police state. The panic that gripped the region a few years ago has subsided considerably, and a sense of normality is creeping back in. Is because he purposely limited the search to 2 years so his article was left out intentionally? Now, time and time again, I have actually railed against, as much as people say I'm a China glazer, which I am a China glazer, let's be real. Time and time again, I've actually brought up the unjustifiable practice of mass detention and mass surveillance and dragnets that were cast upon the Uyghur Muslim population in Xinjiang. I do not think it's appropriate, and I do not think it's acceptable. And I have made that very clear over and over again. I've actually made fun of the people that are so
I don't think trans exists in the Thai language. See, it does, and there's different ways of saying it, but you know, gat toy, right, is a perfectly legitimate identity to somebody that identifies that way, right? Like, you know, most American trans people, you know, would not want to be called something like ladyboy, but there probably is, you know, there's a bunch of different people. There's a bunch of different trans people, and there's a bunch of different ways, even within American culture, that trans identity is formulated. I guess like all I've learned is that you got to be really you got to really try to notice things. You got to really not take anything for granted, which I think you're locked into that, Jerry, as far as not not imposing an American view of gender on Thailand. But I have heard from different people different ways of saying that, and just like there's Americans that wouldn't want to be called something like gatoy, which means lady boy. There's American trans people that would very much not like to be referred to as that. There could also be Thai trans people who can I spell it? Now that's an interesting thing, right? Do you want me to spell it in Thai, or do you want me to spell the transliteration? So you understand when you see Thai written out with English letters, that's a transliteration, right? And it's kind of subjective, like how you write it out in English letters, or in English, what am I saying? In like alphabet letters versus like Thai alphabet letters. Like the Thai version of it is, I'm guessing, you know what? I could almost write it. I could almost write it in Thai, but it's like ka. Think about it in syllables, right? And let me just say it instead of writing it, because that's more simple. Ka is the first syllable. Toy is the second syllable. So together, ka toy, and it's almost like it's almost like in between a G and a K, right? I've almost heard it lost in translation. Nice. Appreciate your thoughtful diligence. I just want to be really clear. Like, I don't want to represent myself as an expert in, in a culture that I barely know, right? But I am trying to learn, and that person's understanding of gender, right, is something that I'll take in and try to learn from, right? The idea that it's like, just own it. Like that's, how, that's how she feels, right? Is that, and it's probably to do with the fact that like you said, it's been accepted in Thai culture, for a long time. In fact, I should look, I should do some research to find out it may have never had the kind of cultural taboo against it that it does in like the United States and Europe, like, right. It may have never had like a, and so that would make sense where like, that there's not like a negative, to gender is a Western invention. I don't know. I feel like it's a more descriptive word, and it's gender is culturally constructed. Oh God, I got to be careful with that, right? Too, because when you say something's a cultural construction, there's some people that'll take that as you're saying it's not real, and that is not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying at all, right? I just mean that it's can like appear in manifest in different forms in different cultures, I guess. That's what I'm trying to say there. Has a long history of being very Buddhist about most things, to be honest. Yeah, I've heard people hypothesize that the acceptance of trans and gay people, I've heard people kind of relate that to Buddhist thought. How is the word trans used over here? See, here's the thing that I don't know, M85. Like I said, I know the word gatoy, and that's the most common, gatoy. Wait, I'm not even sure if I'm pronouncing it right? But I'm not sure if it's, I'm not sure in what context like that's used. I do also know that there's different ways of saying trans. that don't, imply like, a third. I don't even know. Like there's different. That's I guess that's what I'm saying is that there's different ways of saying it, and I'm not entirely, sure of the significance of each of those ways. And I really do. I've been here for more than a month, chat, and I really should have. I really feel like there's more that I should have learned and picked up. I've just been working so hard. The term Western itself is fraud. Yeah, that's true.
Invested in defending China, that they come in here and sometimes act like hogs, but for China, and say the exact same things that hogs say about Muslims and
Rooster Rick. I think what that chatter was trying to say is that like the concept of gender that's used in the West is like a Western construction. And
Muslim detention or immigrant detention in the United States.
Yeah, I get your point about the term Western being fraught as well.
Of America, but this time for China. This is an age-old bit that I do all the fucking time. But if you were actually interested in the nuance or my actual perspective on this, you could have probably figured it out by, I don't know, doing a cursory analysis. Just fucking...
Like, chat, I was surprised to find that, so, like, I know a little bit about Buddhism. Maybe know a little slightly more about Taoism, but I know a little bit about Buddhism. And I'd always heard like the difference between Mahayana Buddhism and Theravada Buddhism being described as the type of enlightenment that they seek as being like large vehicle versus small vehicle, right? That Mahayana, has the idea of people achieving enlightenment and staying coming back as bodhisattva in order to guide more people to enlightenment. And that concept being described to me when it was taught to me as like large vehicle, meaning that like we want to get everybody enlightened, right? And then that Theravada was more contemplative and meditative and concentrated on the small vehicle with the emphasis being personal enlightenment. And then I heard somebody say that small vehicle thing is actually like offensive, right? That describing Theravada in that way is offensive, right? So the wherever I heard this description from, it might have been, from somebody that, just didn't have a lot of cultural sensitivity towards that and didn't realize that, and it may have been something that's changed in the recent past, right? But yeah, stuff like that, just like the way that a form of Buddhism is described, right? I never thought about like that, calling, something small vehicle versus large vehicle. That might not be how they see it themselves. That might be something that's like kind of imposed on Theravada from outside of it, right? And it kind of blew my mind. I was like, God, I never even thought about that.
Googling it, He admitted on a stream that he got these clips from someone, but because I'm not insane, I don't have the clip of him saying it on me. Having said that, going back to if you Google search Xinjiang Associated Press, that's the first article that comes up. Terror and tourism, Xinjiang eases grips, but fear remains. Now, there's some other articles that he's also sourced here, which I suspect he probably didn't look at. And I think it's important to understand the timeline here on what he's talking about, because he's trying to make it seem as though he's basically pulling articles from after our conversation to imply that that I was lying, that the Xinjiang detention had not ended. He's also implying that I'm actually in favor of this detention. I am not. I'm in favor of the truth. Okay. So when I actually retaliate and say, no, those are not death camps, those are not like, there's no like organ harvesting operation that's taking place, I'm simply combating against misinformation. This is what I do. This is my primary purpose. Okay. In a lot of circumstances, it's usually right-wing misinformation. You guys love it when I do it to Joe Rogan, but you seemingly don't like it if I'm doing it to a liberal position. Okay?
Uyghur County in China
Oh,
has the
shit.
highest prison rate.
Wait. This is.
In the world.
Do I need to roll that back a little bit?
People is in a Chinese prison.
It's the tourism hour.
So, yeah, what I know about this section of the content, Nuke, is that Hasan is describing the current, state of Xinjiang as described by a newspaper article, right? And Ethan is describing a very real oppression of the Uyghur people that occurred at the hands of the Chinese government. So he's not denying at all the repression of the Uyghur people, and even speaks to the potential like cultural genocide that occurred there. But I don't know, Ethan's just portraying this as if Hasan is like, oh no, it's totally all chill there. Everybody's doing tourism. Everybody's out there, with suntan. Everybody, I don't know, like it's a big party now, right? Is what Ethan's making it sound like Hasan is saying. But what he's actually saying is that things have changed in terms of the surveillance that was going on there, the very real surveillance and the sort of dragnet policies they had towards, combating what China saw as a terrorism. But in doing so, they were repressing the people. They were repressing the Uyghur people. But that those policies have ended, and now Xinjiang is being promoted heavily as a tourist destination, meaning that the Chinese there's not the Chinese government is like encouraging people to go there.
You guys love it when I do it to Joe Rogan, but you seemingly don't like it if I'm doing it to a liberal position. Okay?
Uyghur County in China has the highest prison rate.
I still feel like I'm not understanding this.
Like, there's no like organ harvesting operation that's taking place. I'm simply combating against misinformation. This is what I do. This is
okay. I get it. So people like it when Hasan pushes back on Rogan's misinformation. Now that he's pushing back on Ethan Klein's misinformation, which sounds like something he's heard from a Falun Gong documentary, people are like, wait a minute.
Primary purpose. Okay. In a lot of circumstances, it's usually right-wing misinformation. You guys love it when I do it to Joe Rogan, but you seemingly don't like it if I'm doing it to a liberal position. Okay.
Uyghur County in China has the highest prison rate in the world. 1 in 25 people is in a Chinese prison.
It's the tourism hour.
48 Uyghurs detained in Thailand for almost 11 years are on hunger strike.
Highest prison rate in the world. 1 in 25 people is in a Chinese prison.
It's the tourism hour.
48 Uyghurs detained in Thailand for almost 11 years are on hunger strike.
What's funny is that he's mispronouncing the name of the people, but he's mispronouncing it in different ways each time. Like it's like
to protest their imminent deportation to China, where they face imprisonment or execution.
Not only does this AP article seem not to exist, reading the AP proved exactly the opposite.
So again, he claims that this AP article does not exist. It obviously exists. So what the fuck are you talking about? Here is the AP article. Here's a video of me reading the AP article. Why would you even put this in the video? What kind of research have you done? Also, none of this even proves your point, which was that you watched a documentary that I suspected was like a Shenyang or Falun Gong documentary that said that there were death camps in China. None of what he has shown so far has said that there are death camps in China. Part of the reason why I don't think that he was able to prove his perspective in the conversation at all is because they weren't fucking death camps, and I was right. They were re-education camps. And I've never said that that was appropriate or permissible or acceptable. I've always been against that. This is the problem. And people will say, Hasan, we got you. You said you would be in favor of re-education. There's a difference between re-educating people who have done crimes in the process of rehabilitation.
Is it true the prison rate is worse than El Salvador? Ethan is talking about a particular moment in time, and he's talking about... Wait, I'm a little bit confused here, chat. Does China have counties? I know China has provinces, but he's talking within a certain area of China, right? This area, you know, had an extremely high incarceration rate, and that is because, you know, China, in an effort to combat terrorism, which, you know, it sounds like there were some knife attacks and stuff like that, they engaged in a pretty heavy repression of an ethnic minority, that being the Uyghurs. And that thankfully a lot of these policies, the surveillance, the dragnet, etc., are no longer in place. And you know, this is another one of those subjects that's actually requires a little bit of nuance. That's what Hasan's trying to give, and you can see how difficult it is to argue a nuanced point versus an oversimplified one, right? It's really easy to be like, China is fucked up. It's authoritarian. They're doing bad things. And you know what? If this documentary said that they harvested organs off of an ethnic minority, then they probably did that, right? All right. There you go. Zero nuance. They are the devil. There you go, Ethan. Are you happy? Right? You're not right is the point, right? Whereas Hasan's trying to look at the very real repression that China did against the Uyghur people, but to put it in perspective and to recognize the misinformation that's being spread by the Falun Gong cult.
Okay, versus doing dragnets against an entire minority population and mass surveillance against an entire minority population. That is what I'm against. I am in favor of re-education and rehabilitation for those who have actually done severe crimes. I think that that is an infinitely better way to deal with that than to just fucking execute them or to imprison them like we do in the United States of America. This is a consistent position that I have maintained throughout my entire fucking political commentary career. This is part of the reason why I'm also endlessly charitable to people who have done thought crimes, who have been reactionary from time to time, because I believe that we are, you know, subject to social conditioning. Now, it doesn't make any sense, but I'll just start out by saying we're 8 minutes in and his research is not so great. He doesn't prove his point at all. He brings up all of these other articles that have come out after this conversation in an effort to imply that my article actually did not exist at all and that these things are still happening. But I'm willing to bet that if we were to look at these articles, even if they came after our conversation, we would find out that the articles itself were talking about what China was doing before they ended the mass detention structure that they had.
So Rooster Rick thinks that when they say counties, they're referring to district or prefecture.
This is a UK independent body. China committed genocide.
El Salvador has the highest percentage population incarcerated. Yeah, that's true. Now, where we're talking about Shakespeare in comparison to the incarceration rates in well, they said a Uyghur county, right? And we're trying to figure out what does the article mean by that, right? But loosely in comparison to the incarceration rates in Xinjiang during the height of the repression against the Uyghurs.
In Xinjiang, an independent, unofficial body set up by a prominent British barrister to assess the evidence on China's alleged rights abuses against the Uyghur genocide concluded Thursday the Chinese government committed genocide and crimes against humanity. This is the only article that says that China did a genocide. The Uyghur Tribunal, made up of lawyers, academics, and business people, doesn't have any government backing or powers to sanction or punish China, but organizers hope the process of publicly laying out evidence will compel international action to tackle Beijing's policies against the Uyghurs, a largely Muslim ethnic group. Tribunal Chair Jeffrey Nice said the genocide ruling was based on evidence that the Chinese government's forced birth control and sterilization policies targeting Uyghurs in the far western Xinjiang province were intended to destroy a significant part of the group's population. The abuse was part of the comprehensive policies directly linked to President Xi Jinping and the highest levels of Chinese government, it said. Now, this is not a real court. This is not the ICC. This is not the ICJ. This is simply, it's not even a people's tribunal, which does happen, okay? Brace, friend of the show, Brace Belden, YPJ terrorist Brace Belden, has actually participated in a people's tribunal, I believe, against the former Duterte leadership. I think it was the Duterte leadership, if I'm not mistaken. There has to be an intention to destroy the act of interfering with the birth of a group. About 30 witnesses and experts gave evidence to a series of public hearings in central London this year, alleging torture, forced abortions, rape, beatings by authorities while in state detention centers. The tribunal concluded that it was beyond the doubt that the crimes against humanity were committed. Nice said she and other senior officials bear primary responsibility for what has occurred in Xinjiang. Once again, I don't see the organ harvesting or the execution camps that Ethan was talking about here. This is still unacceptable, okay? Completely unacceptable and not a part of, considering that I don't actually agree with the Chinese detention structure that exists in Xinjiang, this is not even against my position. My position was literally that Ethan is wrong about Chinese death camps, okay? Chinese death camps and forced organ harvesting. These were fabulous claims being made. Why did you skip over the Chinese embassy statement? Tanky propagandist. The tribunal and its so-called conclusions are merely clumsy and shows staged by anti-China elements for their self-entertainment. Anyone with conscience and reason will not be deceived or fooled. Yeah, the Chinese government, if I was pro-China, I will give you what the pro-China position is, okay? The pro-China position is that these separatist elements in Xinjiang are radical Islamist fundamentalists that were propped up by the CIA, and there is a little bit of truth to that as well, but that doesn't matter, okay? Because it doesn't matter in the way that they dealt with this issue, okay? The Chinese Uyghur separatist terrorists were actually doing mass slaughter, doing unimaginable amounts of terrorist attacks all over China, and certainly in Xinjiang as well. So that's the reason why they had to do roundups and very targeted roundups and create vocational schools where these guys were simply getting educated for vocational training. That's not my position at all. As a matter of fact, I've argued against that position quite frequently, okay? That is a lie. That is an exaggeration by a state that makes it seem as though their completely warrantless and unjustifiable detention structure was actually simply justifiable and was working towards rehabilitation. I don't agree with that position. I think that's a classic moment where a state lies, right? The Chinese state also has the capacity to lie. They're not infallible. There are plenty of issues with the Chinese state.
Wait, today's VOD around 2 hours and 41 minutes on Twitch. They go through, are you talking about Hasan's VOD? Wait. Sorry, I'm catching up here. Oh, you're talking to anarcho-corporatist. Sorry.
Now, this doesn't mean that I'm defending the Chinese practice of mass detention anyway. And ironically enough, the article that we were talking about here, also features this. To China's fury, UN accuses Beijing of Uyghur rights abuses. Remember, Ethan actually posted this as an own. In that fucking same article that he posted, if he had actually read that article, he would see this part where it says, Beijing has closed many of the camps, which are called vocational training and education centers, but hundreds of thousands of people continue to languish in prison, many in vague secret charges. The report called on China to release all individuals arbitrarily detained to clarify the whereabouts of those who have disappeared and whose families are seeking information about them. There's never been a moment where I did not claim that there weren't serious human rights violations in the Xinjiang region, just like UN Secretary General Antonio Gutierrez believes the assessment clearly identifies serious human rights violations in the Xinjiang region. I agree that there were serious human rights violations in the Xinjiang region. There's never been a moment where I've actually defended the serious human rights violations in the Xinjiang region. So why did Ethan, one, do a horrible job? Why did he do a horrible job of not reading his own fucking articles that he posted in here? Okay? This is, and yes, you are right, KO Fishy. This is exactly like when I denied or went after atrocity propaganda in the aftermath of October 7. There was plenty of real atrocities that took place on October 7, but Israel greatly increased the intensity of atrocity propaganda in an effort to justify its genocidal ambitions that came immediately after October 7. What did they do in the process? They lied about 40 beheaded babies being lit on fire with kerosene, and numerous other issues. And I was very critical of that propaganda because there was plenty of real atrocities that they could point to, but they wanted to make it seem like there was so much more. And that didn't mean that I was actually defending the actions that took place on October 7, but you would obviously believe that if you're a fucking moron, or if you are trying to present a very different reality, a reality where you want to fit me into an unnuanced perspective. Now, what's ironic here is twofold. One, my mother's maiden name is Uyghur, okay? Uyghurs are Turks. They are Turkic, not the whole, like, the whole world is Turk memes. I'm saying, like, literally, they are a Turkic people.
Okay, so yeah, Shakespeare says the People's Republic of China is divided into 2,854 county-level divisions, which rank below prefectures or provinces, and above townships as the third-level administrative division. So what we were trying to figure out, Shakespeare, I don't know if you'd be able to shed some light on this, is when the article said in, Uyghur County, right? So I guess a county whose demographics are mostly Uyghur has highest level of incarceration in the world. That was the article that was, and when I saw it, I was like, wait a minute, county?
People, okay? Not only that, which is why I also jokingly say I'm white Chinese, okay? But not only that, but also the Turkish government does actually train them. The Turkish government does actually train a lot of Uyghur fighters and uses them alongside the Salafist brigades that they've trained in Syria. This is real, and they do this under the watchful eye of the United States of America. This is also real. I am very familiar with the Uyghur separatist groups for this region, okay? If I can't correct misinformation with my podcast co-host without getting called a propagandist for China, then what the fuck am I supposed to do? Just let it happen? Just let him just...
And the sad thing is that there's probably somebody out there seeing what Hasan is saying and considering him a propagandist against China, or,
this. Let him say whatever the fuck he wants. It's ridiculous. And he did this exact same thing.
And this is what you get for espousing like a real world take on something, right? A real complex, nuanced understanding of a subject matter, right? It's really easy if you want to say China bad, right? That like you could see by the fact that Ethan has shown a documentary that alleges the state of China is harvesting organs off of Uyghurs at death camps, right? And he's like, oh yeah, no, that sounds about right. Yeah, no, I'll believe that. Like, just nobody needs to show him proof. Nobody needs to show him anything other than a documentary of unknown source, and he will automatically, Epic Times. No, this seems legit.
He did this exact same thing when I corrected his dangerous misinformation that's going to come later, where he talks about Hezbollah and the 500,000 casualties in the Syrian civil war. We'll get to that later, though.
About the human rights violations in Xinjiang.
It's the tourism hour.
To China's fury, UN accuses Beijing of Uyghur rights abuses.
Tourism hour.
Uyghur County in China has the highest...
There we go. That's what I'm talking about, Shakespeare. Uyghur County in China is the title of the article. and I just had not heard of any demarcation in China be referred to as county. But that's the area that this article is saying had at the time the highest prison rate in the world. Now, this was at the height of the repression, right? So it's probably different now.
Highest prison rate in the world. 1 in 25.
I know, it's super late.
People is in a Chinese prison.
It's the tourism hour.
48 Uyghurs detained in Thailand
we
for
watched all this. Reading on this and has regurgitated it to his mainstream audience. Why is he defending China?
I wasn't, and I never have. And you're wrong for claiming that I have. Your entire premise here is that they had death camps. You did not prove that. That there was organ harvesting. You didn't prove that either. And then you turned around and said, I'm defending China. I never did. I never defended China. Not in any of these conversations. Describing the actual horrifying conditions while also saying that they're horrifying conditions and completely unacceptable is not defending China. It's only defending China if you have a Steven Crowder style approach to fucking global conflict where you're like, wait a minute, you're offering some nuance while also still criticizing the Chinese government? You must be defending China.
China's genocide of their Muslim population. How does this even make sense? It only makes
He still hasn't fucking, offered additional claims to this genocide. Now, what's really interesting about this is, and I have to talk about my second position here. There is one thing that I've maintained throughout this entire process, and that is that while Ethan on the one hand talks about how China is genociding the Uyghur Muslims, his position on Israel genociding the Palestinians always goes back and forth. He has sometimes called it a war and sometimes offered concessions to why it truly is a genocide. Okay? So it's very hard to pin him on this position. So you have to focus on what he actually is doing whenever he talks about Israel. What kind of defenses he's engaging with respect to Israel. Is he actually offering nuance to Israel's military actions, or is he simply running defense for Israel's military actions? Okay? Because I did not defend the Chinese government's mass detention facilities. I've called it a cultural genocide before, as a matter of fact, over and over again. Now, one thing that I have to make clear here, and this is another thing that I have talked about over and over and over again. If Israel treated the Palestinian population in the same unjustifiable manner that China treated Xinjiang, Israel would get a Nobel Peace Prize every year going forward. Every Western nation would turn around and cherish how wonderful and how peaceful of a nation state Israel actually is for taming the savage, barbaric Palestinians. They would talk about how incredible Israel is for actually simply doing mass detention and mass surveillance upon the captive Palestinian population and not slaughtering them. If Israel started to do China-style mass surveillance and mass detention tomorrow on all Palestinians, both in the West Bank and also in Gaza, literally every American would be doing tricks on it. They would talk about Benjamin Netanyahu being the most peaceful person on the planet. Okay? So think about what it takes for people to say China is doing death camps and has an exterminationist principle and doing organ harvesting, as opposed to how much it takes for people to even come to terms with the genocide that Israel is committing. China never bombed entire city blocks. China never shut off humanitarian aid. As a matter of fact, one of the most ironic statements throughout this entire fucking process was the fact that China was also still committed to developing Xinjiang as it is everywhere else, including in Tibet as well. But the American perspective on this has always been they are trying to develop these areas to continue destroying them, to continue killing them. There was literally an Associated Press article that I read talking about a high-speed rail line going all the way to Xinjiang, basically creating this massive network of high-speed rail that was seen as a negative, that was portrayed as a negative thing. people in Xinjiang still have freedom to travel in that regard, okay? Under the hukou system, which needs desperate reform, there are obviously limitations to travel and how much you can, internally travel inside of China. But many of these people that are criticizing me don't even know what the fuck that is anyway. And they're now going to Google it and be like, Hasan didn't bring this up, or talk about the severity of the structure, okay? Whew. We are at $71,000. I'm going to obviously increase the. I'm going to obviously increase the Tiltify donos. Hold on.
All right, there we go, chat. I'm gonna have to leave it at that. So you can see the irony of Ethan's critiques of Hasan as being some kind of a authoritarianism simp, some kind of a fucking monster that is trying to cover up for the murder and harvesting of organs that the Chinese Communist Party has apparently done on the Uyghurs in the Xinjiang region. The irony being that if, that the actual repression that China visited on these people, while very real and while very wrong, pales in comparison to what the Israeli government is doing to Palestine, right? There it is. There it is. And you can see how frustrated Hasan is getting with this. You can also see how difficult, what a Sisyphean task it is. I don't know if Sisyphean's in chat, but it's a literal Sisyphean task to try to defend a nuanced understanding of governments, of people, of history, versus a overly simplistic, black and white, China bad, Hamas bad, United States good, right? Kind of, it puts you in a kind of optics nightmare, because when you're explaining something with nuance to a certain percentage of your audience, you are going to sound evasive. You are going to sound like you're bullshitting. If you go over their head, it's so easy for your opponent to point and say, look at that. He's just spewing a bunch of gobbledygook, right? He doesn't even know what he's saying. And, look, somebody talking over your head is a little different than them not knowing what they're actually saying. So, yeah, and look, I haven't watched, I'll be honest, chat, this was 9 hours. I just did 8 hours and 18 minutes, all right? This was 9 hours of Hasan going over the content nuke, and that was after 2 hours of news analysis, right? So I'm a little bit worried for Hasan here. After having burnt myself out on Ethan Klein's bullshit, I'm worried that he's headed for the same thing. But again, I haven't watched it all. We didn't even get to the part where Hasan brings iDubbbz on and talks to him for a moment. So yeah, I hope we all survive too. This was rough. Anyway, chat, I'll be back tomorrow for another stream. Do not expect me to go as long as I did today. In fact, I should avoid that. Here's my deal, chat. When I started the stream, my whole thing was that, look, I realize I burned myself out on covering the Ethan versus Hasan debate after the Ethan versus Sam debate, right? And I thought the solution to that was going to be more diversity of content, cover different things. We did that today. We covered different things, but now I'm at the point where I'm covering different things and I'm spending too much time. So there's more that I've got to balance. There's more that I've got to tweak. There's more that I got to figure out. But I think I'm on the right road to doing a stream that's going to burn me out less. And that's hopefully going to be more interesting to you too. Because I get that, covering, here's what I just always end up in a situation where Ethan spends his whole stream talking about something. And then I'm kind of like, all right, I guess I'm going to spend 8 hours deconstructing his lies. And that's not good for me. And that's not good for you. So I'm going to try to balance everything way better in the future. That being said, thank you, mods. Thank you, Thumb Gang. And thank you, Patreons. Let me give a shout out to everyone over there on Patreon. So everybody at the $5 level or higher, you get a fancy shout out. The beginning and ending of each stream. Let me do those now. Shouts out to Or Else Ellipsis. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Shakespeare. Shouts out to Sarah. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to Moe Noape. Shouts out to Crystal Saphira. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to Izzy Mandius. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to Hot Ham Radio. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. Shouts out to Animus. And a fancy shout out to Xerex, to Rachel K, and to Omega Star. With that, chat, I must bid you a fond adieu, knowing that I will try not to spend 8 hours streaming tomorrow, and I'll try to start earlier because I also need to have time. I need to, there's some really important things, right? I've been in Thailand for more than 30 days now. 60 days is the limit unless you contact the embassy and get an extension for 30 days. And then you can spend a total of 90 days. That is on a regular visa, right? And then my next move is going to be getting on not a regular visa, and that will mean signing up for language school and getting an educational visa, right? To be able to stay here longer, and after that we're gonna do some Muay Thai, right? But I've got a lot of things. Oh yeah, the other thing I need to do is actually get my hair done. Chat, did I tell you I found a few different hair places? There's one that's really nice but really expensive, but supposedly, like, you know, the stylists all speak English like really well, and part of me thinks I need that in order to be able to communicate, but it's so much more expensive. Like, chat, to put it in perspective, right? If I got my hair colored and cut and a treatment, which is what I'm thinking about doing, I would be spending as much or more as my rent, right? Which is not as much as my rent was in the United States, but it's still, wait, 30? Yeah, it has gone quick. Everything I know about this is from 90 Day Fiancé the Other Way. But yeah, I'm going to be trying to, but the other option, chat, rather than going to the fancy schmancy, kind of tourist geared salon that costs as much as rent to get your hair done, I'm considering maybe just going to a Thai place because it's much cheaper, and I don't know. I kind of trust stylists to be able to do like a good, maybe I won't be able to be as specific as I want to and get exactly what I want, but I kind of trust like a stylist to be able to do something cool with my hair nonetheless. I think I'd like to think I could communicate a haircut to someone who didn't understand my language. Yeah. Like I'm assuming, I'm in a heavily tourist area, right? So, they're probably used to people that don't speak the language coming in. Find some pictures and show. Yeah, that's well, it's hard to find the exact thing that you want, but I get your idea, anti-corporatist. It's probably, yeah, you can communicate visually, or like, as far as the hair color, you could point, like they'll probably bring out like a bunch of different like samples of hair and like this color or this color, and you just like point to the color. So I don't know. I'm probably making more of this than I need to. I probably just need to go to the Thai place and I'll have an adventure. I will learn new stuff there. But anyway, I will see you all again tomorrow. Much love, everybody. Let us see. Do I want to... All right, we're raiding into CashApp.
As if I'd shown up with a shovel and a sex toy. The crypt.
Oh wow, that's a really interesting. Wait, I don't know if. I may be rating. Oh my god, chat. I don't even know if there. I can't tell. Nope. Okay, we're just gonna raid CashApp. That's the best I can do for now. Anyway, CashApp is an Australian streamer, and I think hopefully you will enjoy their stream. Until tomorrow, chat. Much love. Wait, do I have to hit the button? I'm gonna go ahead and hit the button. Good night, everybody.